My utmost biggest welcome to the CIDC 5, everyone. Today will be filled with absolutely amazing Duel Masters TCG action, and this is the 5th glorious CIDC that we'll be having. We have some familiar names in the top 8 who finally, after the long season yet again, qualified for the CIDC. So just as a rundown, we have the 8 top scoring participants from the IDC Tournament League today battling for the champion title. We have some amazing prizes we'll get to in just a minute, so just bear on and hold on tight. As some of you might have already seen, if you're watching this live, this will be later on YouTube as well. You do have some comments in the chat, so if you want to see all the decks already, but just hold on tight because we're gonna have some juicy discussion about them, you can do !decks and also !bracket for the tournament bracket. Noteworthy is that the bracket will be randomized in just a moment. We will have the top 4 seeds set as the 4 players and then randomize the bottom half of the bracket against them. But before further ado, I am extremely happy to invite along 2 co-commentators, which I'm really excited to have on. Before I let them speak any words, I want to mention that one of them, you know, because we've done plenty work together in also the wonderful Garabon games. This might be a small of a spoiler for all of you, and also the previous CIDCs, but also we have a content creator, a YouTube video maker from, I think, pretty much all of our childhoods. Like, me and my friends, we used to watch the videos all the time, so it's kind of a beautiful circle coming together. So I'm really happy to bring these guys along, so let's switch over the overlay here, and let me just make sure we can see it. Oh, it's because of the... We do this. There we go. All right, guys. Welcome onto the stream, Earth Power and Garabon. Earth Power, please introduce yourself and let us know who you are.
Happy to be here, Sydelio. Thanks for having me. No, this is awesome. I've wanted to host with you guys for one of these for a long time. I've been following IDC since its inception. I've just been a fly on the wall. Happy to participate in my first IDCs over the past 6 months, and yeah, just glad to be in the booth with you. Excited to talk about these decks and watch these guys compete for #1 for a brand new IDC Champion. It's awesome to be sitting alongside you guys. Thanks for having me.
Hell yeah. Just as a short note, where can we find you on? Where can you find your stuff? So
yeah, for those of you who don't know, if you are in this chat and you've been around Duel Masters for a while, youtube.com earthpower, exactly as it's spelled down below. I didn't make it easy. There's a 0 and a 3 in there for power, but yeah, go check it out. YouTube channels. We've been back live now for the better half of a year, and not stopping anytime soon.
Thank you so much. Garabon, please introduce yourself.
Yep, you guys probably remember me from the last couple times. I'm Garabon. I also make videos on YouTube, youtube.com/Garabon. And you can also find me on Twitter at Garabon Glider.
Awesome, thank you so much. Guys, it is time to jump into the decklist reviews. Let me just check I have the correct inputs there, and then we will do this here. Properties, hold on. There we go, and I had to do this here. There we go, and find my... Nope, that's the wrong window. Photos, there we go. I just need to unfollow, and there we go. 1 second. Full screen things. Xbom picture, and then we move it underneath. Yoink. All right, perfect. Guys, our first seed from the tournament, Xbom 3000, top scoring participant. Xbom, as many of you know, has been kind of an adaptive player, playing plethora of lists. Like FN Rush was something that he grinded for a bit, and also some mid-ranger stuff. So just as a heads up here, Xbom is a very strong competitor and something to keep an eye out for. So what do you guys think of Xbom's list?
I think it's very interesting. I think out of anybody, if I was going to expect somebody to play deck out, I would have expected Xbom. but I think there are a lot of interesting choices in this very specific build of it.
Yeah, and you call it deck out. I'm looking at this more as a more as like a mid-rangey, erring on the side of control. Um, but I mean, it's light water dark, right? But instead of going for your standard Hydro Hurricane package, he is aiming more for Marino for tempo, which I love because look back at earlier versions of light water dark, where they could kick on the gas with cards like Crazed Valkyrie. And in lieu of doing that, he's aiming for still that more kind of standard control package, using Ice Vapor. He's using a lot of the tech that we've seen come out of this last IDC, photo side to prey on the other light water darks that have been strong. The Forcive control and mid-range decks with that Photosite can just eat on. I see Slash Charger here not so much as a deck out, so much as it is just a ramp card in these three colors to get you to your turn 5, which is so strong out of these colors.
Yes.
Marino, Misterios, especially against a control field, Misterios will just prey on these decks. And getting Misterios out on turn 4 consistently instead of Bronze Arm Tribe, now you're slashing out something of your opponent's deck, seeing essentially what they're working with, figure out their tech cards early. I think it's a genius call for CIDC, where you've got 8 decks and you just kind of have to figure out what your opponents are on very quickly and find out what your biggest hurdles are about to be.
Yeah, Slash Charger is something that there are like meme pictures when I used to play Slash Charger, just the living hell out of it, even though it's not Hell Charger, but or Hell Slash. Slash Charger is a tool, like, as you mentioned, in Sunscreen lists. It's a tool that enables you to raise the Lost Soul essentially. Like, rub deck out, rub control or mid-range, whatever you want to classify it as. Something that I think, if people spent enough time on it, they would come to the conclusion that playing Slash Charger is right, because it mainly falls down to an opposing Lost Soul, and this kind of battles that same issue where you're tackling the early ramp issue. And Slash Charger, when we look at these powerhouses like Misterias, for example, or Marinomancer, you get that out one turn earlier. So if you're playing against the rush deck or whatever, it kind of doesn't matter if you're opting out to play this 4 of Slash Charger when you have these Palaoleses and stuff to kind of slow down. So I like the build. Ice Vapors and Photosides, they are like these tech cards that are interesting to see. Something to note here is that only 1 Cranium Clamp and 2 Ghost Touches. And Ghost Touch is an interesting card in the sense that I think an evolution of like philosophy when you approach these decks is that more people realize that Spiral Gate is actually a good card, and 2 mana cards that are also triggers and playable from hand are good, because when you're playing a control kind of a strategy, all matchups come down to who's the beatdown, essentially. The slower deck needs to buy time, and with these cards that you can both cast from your hand and from your shield, you buy time, so it enables you to kind of skip on resources. So it's an interesting build. Nothing super spicy in the sense that Xbom has played a similar one, I think in CIDC 4. I might be wrong, Xbom can correct me, but it's great to see. Next up,
you also have that Transmogrify. It's kind of another interesting pick.
Yeah.
The one of Transmogrify, that I think that's just like, if there's another deck out deck, it's kind of an auto win card. So
yeah,
right.
It's a nice include as a one of for sure.
Right, and just maybe pseudo kill on a big beater later in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I the only counter I have for Ghost Touch, and I like the card a lot. That is his only consistent 2-drop. Like, you're not playing Belix on 2, or at least you're not aiming to play Belix on 2.
Yep.
So this deck's not doing anything until turn 3, and the 3-drop you want to see is Slash. So I think that's where this deck might see some fault, at least, especially like if it gets paired up against anything fast or anything that gets off the ground fast.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I love 51 cards. Like, I love breaking the consistency. I don't know who decided 50 was the number or 40 was the number, but I absolutely love 51 cards.
Yeah, not to spend too much time here, something to note is that this is kind of a hedge deck. You're expecting to play a slower field. If you were expecting to play against 7 FN rushes, this is not the deck to bring. So Xbom probably made the call to bring this deck because he's expecting a slower field. And I believe he already hinted in the chat that it's what he actually went for. So Next up, the second seed is CVH here. And CVH is bringing us a Gigazald version of Hydro Hurricane. And personally, Gigazald is just such a good card. Something to note is that when you play in a Miraculous Snare diluted meta, Gigazald is pretty like... It's hard to remove. That's like the short sentence. Petrova also here, like, when you play 4 Laura Gigas, against controls, you don't want to see those unless you have a Mistrias out, but hey, it's at least light mana, so I like the build. There's 1 Spiral Gate, 1 Belix, and overall this is kind of those more curve-heavy Hydro Hurricane lists, like you're not playing just universally good pieces, like you're not playing just Palau Ulysses after each other, or Marinomancers, for example, to feel your hand. Rather, you're opting to go for more resource denial, and I like the look of the list. It's pretty balanced, and it has kind of some strong hedges against rush strategies comparing to like general stuff. So you have more Laura Gigas, you have Gigaballs, and CVH also opting to go for 4 energy streams. So I like the deck. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it's I mean it's about a standard of the Gigazald Lightwater Dark decks that we've seen since Claude debuted his. I think it was IDC 2 or what, I don't know. I've lost count of them, but the second IDC in this series, where he started playing with the 2 Gigazald, and then that ended up being 3 Gigazald, and I think in his last IDC he ended up playing 4, and I'm sure we'll get to his list here in a minute. But yeah, this looks very similar to the list that CVH essentially netted and changed around a few cards from his run from the CIDC in the middle of this, when he ran a very similar deck to it. Yeah, I mean, it's some pseudo tech cards in here, if you will, like the one-ofs, like the Faliga, which you don't see a ton in this version of the deck. The 3, what is that? I can't remember the name of the 3-drop Slayer blocker, but
4 of actually. Yeah, there's 4 because it's the best bait aside from Gigazol and Gigaballs. Like, okay, Gigazol, I would love to preach on about like these weird obscure cards that actually feel the perfect niche, which is like Gigazol is good like when you have like it can't attack when you don't have shields, blah blah blah, it doesn't die to burst shot, it can attack, it's just so good. Something to note is that no Marrow Oozes paired with the Gigazald here, so that's something.
That's what I was getting towards. Yeah, he has nothing outside of those the 4 Gigaballs and the Locomotive and the Ice Vapor to tap in addition to the Gigazalds. So interesting call, but yeah, I mean it looks about as consistent as Lightwater Dark could be.
Yeah.
Garabon. I feel like there's not too many like super surprises in here, but I like the card counts on a lot of things.
Yeah. I think we can agree, like, this is a balanced, solid build. Whether it, like, crosses the finish line, we'll have to see. Moving on here, our third seed, Mr. Bazat, is bringing a 4-color survivor lists. So we're finally...
This one is interesting.
Like, we have the third one, and we're already introducing the spice here. Something that, like, I low-key don't like is the 50 cards here, in the sense that when you're playing like survivor-centric strategies, oftentimes you kind of need to curve out in a good manner, which is like Bronze Arm into Soul Swap, and you're diluting the odds this way. On the other hand, you're fitting more like utility kind of stuff because of the Factory Shell. You're fitting light cards here. You can find Forbos on curve like Bronze Arm, Soul Swap, Factory Shell, then do whatever. So I think it's an interesting list. 4 Sky Swords, which just kind of, this is not the purest survivor strategy that we're seeing. This is like a mashed potato kind of juiciness.
That's a good way to put it.
I'm a big fan of building survivors and the fact that you know you're sacrificing your Rust matchup. Like it's what happens with survivors, right? Even if you try to hedge 20 cards to beat that Rush matchup, you're sacrificing so much of the rest of the deck and what it can do. And I think he should have probably built this similar to how Xbom built his Lightwater Dark, where you're just expecting to end up against control, and if you catch the Rush matchup, if 5 people bring Rush, then you just brought the wrong deck. So Survivors is tricky in that way. I like the Galazol. I think Galazol probably should have just been where the ball stopped with this deck, as far as just over dumping into the Forbos and the Sky Sword strategy. But I don't hate it. Like I mean, it looks very similar to a lot of the Survivor decks that we've seen try to compete. I know one did top 4 recently in one of the last IDCs, so I'm sure it's probably similar and in vein to that deck. But yeah, I mean, it's fine. It looks consistent. It looks like it's got all the tools it needs. It is Survivors, and it could do some cool stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Galazol, like, hopefully he gets his rush matchup and Galazol can shine, but otherwise I think that card's a brick in almost every other matchup.
Yeah,
I think also he's just trying to make sure he has enough yellow mana because, like we said, it's a 50-card deck.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
If you don't have it, you're running out quick.
Call Survivor. Come
yeah.
out.
Yeah, like with Dark Siner, we've discussed a lot previously about like Survivors being a very tournament like it's a worthwhile deck to bring, but it requires a specific meta, which is a control-heavy environment. And if you're including light to combat that, then why dilute your deck to not like perform as well as a 40-card version of the deck? But this is something that we want Mr. Bazat to show us that we're wrong, so let's keep an eye out how it goes.
Watch him run the table. I'm excited. I love Survivors. Like, just the fact that
it's such a cool deck.
The 4th seed, Spalding.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Okay, so I want you guys to focus first on everything else aside from the 4 last cards. Okay, what do you see? I see myself a beautiful, consistent Fortress Shell mana burn list, and then you have this 4 of Magmarex tech in there. Just like I'm not sure, like, if I like it personally. I appreciate it, but it's interesting. That's just what I have to say.
Well, so
interesting for sure.
Yeah, go Garabon.
I was gonna say, I mean, there's a lot of things that it can be really good against. It can be good against like Fire Nature Rush to get rid of all the low drops. It can be good in other control decks to get rid of the Ice Vapors that we've seen a lot more of recently. And it also like just clears out Bronze Arm Tribes and stuff like that in almost every other deck. So I think it has a purpose in almost every matchup. But is that purpose strong enough to splash 4? We're gonna have to find out.
Right. And so what I started looking at when I first saw this list, because this is definitely the most, I think, tech-heavy list in this slate of decks. And I'm going to try not to go too long because I'm sure I'll talk about this a ton if we commentate one of his matches. But he had to sacrifice spots in this deck for those cards. So, like, I start looking at the rest of the deck, and where did he make cuts? There's only 2 energy stream. He ended up putting a Hulkus in here instead of the 3rd energy stream, which is interesting. Like, what is that? What's that tempo going to get for him? Where did he think? You know, what's the thinking behind the tempo there? The 1 logic cube instead of multiples. You know, it's things like that. There's no. He sacrificed other shield triggers in Loco / Giga Balzo, whatever, you know, the pick would have been for the darkness side. There's only, what is that, 7, and then the 11. He ended up running 4 of the Miraculous Plague, which is just a heck of a call, and then only the 1 snare. So again, you know, this is, I see this deck as he aimed it towards a control heavy meta, which he probably made a good call here, but the 4 Magmarex, if you're expecting a ton of control, why, you know, 4 Magmarex seems like a stretch to basically help you curb the rush matchup. And again, like Sydelio said, hopefully he proves us wrong, but the Magmarex here is just a literally spicy call.
Yeah, the Spalding typing that, expecting more FN Rush and Ice Vapor. I do see the thing, but against Ice Vapor, the only way you're getting this out is from the shield or with a Soul Swap. With the current mana color, you're not able to hard cast this, so you're kind of, it's potato whether it was spot removal. And I think I hope these come up, because it's fairly probable that throughout the tournament we're gonna see one, because in a 40-card deck it's an 8 of a chance to have a card in the shield. So like, it will come up. We will have at least 1 shield trigger Magmarex, but whether that comes at a timely fashion and whether it's impactful, we'll have to see.
One other thing I just want to say
right now, if this Hulkus swings for game and during one of these games,
right?
One thing I just wanted to point out too is that you said that against control decks, you're probably only playing the Magmarex with Soul Swap to kill the Ice Vapor, but at that point, Ice Vapor's effect is still proccing. So like,
exactly, yeah. I kind of skipped corners with that, but like when you play a spot removal, it's the same what happens there. Although, mention worthy is that Magma Rex is still, it's a card in the mana, like, if you're not gonna play it, you can put it in the mana, but with a 4-color list that already runs like Snare and Sky Swords, it's gonna be interesting. Then, Lord and Savior, Modest Duelist, bringing FN Rush to the tournament. So we are not only playing in a heavy control meta, we're gonna have a pretty stock template FN Rush list. If there are some viewers who are newer to the Duel Masters TCG meta, generally FN Rush is the best fast strategy to opt for, so it's just highly consistent, it has the most amount of playable 1-drops, and you have these cards that kind of evade certain removal like Gonta. You don't die to all mass removal like Searing Wave or Burst Shot, you have some leeway there, and you also have some fast attackers, so the only kind of flex slots here are usually the 2 Comet Missiles and the 2 Torcons. You can opt out to kind of lessen your mana color consistency or opt for other kind of cards. Personally, I'm a huge vouch for Engineer Kippo. I like the idea, I think it's correct, but I also understand Comet Missile when you're playing against a lot of Hydra Hurricane, so solid list. Do you guys have anything to add?
Yeah, I think the Comet Missile was a good pick.
Yeah, that's it, right? Like you're looking at the flex spots here. Like Rush is Rush. It's been consistent. Like every time we did a deck list of this in the channel, it was always like, how much more are we going to talk about the same thing? Because you're just spinning yourself in circles. But yeah, I think Comet Missile was a good call here. Instead of just going with the consistency for the 4 Torcons, because that increases your odds for the Poisonous Mushroom 1-drop play on 2. But I think cutting 2 here, going for 2 Comet Missile, we've already seen a ton of control decks. I think the only thing, this deck will be really interesting if it does get paired up against the Survivor. All the rush hate that's going against Survivor, Galasoul turns it into basically Comet Missile being able to destroy any creature on the board.
Right. Next up we have Claude, and you know, I think it was pretty apparent Claude has been playing Hydro Hurricane centric lists since the dawn of time. It would be interesting to compare, and we can do this later when it comes up, but we can compare CVH's and Claude's lists because they're pretty similar, if not just a card or 2 apart. We'll have to see. At least 3 Gigaslugs, so there's a difference. With 1 Marrow Ooze, at least catches my eye. Similar, yeah. The similar talks, like if you want us to hear us talk more about this, you can just roll back to the part with CVH. Claude agreeing that this is the deck to bring. Claude really knows how to pilot this thing, and I also like the fact that like we're valuing low co-modifier the effect so much that we're bringing the 5th copy that is not like tribal for the deck synergy itself. So I just like it.
Yeah, there's nothing to add here. He ended up with the 4 Gigazolds, so the super greedy version of it. Which he dropped a Giga Slug for, which is interesting. But yeah, outside of the Ooze, I mean, there's no difference here. It's very similar deck. He's just going for the all-in on Gigazold. He's expecting everything to be slow, and yeah, I mean, this deck is the Rush hater, so you can kind of get away with some of these greedier builds of this version of the deck. I'm trying to figure out where his last difference is. I'm scrolling back and forth, but we can talk on that later.
Yeah. Next up, we have Dark Siner, and Dark Siner is bringing us the Sun's Magma Rex Fortress Burn here. Just a really consistent strategy that has been played for a long time, both in the regular IDCs and also the CIDCs. Kind of the deck that followed after the dawn of Phobos Control being figured out as the most dominant deck in the meta, or at least most prevalent. It kind of evolved into this, that how do you beat a control deck, play a greedier control, and just like hit them where it hurts, and it just does everything it wants to, and quite consistently. I do like the 4 energy streams in the list. I think you always want to have Bronze Arm or energy stream on turn 3. Of course, Logic Cube, that's like, it's a solid card because of Cranium Clamp and Stream and whatnot, but I like the build.
Yeah, instead of going for all the tech heavy stuff that we saw in the last one, more Spiral Gate, more Logic Cube, Gigaballs are in here. He's expecting if people are playing Lightwater Dark with Petrova to get that boost off Chimera. Only the one snare still. I like more snares in this deck, but he's going for the one of here. And then yeah, everything else is just super consistent. This is the standard when it comes to Fortress Burn, and it looks good.
Yeah, not too much in the way of tech cards. I think it's very standard, but that means it's going to be very consistent.
Right.
Yeah. Just one note is that there's no Morbid Medicine here, so there's no Fall Loop enablers, but rather you have the Corpse Charger, which I think against like any kind of an aggro adjacent strategy. Also, if there was a wild like Aelzonius list, having the Engine of Belix and Corpse Charger is something that I vouched for a long time. It's just like Corpse Charger at minimum is you go Logic Cube, Corpse Charger to ramp, and then you can play like a higher power Haymaker or whatever. Or chain like 2 energy streams together. Chargers are good cards. They are already like 2-in-1 because you play the card and then you get the mana. So it's good to see them being evaluated in a good way.
And I think Corpse Charger definitely thrives in a slower meta, which is what I think the top 8 is looking like it's about to be. So I agree with you full-heartedly. I don't know that Morbid Medicine would be better than Corpse in this regard.
Yeah. And then finally, we have Otto, and Otto is bringing us the second round of Super Spice, which is another beautiful Survivor deck. The difference between here and the other deck is that we don't have the blocker Survivor enabler here, and we have one less rebirth. I'm trying to just like catch my eye into other stuff.
Yeah, Mystery. This is my favorite list of this tournament. I'm gonna say it right now. I want Otto to go the whole way. Slash Charger into Graveworm is probably my favorite interaction and like back-to-back like turn 3, turn 4 play in the entire game of Duel Masters. I love it. It gives you another ramp boost to get to 5 with Bronze Arm Tribe. He is playing Mysterios in this deck, which I 100% agree with. I think that's, and again, we'll see. I think it's going to be a better call in this meta right now versus the Galazol. The one of Rebirth is probably one of the cards he would have liked to have played more of. But in lieu of playing, just all of the other blocker hate, going for cards like Locomotiver, sticking to the Burst Shot engine and a few more Terror Pits. I like this deck. I like this version of the deck. I think it's super consistent. And again, I'm gonna outright say it. I think it's my favorite deck of this entire top 8.
It's definitely one of the most interesting ones.
Yeah, something to note is that choosing to go Locomotiver over Gigabalsa, and I think with the directions you can see happening, which is play the Gigazalt version of the deck, I think Gigabalsa could have been the pick, or just 1-and-1, do whatever. It's a minuscule thing, but
you're right. But you're right. I think you take the one thing that will do more than not. So. Also, the last interesting note here is it is only 3 Fortress Shell, which I also similarly agree with. When we were trying to fit this into a 40-card package on the channel, that was one of the cards we had to cut that we would have ended up with 4 of if we could play 50. I'm interested that he ended up going for 3 here. At the end of the day, you only need to get 1 online because the rest of your guys will start doing that. But taking 1 out for that consistency could be interesting. And then the 2 of Lost Soul was just a great call against this control-heavy meta. So I like this list.
Going back to the Factory Shell thing, I think Mysterios kind of functions in the same way as Factory Shell in this deck, where you just keep playing like low-cost guys and drawing. So I think maybe it's a little redundant to have 4 of the Factory Shell with the 2 Mysterios.
Yeah, I think also something that it's interesting, of course, with like a higher deck count, you want to have the 2 Gargantuas in the list, but when you have a list that doesn't, the Gargantua is the thing that kind of seals the deal, but the thing that gets you there is the engine. So, of course, you're talking about your fire cards, what else would you bring? But something that I personally think is would you rather have an extra rebirth, or would you like to hedge against something else with another thing? I think the 2 is I'm not disagreeing with it, but just as food for thought for everybody watching.
Right. Yeah, you hope you never run into Rush is really the one thing with Survivors. I feel like every time you play Survivors, no whammy, no whammy. But even still, this deck can kind of race sometimes. You turn that
exactly
iconic Gargantua into a pseudo Bombazar. It's just you want to swap into it and play it, and then all of a sudden, you know, you're breaking 4 shields on one turn, and that can kind of, if you race correctly, I think it can do it. And again, I love Slash Charger. It's
Yeah,
my favorite card in Survivors.
Okay, we have something in common. Very good. And also something to know about the Slash and the Grey Worm is that they both come in promo foils, and that's something that I like. Maybe I'm a little biased towards, like, if you can have a shiny deck, I want to play those cards. So
Yeah, bling it out, man. I love it.
all right, guys, beautiful. Let us move over to the bracket side of things. So let me just open up the bracket. We're gonna do.
Who's playing him?
Oh,
we have to randomize it still. Is that right?
Hold on, let me just do it here. Yeah, we're gonna be randomizing it. Let's do window capture here. Yeah, we're gonna randomize it out there, and then let's do some crops here.
Oh, there we go.
Just let me yoink. Yeah, we just as a note for the viewers, I'm gonna put this underneath the cameras, but I got home like ever so slightly before the stream from my weekend trip, so there had to be some faster adjustments, but I hope you bear with us. So our top seeds, as you kind of figured out, the top 4 competitors, Xbom, CVH, Mr. Bazat, and Spalding, will be split into different winning lines, and then the bottom half will be randomized. So let me slide over to the other window and go for list randomizer, and then we can do this. Alrighty. Yoink. Then we shall have our competitors. So we have Modest, Otto, and Dark Siner, Claude.
Yeah.
So when I click the randomize, we're gonna have them as 1, 2, 3, 4, and we'll be placing them in the corresponding bracket list. So good luck to the competitors. Hope you have the matchups you wish for. Otherwise, you might have a short run here. So best of luck. I'm going to be randomizing, and this is the end. So Dark Siner, Claude, Modest, Otto. So Dark Siner.
So Dark Siner against Xbom. Claude against CVH.
Mr. Bazat against Modest, and Spalding against Otto. Alright, so we have, so Xbom had the kind of Marino deck out against Dark Siner with the classic Fortress Burn. CVH with the we have the Gigasalt Mirror! Oh my god! No. They're going against each other immediately. Then we have Mr. Bazat. Oh my, so we have Rush against Modest. What did Modest? Was Modest the other Survivor player?
No, Modest was the Rush, but Mr. Bazat was the...
Oh, yeah, correct, yeah.
Survivors.
So, FN Rush is kinda... We'll have to see, but it's kinda scary. And then we have Spalding and Otto, so this is like the Magma Rex version against the Survivors, so this is gonna be interesting.
Yeah. Alright.
Alright, I'll be clicking the start tournament. You guys can discuss.
Let's begin.
Yeah, I'll hop over to OCTGN, so let's just... So what do you guys think about the matchups? What are you expecting to come out on top in each of these?
Yeah, are we gonna do a little bit of a prediction contest here?
We can do it. How about we just guess who's going to be the champion? Or do you guys want to... Maybe you guys should compete against each other in the individual matches also, so... Okay, tournament winner. Who's gonna win the whole thing? Earth Power. Garabon, who are you betting for to win the tournament?
You know what? I'm gonna give it to Modest Duelist. I'm calling for the Rush to come through and take this.
Alright, I mean Rush against the control heavy meta, so I can see it definitely, and with the 50 card count stuff, so you're gonna be doing good, I'm pretty sure. So
yeah. I think he's got a favorable spot in the bracket.
So let's see. I mean, if we're looking at just straight up champion, I don't know. I kind of want to go through it like match by match. Like, I'll compete with Garabon here. I'll put $1 on it. Let's start calling our wins. I got a notepad. We can start
Do
taking
it.
some over-unders on who we think we're gonna take for the matches.
Do you want to do like a March Madness style, where like round 1 is worth like 1 point, and then round 2 is worth 2 points, and then like
Do
4
it.
points, and then like the championship is like 8 points?
Go for it.
Yeah,
I like
we
that.
can call them as the matches go. So like we can play for 4 points right now in round 1, and then see what we end up in round 2.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it.
All right, so I'll give you pick one. Pick your first match. Who you think out of these 4?
Okay.
Yeah, which one do you want first?
So you're saying like I get to choose my winner on the first game, and then you choose a winner on the second game, and then
like school ground
okay.
rules. Like if you absolutely think Claude is just gonna beat the snot out of CVH, and you think that's a given game, take it because you know you're gonna get points there.
Right. So are we doing it where like we can pick the same winner, or we have to have opposite picks?
So like if you pick Claude to beat CVH in the match and it doesn't go, you get no points. But I can't pick that match once you picked it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm picking from the first game, or I get to pick any of the games?
Pick any of the 4. Like I said,
okay.
If you feel strongly about any one of them.
I see. Okay. Then I'm gonna take Modest Duelist in the rush over Survivors.
All right, so you're taking Modest. All right. So I am going to take Otto over Spalding. Like I said, I love that Survivor deck,
Hell
man.
yeah.
I want to see it do it.
All right, then. I feel like I should. I could go for like. I feel like CVH and Claude is kind of like a coin flip because those decks were almost identical.
2 cards.
I'm gonna go. Yeah, very few cards. I'm gonna actually go with it Xbom over Dark Siner.
Taking Xbom, the boy Xbom.
Dick out, let's go. Slash Charger 4 off, I believe.
Love you, CVH. I'm taking Claude over CVH.
That's the classic thing. If ever I'm in a prediction contest, I always predict it. Like if my friend is playing, I'll always bet against them, because then if my friend loses, I'll be sad. But then at least like I win in the pick'ems.
Exactly.
See, unfortunately, I'm gonna be sad either way. I want Claude to win.
Yeah.
All right, so guys, the whole winner of the tournament. Let me know who do you think will win the whole thing. I'll save my thing for the last. Go ahead. So Earth Power, who are you rooting for? Or is it gonna be Otto or?
Honestly, so and just to be clear, with double elimination, whoever makes it through the losers bracket when they get to finals, they do have to win 2 games, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
2 matches, not 2 games.
Right. So I think, for being totally honest, let me go back to the deck list. Hold on 1 second. I'm just gonna make sure of one thing. I think Dark Siner ends up winning this whole thing. I'll put, and no amount of money that matters to me, that Dark Siner ends up taking this tournament. If I had to make an outright prediction right now, with the deck he brought, I think that's the one that does it.
What about you, Garabon?
I'm gonna go out on the limb. You're predicting Dark Siner, but I'm actually gonna say Xbom is gonna win, even though they're playing each other in the first round.
I'm doing the prediction right as we go, guys, so you can vote also. And here, Otto. You guys have 5 minutes to vote. Go spend all your juicy channel points.
Ooh, okay.
All right, so let's see what the chat thinks. Okay. Yeah, sorry, Xboom, you just got jinxed. I'm so sorry on the behalf of my co-commentators, but so let's see.
You did this.
oh, I'm getting blamed here. Okay, so let me just think here. I've had my faith in Xboom many times. Should I stick with Xboom or something else? I do like the decath kind of thing. I like if there's 4/Chargers, I'm already a sucker for it, but low-key I would like to vote for Modest, in the sense that I think it's a brave, good pick for the tournament. But I'm really scared about the Gigasald matchup if he ends up facing it. So let's see. Modest actually only faces that against the semifinals if that's there. Let's see. So Modest plays against Bazat first. And Bazat was on the Survivors. And then we have Spalding, Otto. So maybe the Magmarex. I'm.
Modest has an inside track to this finals right now.
I'm going for Modest here. I can't remember what you guys voted for. I have the brain of a goldfish because I was doing other stuff meanwhile. But yeah, Modest is gonna be my pick. I'm gonna vote it for in the chat.
So you got Modest. I've got Xbom, and Earth Power has Dark Siner.
Yeah.
All right.
I feel bad because, like I said, my favorite deck in this tournament, and I don't know if Sydelio can echo this, my favorite deck is Otto's deck. Like I said, I want to see that Survivors do well. Yeah, when it comes to just consistent deck building, though, that Fortress Burn is so strong, and I think it's set up right to do well, at least in its bracket. I think it has the inside track in the bracket at the top, so it'll be interesting to see who makes it to semis and who actually gets to sit in that winner position while everybody else battles it out for their second loss.
Yeah. All right. So just repeat your picks. I'll put it in the chat so we have a good timestamp on it. So Earth Power, your vote was for
Dark Siner.
Correct. Garabon, your vote was for
Xbom.
3000, and mine was Modest Duelist here. And something to note actually for like everybody viewing is that these competitors are really good players. So when we're looking at the strategy, it's like the cream of the crop. It's not gonna be like it's of course it comes down to piloting skills, but these guys are really good at the game. So there's not going to be as many misplays as maybe in like regular IDCs. So it's gonna be pretty spicy.
Oh, right. Like, that's how CIDC is. These guys earned their position. They earned their spot. They earned their keep to be here.
All right, guys. It's time to kick off the games. Who do we want to watch first, though? I'm thinking we should watch Modest first because of the nature of the deck. So just get the fast matchup and then move over to something else, right?
I agree.
I love it. Yeah, let's stick to the bottom half of the bracket. Let's do Modest first, and then maybe we can switch over to Otto and Spalding if they're still going.
All right, let's see if we have Mr. Bazat and Modest. I'm trying to see if they have the room. There we have. Yeah, I can, if you guys want to, you can watch the stream or I can screen share you the game. Either goes fine for me.
If you can screen share, that would be super convenient.
Sure.
Because I know Twitch ends up putting it on a delay for anything I'm trying to...
Yeah.
Anything we're talking about.
We can do that. Dump the points? Hell yeah. 1 sec. Let me just... Alright guys, you're gonna see the wonderful transition yet again, so enjoy this. And we're hopping over to the first game of CIDC 5, so let's go hype! Alrighty guys, let me just adjust the OCTG and window. Beautiful, so beautiful, as always. Let me just put the screen share on for my good lads. Oh, we have the game going on. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Let me just...
Who won the die roll here?
Let's see.
It looks like Mr. Bazat won the die roll.
Alrighty. Can you see the game?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yep.
Nice. Alrighty. There we go. Alright. First game is on. It's time to lean back and enjoy the show.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Mr. Bazat winning this die roll is
it's pretty big, yeah.
Important. Yeah.
Yeah, every time, like, against Rush, I feel like the die roll is way more important than in, like, control mirrors.
Mrs.
Yeah, no Blazos out here, yeah. I was about to say... Oh, we have an interesting choice now. Do you attack with to get the Quixotic back or not? It recognizes that you don't want to, like, offset your mana too much.
He's not under pressure to have to swing here, so I agree with him. If he doesn't have the fast the speed attacker, then you swing with sniper because it doesn't matter at that point. But if he does, yeah, you just go to 3.
Let's see if we have a Rikabu or perhaps 2 cards here. 3 cards in hand. I wouldn't honestly. I wouldn't hate. Yeah. I was about to say I don't hate volcanic arrows and just attack and bring back the quixotic.
Yeah, especially if he has a 1 to follow it up with.
Yeah.
Oh, that would actually be really good, I think. All 3.
Okay, just Rikabu.
It is the Rikabu.
So I think you. Well, this is a little iffy because the Smash Horn does trade into both the, or rather, it does kill both of them. But how much time can you give your opponent? That's a interesting point.
It doesn't matter. Like Rush is swinging here. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like even if Smash Horn can take the +1, you're already racing. So.
And I believe there's a pyro.
Yeah, I think Modest probably has a speed attacker in his hand because if he didn't, he could have just picked up the pyro with the sniper mosquito.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's signaling the pyro in hand. So now your best play is to just, I guess, kill the sniper mosquito because it gives you cards. Like it draws you cards essentially. So now, I mean, okay, the best play wouldn't be that. Like the best play would be to have something that helps with this scenario, but it's kind of tricky.
I mean, this is one of those you're playing to win, not playing to lose. So
yeah,
survivors here. If it had Bronze Arm Tribe, it might have just mana bricked itself. If it had Blazosaur, that would have been great because then you could end up playing the Q-Tronic the following turn and trying.
Another Rikabu, okay.
But you need a shield trigger. So
let's see. Do we have a trigger here? No trigger there. Yeah. Game 1 going to the FN Rush.
Triggers was the downfall here.
Yeah, this is a very tough matchup without any triggers.
Yeah, and even on
so
the.
I guess just to look at the deck list and remind everyone what triggers that Mr. Bazat can possibly have, what he's looking for. He's got 4 Terror Pits, 3 Burst Shots, 2 Holy Awe, and the 4 Soul Swaps.
Didn't see one of them.
Yeah, although noteworthy is that the Holy Awes are like decent, but they're not as good. Like from the shield as the spot removal things, and like Soul Swap is kind of a it doesn't do as much. It negates 1 attack, but if you have a bronze arm out, then it's pretty solid. But
Bazat missed his 2 again. That's unfortunate. The good news is that Hardy Captain isn't a terrible.
Taking the time Soul Swap. I think if you don't need the card in hand, so I could see you just swapping the Quixotic for the Torgon.
I actually don't necessarily agree with that. Soul Swap might be a little bit more important towards him actually trying to put together a win at the end of this game, but
depends. I think what you need is to just like you need to hit a trigger, and like I don't think you have the time to Soul Swap one of your creatures out. Because if you swap one of your creatures out, you're not trading into anything, and I think that's the issue.
I guess like if you were holding on to one of the Sky Swords or something, you could try to get that and swap out a Bronze Arm and a Sky Sword later, but I'm guessing he just doesn't have it.
Smash Horn. There was a misclick with the Soul Swap. Whoops.
Yeah, I was like, what is this?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, at least that answers that question that he probably has the other swaps if he does have swap and I sorted.
Like the thing is, you're able with the Soul Swap now. You're threatening the trade without while you're able to play a creature out.
Right. Missing his 2 again is probably. I mean, that matters so much here, and I think it's going to matter a lot here in the next 2 or 3 turns.
Sniper Mosquito is disgustingly good. Mono green beats, let's go.
Be interesting here if Modest passes, which I think is actually the correct play.
Yep.
Yeah, you can get the shield, but the Torcon will just die anyways, so you can kind of assume the Torcon's only taking 1 shield to begin with. So
it's kind of best case scenario versus worst case scenario, right? If you swing into a Terror Pit or a burst shot, like you're just losing then. So versus waiting a turn and trying to mount something, since that Smash Horn is just going to take the trade anyways, and Bazat has honestly nothing to do.
Yeah, Like
Super
the
unfortunate.
highest upside is that you hit the Holio, but that's about it.
Right.
Yeah. Risk reward. It's just there's not enough reward.
If it was a bronze arm on the opposing side, then you might be inclined to do that if your opponent wants to Sky Sword into mana and then Soul Swap. Because then your opponent can't trade into the Torgon, but a lot of pressure
like
coming
Pyrofighter.
down. Let's go. So leading with the Sniper Mosquito to draw a card. Very good. Then you wanna go with the Pyro here. Because if there's a Terror Pit, you want it to hit something else than the Pyro. I disagree with the swing, but it's a small thing.
Yeah.
There's the Terror Pit.
Imagine if that was the one shield before. My god. My god.
Yeah. So this last shield has to be Holy All, and Bazat has to set up Gargantuan this turn, or set up for Gargantuan. Over
Just
the
Sky
next
Sword
turn.
is good here as well, because you can kill 2 creatures here, and then you have 2 shields.
Yeah.
But it's still... We'll have to see.
Bazat still needs
Also,
a trigger.
You also have Galliazol for a blocker.
True,
Yeah.
yeah. But that doesn't, because both of the Smashhorn currently negate 1 shield, whether they're blockers or attackers, so...
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sydelio is right. Sky Sword's his best play here, if he hasn't. Back is 100% up against the wall, though. He needs Sky Sword here.
Yeah,
He needs
yeah.
Gargantua and another creature over the course of the next 2 turns.
There's
It's
also
an uphill battle.
a very minuscule thing that could be... Can you do double attack and swap the Galliazol? I mean, if you just get the Gallia, it's still +1 shield. Let me think. If you just play that, you attack twice. Yeah, that's enough as well. Depends, of course, if there's a Comet Missile in hand, but just playing out the blocker is also good here.
The hand should be the Hardy Captain Polygon and the Pyrofighter.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have either, so this is just banking on a trigger.
Yeah.
So,
Very unfortunate.
Yeah.
here we go.
But also something to notice, even if he were to win this specific match, still playing versus on the play FN Rush for the 3rd game is against your
It's
odds.
tough.
Yeah, things aren't looking good for Bazat here. So, like I said, Modest has the track. It's just what he wants to set up here. Attack order could matter very much here too. Hopefully Modest doesn't get 2 in his head. There it is. Good.
Playing around burst shot.
All right.
And it doesn't matter.
GG's.
That's it.
GG's.
All right, let me adjust. While we're doing that, feel free to choose what match you want to watch next.
Yeah, so that was the quick game. What do we want to see next? Do we want to keep watching Survivors? Do we want to see the Hydro Hurricane mirror?
Ooh,
Yeah,
actually,
give us 30 seconds. Let us know what you want to see. We'll pick one.
guys, so we have Xbom versus Dark Siner. So we have Marino deck out versus Fortress Burn. Then we have the Gigatsalt mirror, and then we have Spalding Otto, which is the Magma Rex version versus Survivors. Deck out last, yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, that makes sense. We could
Let's
go
do
to
C.
the Survivor game.
I was thinking we can next round we can watch the Gigatsalt match. So because we're bound to have one as a winner, so let's go Spalding Otto for the next game.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Let's join.
Yeah.
Spalding Otto. Loading into the game.
Let's see. Which game is this gonna be?
Okay.
Probably game
Oh
one.
my god, it's such a bloated board state, what the hell?
Wow.
Good lord, oh let me get you guys in.
Okay.
Holy moly.
Let's find out what the score is.
Alright guys, Oh, we just had the game end. 1-0 for Otto
Okay, so
currently.
it's... Yep. Nice. We get to see the game from the beginning. Very convenient. So it looked like that game ended with a pretty massive field for Otto.
Are you sharing your screen, Sydelio?
Yeah, it's because of the OCTG and always cuts it out. Like, when you open a new window, it's a new separate client, so... Let me just...
Yeah, I just have my own OCTGN open.
That's fair.
There we go.
I guess I'll do that after this. I just like making Sydelio work.
This is like... The turns are playing very quickly.
Yeah.
These players are ready for the chess timer. You have 3 minutes to make decisions. Let's go. Oh, Soul Swap the Mistrias out. That's a good punch.
Okay. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, you don't want that Mistrias to get going.
Still, just like Slam 4 boss is pretty strong here. Or Factory Shell, for that matter.
That's very good.
So now we have these interesting decisions. Do you want to go for the 4 boss, or do you want to go for a Graveworm, or do you want to go for just like a spammable creature? Because all of those options are valid.
Does Otto have survivors in his graveyard right now?
Nothing in the graveyard.
Probably, I think in the initial setup, at least in this matchup right now, you're probably just going to end up wanting to go for another Factory Shell. But I could see a case made if he has a decently sized graveyard right now.
Graveworm, so I can get behind that.
You said this match is already 1-0 in someone's favor?
Yeah, Otto is
Otto
1-0.
first game.
Wow.
And he's off to a pretty good start, I would say, in this game. Factory Shell is definitely a problem that you really want to get rid of right here.
How many Miraculous Snares did Spalding have? He had cuts, maybe.
1?
Yeah, Spalding's playing...
1.
Yeah, Spalding's just got the 1 snare, so...
Yeah, so like we know that the removal of swords is going to be either a soul swap or something else. Like it's not gonna be like any kill spell.
The Graveworm comes down. We're gonna get the Search for Factory, and then we're gonna get a Blazosaur.
This is what we talk.
Very strong position.
Like this is what we talk of when we talk about the control killers. Like, how do you beat a control deck? Like, control decks work on the axis of turning like virtual card advantage and card advantage into your win. Like, you're playing heavier spells and creatures that give you more value. Like, for example, Burst Shot and like these smash removal spells are 1 for X kind of trades. Yeah. So when you're
Spalding's got one hope here. If he's got Lost Soul in his hand, this could be this could hit really hard next turn.
Yeah.
But even then,
it's
yeah.
Soul, like you have Graveworm on the field, so many top decks just bring him right back to the same position.
I know.
But still, best out.
Yeah. Back up against the wall, though. It's his best play right now. So see if he's got it. Yeah.
There we go. And now we have a very, very faithful top deck. But even then, still, like, Otto has time here, though.
Oh.
Yeah,
that was a pass. Okay.
Like, think,
you got a chance.
Yeah, like, think of it this way. What does Spalding have to draw now to deal with the situation? You need to remove the whole board, right? And if you're...
And I mean, that's Fortress's biggest hurdle, right? It has no mass removal. Like, you're playing 1 for 1. The minute you're behind on board with Fortress, like, things aren't gonna go great for you.
Yeah.
So you've got to start dealing with his mana, which Otto has a ton of right now. So even if he had Fortress, there's still plenty of things that Otto could top deck just to get him right back into the game. And Spalding in the top deck too. Like, just the fact that he's behind on board, and Factory Shell and Graveworm are both there, it's not looking good. So. Plague is good. Plague is good if he.
Yeah, that is true.
There it is.
So you're opting to give the additional value, like I understand, because Blazosaur you just replay it or sack it, it's fine, but now you just take Grave Worm to hand, right? And then what are the mana cards?
Probably Holy All and
Yeah.
Lost Soul.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would make the most sense.
Giving back the Lost Soul, though, is... I don't like it that much, because what that kind of causes is then you can't really play reactive, like you can't play Energy Stream and just hold on to your cards because you know that the Lost Soul is coming. So I would probably go for like Holio and Sky Sword if you're... because like shields don't matter, right?
Yeah,
Right,
I think, you're
while.
definitely you're on the right track there. Interesting.
Might have another plague, or like recognizes that giving Mistrias is... Okay, Blazosaur, that's really interesting.
Yeah, that was... He's just trying... I think he was just trying to take him off with dark mana, but... Or fire. But either way, you just pull it back to your hand if you need it. So.
Yeah, and Blazosaur in hand isn't that bad, because then you can hold on to the cards in your hand and then go Grave Worm and Blazosaur, and then you have everything again.
Yeah, Otto's got Grave Worm loop now. Even if you kill it on board, you have to kill it in hand too. So
yeah,
Spalding is Spalding needs a lot of things to go right here. He needs Fortress.
Interestingly enough, this the Survivor-esque Grave Worm loop, where you have a threat on board and threat in hand you need to answer, is very alike to aggro strats. Like when I've talked with people and talked about Fire, Water, Nature aggro and how you should approach it against controls, is if you have a play where you can play a static threat and a Pyro Fighter, you always take that path, because your opponent gets the most value out of wiping your whole board or wiping your whole hand, depending on what you do, and having that split aggression. For example, in this scenario, that if you keep one in hand and one on the board, unless it's like Soul Swap or a Miraculous Snare, you're not gonna deal with it, so...
Yeah.
Fortress.
Yeah, Spalding says risky to the double Grave Worm play here, but without any mass removal, like getting rid of 2 Grave Worms in the same turn is going to be very difficult.
Yeah. And you still have the Factory in hand, right? Or because you return it with
Right. So like it's there's hardly any risk thing at all, other than just the fact that he would have been maybe off the mana. But...
Yeah. And still, the mass removal you're dodging is Miraculous Plague. If you have Grey Worms out, what does it matter if it's like... Could also be just psychological
Otto's
warfare.
Got an inside track for this game right now, so we'll see. We'll get to watch kind of survivors flex out here. Spalding's top decking and needs a lot of things to go right over the course of the next 2 or 3 turns.
Yeah, I think he needs things to go right from the top of the deck and in the shields.
Say that again?
He needs things to go right from the top of his deck, and I think he's gonna probably need good shields.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's I'm so bad at giving percentages on where somebody should be in a certain game, but I'd venture to say Spalding's losing a ton of percentage points with every draw.
And Bronze Arm doesn't do very much to help.
That's a tough one. That's not what you want to see. So, yeah, I think Spalding's just arms crossed right now and hoping just something miraculous happens out of his shields here in a few minutes.
Now the question is, are we gonna see an extension for Gargantua already? Like you could have fetched Blazosaur. I mean, he had Blazosaur in hand, I think.
Yeah,
oh, but no 2 red mana. Yeah.
Yeah, this last turn is now set up for Gargantua, and then where it's coming down next turn.
The interesting point here is that I don't think you fetch up Gargantua straight to your hand. I think you find a bait here, because it's not as good of a discard target.
Yeah, that's fair. If he has another smash,
with the 2 Grave Worms, though, I don't think it matters that much.
Yeah. It's just whether or not he wants to do it next turn or the turn after.
No, but you can still do it next turn. Like you play the bait and evolve it outright.
Yeah, for sure. I think he might be out of Smash Horns though at this point, and Blastoise.
Could be, yeah. Spalding's draw, is it? I mean, Julio delays it by 1 turn, but I don't know, Chief. Actually, maybe the best thing would be, unless Otto found a red card, like burn the red mana is actually maybe your best out.
Yeah.
GG decides to scoop it up.
He's not
All
even
right.
gonna let us watch it.
Oh, but he drew soul swap. He can swap and get the fire mana. Bro,
Yeah.
that's so...
Yeah, he could have just swapped out his fireman and made him have it.
Yeah, but even if you did that, like that's still what 8 creatures on the board.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's still tough, but I wanted to see the Gargantua play. Oh well.
All right, so
Auto takes.
Otto
Wow,
2-0.
I love seeing survivors pop off like that.
2-0 for Otto. Let us move over to Xbom Dark Siner. Guys who are competing or actually watching, or you guys if you can keep an eye out, let me know if the CVH Claude match concludes in a way and I'll update the scores.
I'm gonna just go ahead and open up Octagon. Just do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dark Siner is up 1-0, which is looking very good for Earth Power for your prediction.
Heyo.
My prediction is in the clear. Let's go. Believe in the FN rush. All right, let's see. Let's change the OCTGN here. There we go. And you should see. So it is currently 1-0 for Dark Siner, correct. Oh yeah, you're playing against Modest, right, Otto? Oh no. Good luck. It might not be easy, but
bracket for a rush.
Yeah. I did take it into factor in my considerations, because when you end up in a semi-final already, if it goes per like average outcomes, then I think you're in a good track. Did we see a Slash Charger being played as ramp? Oh, Crayon Clamp. Xbom to 0 cards.
Yep.
That is a very big clamp.
Yeah.
Now, but do note, there are so many Marinomancers in Xbom's list. Like, Xbom does have these. Well, that's not one of them, but hey, it's a card.
Xbom definitely has the draw power in this deck to get back into it at any point. But being at 0 early is not always a great feeling.
Yeah, and right now he's going to opt to go up to 7
Dark
mana.
Siner has to get ahead now.
I would actually like if Dark Siner had Ice Vapor or something, that could be a pretty solid thing.
Yeah.
Although, like, the comeback cards are creatures, but still... Oof. Okay, that is disgusting, though. Like, you ramp and you prepare a Soul Swap target and you draw cards.
Yep.
And now, if we see, like, Laura Giga or whatever...
We call this in the tournament world Advantage Dark Siner.
Yes.
Foul. That was a good card to get him back into.
Do we have anything there? Clamp?
Yeah.
It's not bad.
It's not bad, but it's not. It's not good. It's not great. It's
gonna force Dark Siner to potentially overplay this turn, but I don't see that happening.
No. And something to note here is also that when we think of Hydro Hurricane, currently the board state is kind of past the point of, like, well, not no return yet, but still, like, if you draw a Hydro Hurricane, you can't play it ever again, because you're gonna be hit by plagues or something, and if you play the Hydro Hurricane to return 2 cards to your opponent just says, hey, I drew 2 cards, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah. It also doesn't help that Xbom, I think, only has the one of, right?
Soul Swap for Fortress, it seems.
There it is.
Are we gonna see another Soul Swap, perhaps? And now you just burn the Darkness mana, I guess. Plague and Photoside?
Maybe...
Probably Slash Charger, because it's the spell off of Belix, but yeah.
Yeah, I guess. How many fouls did he run? Was it 1 foul?
He's running 2 foul, so it's still something.
Yeah.
That's
double Soul Swap Fortress play is pretty devastating.
And
Only yellow mana. Only 3 mana.
I think, although I think Xbom will valiantly fight until the end, but this is... let's just put it in a way that every single card that Dark Siner... Oh my god, and the Belix, that's disgusting.
That's
Oh.
tough.
Okay, Xboom needs dark mana so he can clamp this.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh my god, they got there.
Oh, he needed that so
Oh,
bad.
that's... Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, it's still not great though, because the top decks do favor Dark Siner.
Yeah.
I guess you just hope for
Especially
like
with
Bronze Arm
Mandarin.
Tribe, like just Bronze Arm Tribe or whatever.
Yeah, Xboom being at 4 mana here is tough because so much of his deck runs off of that 5-drop. So
Is it the
whatever
snare?
he draws
Oh
this
no.
turn, plus he needs water
Oh.
mana still. It's a good draw from.
Yeah.
Dark Siner.
Now,
What do you take here? Do you just like take another plague? Do you take an energy stream?
personally, I like
honestly
Energy
think
Stream.
you grab Stream.
Yeah.
I like Stream a lot here.
Yeah.
Because now it's honestly like Xboom is gonna be playing 1 card turn maximum, and it's not gonna be anything too disruptive because the clamp is gone, so you know it's like maybe go Corpse Charger. Okay, that's nice too. Yeah. Do you have a foul?
Yeah, Corpse
Yeah,
Charger
you have
gets
a foul.
back
Yeah, yeah.
foul. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
foul
then,
just works as a logic cube as well. So
Yeah, so he gets to flex around a little bit.
Yep.
And he gets some mana out of it.
I can Xboom top deck like a
Ghost Touch.
Gigabalza?
Ghost Touch,
Ghost
Gigabuzz.
Touch, yeah.
I think Xboom
Oh,
wants
Marino,
Oh,
too
yeah.
late, too late.
Has to unlock that blue mana first.
Yeah, but he does have it now. So if there's no mana burn this turn, Xboom just needs to top deck either Mancer or
But
Or,
yeah, I think we're gonna see Fall for Soul Swap probably.
Yeah.
yeah.
Probably get back Soul Swap, burn the dark and the water mana.
Yep.
It's looking like a pretty clean win for Dark Siner this game. Xboom really needs to draw something incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. This match could still end up taking another dozen turns to get to the end, but Dark Siner is very far ahead.
Yeah.
Thrash Crawler.
Low-key, Dark Siner just has to like brick for 3 turns. Xboom just has to hit the mana colors and then play a Marinomancer or something.
Yeah.
Oh, is this gonna be Plague? Oh, that's really hard.
Painful. No. Oh no.
That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, that does not feel good, Chief. Oh no.
2 mana, and then
Oh,
here comes
I respect this.
Yeah.
Gigabalza. Okay, I mean it's only 1,000 power though. It's not gonna stop Fortress Shell and
No.
Fall.
Well, it's not going to stop anything with Xboom at 2 mana is the idea here. That's
Right,
why,
yeah.
like Sydelio said, he respects it. Yeah, it's just it's time to go in unless you just want to keep prolonging things.
Yeah.
But Xboom's way too far behind, and there's no 3-drop that'll get him back into this unless he somehow found Snare and a blue mana, which we know he doesn't have one or the other.
And at this point, like even a Bronze Arm is actually a pretty good top deck for Dark Siner because it's a body, and like
anything.
There's a lot of good top
probably
decks here.
Stream because he tapped in that way. Yeah, it was Stream.
Oh,
Dark Siner is top decking so well.
that he's still got 5 mana to play with.
In defense of like the probabilities, the deck is one of the best because it's such a greedy list. It top decks well. It top decks really well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when you have that
It
much
plays
mana.
from ahead really well too. It should be the other note.
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Very hard for this deck to fall behind once it's ahead.
Yeah.
Now, usually when I'm up against a Fortress Shell deck and they're sitting like this, waiting to think of their move for a while, they could have like a Fall Liga to get stuff back. They could have Soul Swaps. Like everything is online. Graveyard, Mana Zone deck. There's so many ways to search and find what you need.
So
But
Dark
he's not gonna
Siner,
play anything.
I think it has to be a combination of like Holio and Plague or something, or another fortress, because I don't see myself not playing
Yeah, Holiol's already in his
mana.
graveyard.
Yeah,
So,
sorry.
the only thing I can
it's
think
just a
of is like maybe it's like the fighter duel thing and like a surfer or something, or a terror pit, but either way, all good things.
3 mana slash.
Maybe slashes himself to see if he has a trigger. No, goes for the Dark Siner deck.
You slash yourself to decide if you need to scoop up your cards earlier or not.
Honestly, I think you don't slash anything away because there's the slash already. I guess you could take Belix out, something like that, but like if you take a spell out, then Faliga is just stronger. I guess that makes top decks a little worse, so that's good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Transma triggers and only spells left go, Otto saying. Oh, that would be so
Oh,
good.
he has the Belix. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Belix is a way to survive.
You gotta imagine with Dark Siner with 3 cards in hand, probably can deal with this Belix somehow.
Yeah, I think the Belix is about to say bye-bye and...
Yeah, he's got
Or, like-
surfer, terror pit in hand. It's almost
Yeah.
guaranteed.
And even if he doesn't have removal for it, he's got like mana removal or like something that just makes his build or his board even stronger.
Right.
Yeah, Lost Soul might be the only brick, but any creature's good here. There's like 4 cards Dark Siner could have that just wouldn't be worth playing this turn, and half of them are already in his graveyard.
Always interesting to see like the first round because it shapes up so much. Like when you see that okay, who fall to the losers bracket or stuff like that, it's always interesting. Ooh, Logic Cube, that's nasty.
Grabbing Logic Cube without playing mana, which tells me he's got hopefully a 5 in his hand still. But
okay, Spiral Gate, so he's just gonna go bounce and attack.
yeah.
Will he play anything else? No.
Which is interesting if he
Oh, Holio, let's go!
yeah.
Although it's not
interesting to
great.
think about last turn too, if he had that Logic Cube and instead of playing it on 5, waited this turn just to see what his play or grab would have needed to be, which I think is super cute.
So Xbom would need to have Laura Giga and a blocker now, like.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah, Xboom's calling it.
Calling
it's game.
GG.
Yep.
There's just not enough mana to do anything.
Yeah. Alrighty.
GG, okay, so
Wow.
Do we still have the
Chris Howard's
CVH
looking good
game?
on your pick'ems.
I know. I'm 2-0 right now. You just got to see if, or you're 2-0. Or no, you're 1-1. Good lord.
I'm 1-1.
Xboom. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
So,
How did the CVH match conclude?
let's see.
Oh, it
It
looks like
looks
they're still
like the
going.
CVH match did conclude. No, it's
Wait,
still live.
Ah, so Dark Siner Xboom was 2-0 for Dark Siner, right?
Yep.
Correct.
Yeah, I'll just put it to the bracket.
Is it gonna be all 2-0s? No, this has to be game 3, right?
I mean, it's been 44 minutes for them, so I think it should. Blame the Garabon curse.
No, Xboom, I'm sorry. Oh no. Garabon Games outtakes when it's on my laptop and I have to get the files off of there and then re-edit it on my desktop. So eventually, but it will take a while.
Garabon Games 2, though. Damn.
Maybe.
If all of you viewers, if some of you haven't watched the Garabon Games, go and indulge yourself in all that content. And also the Duel Masters Historic, like that was my absolute favorite content I watched in like a long time. It was so good.
It was very fun to make.
All right, let's see. OCTG and client, and there we go. Is this 1-1?
I
Question
don't know
mark.
what game this is. Yeah, but I know Claude just played Hydra Hurricane. CVH has 1,000,000 cards in his hand, and he's just playing the comeback game right now.
Are we gonna see another Hydro? Usually the play patterns kind of go like that. You Hydro once, and then you do another one, and then it's GG.
Yeah.
Oh, Plague, okay.
Right now on a Plague. Yeah, it looks like he's taking advantage of just being ahead on mana right now.
And the Ice Vapor too, like, it's harder to deal with stuff.
And you just don't have the mana to do anything.
Xbom, that's a hilarious way to put it.
Did we find out what the match count is?
They haven't yet replied, but I would assume it's 1-1.
They're probably thinking too hard to be reading the chat.
Yeah. Now the time for all the jokers in chat to say that they're betting for Gigazard Hydro to win. Meets another survivors. Yep.
We do know one of them will. Which one?
Okay, so 4 cards in hand, all the mana in the world.
Yeah, so we talked about it with the last matchup, right? That Fortress Burn playing from ahead is probably the easiest deck to continue to stay ahead with. I think Lightwater Dark can fall into that category similarly, but not as much. I could see some hand destruction here if Claude lets off the gas even for a turn. CVH finds his more Gigabalza or Cranium Clamp. I could see CVH being able to climb back into this with a well-timed Mysterios.
Yeah. Just the Cranium Clamp alone, I feel like it's
okay, it's over. It's over.
Yeah,
That's a Belix for Hydro.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Claude doesn't really have anything to start attacking with, though, which is the tough part here.
Something Glenavuele. Something like that. I mean,
where's the Diamond Cutter?
Yeah. But it's like, okay, now you're just chilling in this position where you have like at minimum 3 turns before your opponent does anything. Okay,
So
match count 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess, like, I mean, CVH has no mana, and he does have less cards in the deck. So theoretically, Claude, like, he doesn't need attackers. He can just sit there and keep CVH on no mana.
Yeah. Also, Ice Vapor is so good against, like, when you're hitting your opponent, because if they get the removal spell, it's much harder to justify using it. Let's see what happens. Okay, that's not a good draw. Like, at this stage, you don't care about Laura Giga at all. Aside from Mistrias, of course. Snare. Okay, Giga Buzz out.
Doesn't get rid of the blocker, so he still can't attack. I feel like Claude is really just not setting himself up to attack at all.
Probably just prolonging the game until he finds Mistrias, and then like snowballs from there.
Yeah.
I feel like
Claude also only has 10 cards in his deck, though.
Yeah.
CVH has...
Oh, damn.
I think he's just playing for
CVH
deck
has 9.
Ah,
so...
okay, yeah, ahead, yeah.
Because if you just keep summoning blockers, how can CVH like play the mana and get all the creatures out to end the game in time? I don't think he can.
I think it would need exactly some Hail Mary Holio and then.
Yeah.
So I think that
Claude's ahead by a card, so this game will end by deck out, almost guaranteed. But CVH needs to find a way to get Claude to draw a card, and I just don't think that's going to happen.
Also, a pretty heads-up play with the Giga Balsa snare, because that kind of signals that Claude is signaling that, okay, I'm playing for deck out. What do I not want my opponent to have? Attacking creatures and mana. And heads up play. Who would have thought? These guys are pretty good. I was about to ask whose turn is it and who's thinking here.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
Claude's
tempo
turn.
spiral gate.
Yeah, just doing everything to just barely slow CVH down just a little bit longer.
Yeah, every single removal spell and stuff like that, or every other, like every single mana spent. Like if you're using Spiral Gate to negate the 3-drop that can evolve into an attacker, all the power to you. Terror Pit out though.
Mm.
Raz, I believe this is the second game, so we're in for a long treat.
Yeah. Well, I still don't know who won the first game.
Yeah, same. Oh yeah, we could. Yeah, we could be seeing a 2-0.
Another Gigabalza.
I mean, blocker doesn't really do anything because the Holy O is the only thing that gets you through. And CVH probably has one in hand with the 12 cards though. So you just play as many attackers as you can, and then you hope to just Holy O, I guess.
Yeah, you just gotta have your top decks be slightly better than
Right.
Claude.
Claude. Yeah.
Hydro Hurricane decks don't typically have that many attackers though.
And
And you're sitting at 6 cards in deck with only 2 attackers. You're gonna need at least 7.
Marose could attack, I'm just saying. Claude have HHs left. There's 2 in the grave, so maybe 1 in the shields, or... Yeah, deck out by 1, Mario. Claude is at 7 and CVH is at 6. Faliga would be pretty good for CVH. Oh,
Wait.
speaking of which, 1 into the mana, 1 onto the field.
Okay.
Oh.
Huh. Interesting.
Curious.
Yeah, I wonder what the game plan is. Never mind. Yeah, that's just the best deck.
Yeah, that's
okay. GG.
Yeah, we see the GG being thrown.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, it looks like we are going into a third game.
All right.
Going into game 3. All right.
Guys, you take the wheel. I'm gonna grab myself a snack. I'll be back in just 1 moment.
Yeah,
Good,
get some
sounds
popcorn
good.
for the rest of us. All right. Yeah,
Could be
no,
in for
it's
a long one.
like this mirror is so dependent on being ahead, right? So
Right.
who can get their Hydra off first? Who can potentially Lost Soul the opponent first, or just have the better, well-timed Lost Soul?
Yeah.
And then Mystrios is probably the most important card in this matchup. So
Yeah, if you can
getting
get
it out first,
Mystrios-
having it stick are the main sticking points, I guess, pun intended. So
Yeah.
and an energy stream out of CVH early is good. So see where this goes. It's so hard to call these matchups because it really doesn't matter what they play early. It matters who has missed first, and it matters who has discard first.
Yeah.
Let me go back to see CVH's list.
Yeah, they're very, very similar lists.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got 4 mana.
CVH's strongest
hard
play
to
here is just the clamp or the loco, and I mean those are his only 4 drops, so needs to see one of them here.
Yeah, I was gonna say like energy stream is not bad either because
No.
like clamp it doesn't really feel that strong when they've got 4 in their hand already.
Yeah. Claude snipes a snare out of his hand. We'll see if CVH has the Mystrios. Sniping the snare could be relevant here. If CVH plays Mystrios, he would actually want to snare Claude's Mystrios if he plays it in tandem with his. So that could be incredibly relevant here in the next 2 turns.
Yeah, that would be actually pretty interesting to see if they both can stick a Mystrios early. But whoever sticks the first one is going to be in a much better position.
Yeah. Well, especially being ahead in mana too. Like CVH being on the
Yep.
draw for game 3 here is it's a lot of advantage. See if he has it though. 6 cards in hand. I'd be surprised if he doesn't. If he doesn't, he's thinking about this mana choice heavily. So he doesn't have it. Ow, that's tough.
Okay. Discarded the Gigazald, which could actually have been a problem on turn 5.
Yeah. Oh, he has a
Oh,
second
but there was
one,
another
so-
one.
Yeah, so he's going after CVH. So this is a discard battle now.
Pretty strong.
Yeah, very
Well,
strong.
Discarded a Gigazald and a Hydro.
Yeah,
Neither
those
of
energy
which feel
streams.
that relevant yet.
No, not relevant yet. That good
Okay.
Terra Pit and
I
bouncing.
like that
yeah.
a lot.
Yeah, so it's just who can top deck better here. If Claude has a mist he can jam out, then advantage is Claude. Otherwise, this is just who can top deck better. Dang, Claude's
That's
got this
very
stuff.
good.
Yeah. Good grief.
3 mana, and we've got the snare. That is really what CVH wanted to see there.
Yeah, what a chess match right now.
3. Okay, so kind of top decking without that much threat on the board. CVH has 2 in hand, and the Ice Vapor is going to be pretty powerful.
Ice Vapor's strong. It's really going to come down to who can find Mysterios first, though.
Yeah, Gigazald is quite good off the top, I would say.
Yeah, that's 2 Hydro Hurricanes discarded, though. CVH is going to need Foul to be able to chain some stuff together here late.
Still got the Ice Vapor going, so that will make Claude's top decks not quite as good.
Yeah.
I think he really wants to get rid of this Gigazald, or... Okay,
Yeah,
he's
he
just gonna summon the Gigabalsa.
Yeah,
guess
you want
it-
the Chimera on board. If he
Yeah.
top decks Gigazald, he doesn't want to have to deal with it, and he can't hold on to anything. So
Yeah, it would be either play it or charge it, and I
right.
guess when you're sitting at that much mana, you don't really have a reason to just charge it. He could have gone up to 7, which
Yeah,
would
but
put Plague on board, and
not as strong
Yeah,
right
just
now. Though.
Plague.
Gigazald is what he needs to find here, or is what he wants to find. That's what the balls is there for. But again, this
Yep.
is coming down to who can find Mist first.
Energy Stream.
Yeah, Claude's gonna be able to discard one of them randomly, but that'll give CVH at least 2 options next turn to play with mana potentially.
Yeah, there could be another like Gigabalsa that comes down though. Hydro gets charged. We have 7 mana.
Yeah, Claude might just be trying to open himself up to 7 at this point and keeping multiple mana choices alive just in case things start getting bounced. What could he be holding? Yeah, this is tricky.
Snare.
All right, so yeah, he is gonna have to. Doesn't have to discard anything because he has nothing to discard. But he does
Yeah,
have to
I
drop
think
the
it's
mana,
definitely
which
worth
is
it.
what the Hydra was charged for.
Yeah, I think in that situation, you do really want to make sure you get rid of that Ice Vapor. It just makes your future plays so much easier.
Yeah. And there wasn't a ton of penalty for getting rid of it there either, just the -1 on mana. Again, who's gonna find Mist? CVH hasn't seen any of his yet. Claude's just seen one.
Kind of been a long time to only see one of those Mysterias.
Claude's gone through 15 cards of his deck. CVH has gone through almost 20.
Yeah. Okay, we see...
Oh, wow.
Oh, interesting.
CVH
And a
said, "All right,
trade.
let's just play top deck." Yeah.
I mean, he's got one more card in his hand, so he is at the advantage in this situation. I like that. And it also, like, protects that other card in his hand, so he doesn't have to worry
Yeah.
about it getting discarded.
This is so 50-50 right here. It's a commentator's worst nightmare.
Every little thing is just like small advantages, but there's the Mist Riaz.
There's the mist. It Claude hold removal. Sure did.
Okay.
See, just when you thought. CVH have another one? Nope, no play. All right.
So somebody in the chat wanted to show a deck card counts. Right now, CVH has 17 cards in his deck, and Claude has 21.
Yeah.
So now 16.
Yeah, and Claude just got Mystrios plus Lyra Giga, draws him a card, and he's got Mist
That's
online. CVH needs removal now. Which he has. Yeah, so that's both of CVH's Terror Pits now gone.
This has been such like a tit for tat game. Like one thing comes down, and then just like one for one. Nobody's really able to get going.
Petrova down for Claude. Felix gets back Energy Stream. Yeah, I like it.
Good time to get it.
Still, all of that basically just to refresh his hand.
And the Mist Riaz
All
into
right.
La'ura. Like we saw that from Claude, and now we see it from CVH.
Yeah, can Claude deal with it in kind?
He's got 3 cards in hand to do it.
Yeah, there's a
That's
snare.
3. Yep. Yeah, the Mist Riaz, they are just not sticking around for very long.
Oh, it was Energy Stream. It wasn't snare. All right. So Claude.
I take back what I said.
Yeah. So.
And he doesn't have
Claude-
any more blue mana, so even if he draws the other snare, it's not able to be played this turn.
Yeah.
There's
There's
not
no.
enough mana left for Terror Pit.
Yeah, there's no removal. He would have to play a creature here if he wants to, and Mist will draw him a card, even if it is like a Gigabalza. Gigabalza 1-for-1s here, but or it's just a net positive or a net 0. So. Be interesting to see if he does play it just to try to set up for Gigaball or Gigazald. Too many gigas. You're saying the word giga a little too much in this matchup.
Giga Slug, Giga Balls, a Gigazald.
It's a tongue twister if I've ever commentated one.
Alright guys, I am back, but I'm gonna be eating some delicious sausage soup here, so please carry on with the casting. I'll be crunching and munching away.
Oh yeah.
Right, go for it.
Yeah, you haven't missed much.
Okay.
You basically missed the chess match of CVH trying to stick a mist, Claude having an answer, Claude's trying to stick a mist, CVH having an answer, Gigazalds ended up bouncing against each other at one point.
Oh my god.
Claude just played Energy Stream, and now he's deep in the tank on what to do with 4 mana. So.
Alright, so
Plays
CVH is...
Pala and lets CVH draw a card.
Yep.
So CVH is losing the deck out battle, but
Yeah, he's losing the deck count battle by 3 cards right now. But a lot of Hydro Hurricanes have been discarded and already used. So
okay, yeah.
We're gonna see 4.
yeah, Gigaballs is good.
Gigabalza. Another Energy Stream going away. 3 mana left.
Yeah, you need to be able to deal with Claude's water mana now, at least very soon. Claude could get quite a bit of advantage in this deck out race if he does see his Hydro before CVH sees his last one or a foul. So that's the chess match. They spent literally so many turns drawing and discarding to get to this point. Both decks are on a clock here, and unfortunately for CVH, his is very behind.
Oh, he picks up the Plague.
Yeah. Plague is good here. Could bounce the 2 heavier blockers and start taking Claude off of mana, but like I said, it's hard to find advantage here when you don't have a deck that can really put up a lot of strong attackers. You know, this deck relies on Petrova to make their things big and swing. Petrova unfortunately beefs up the other side of the board as well. So, and in the mirror, that's not necessarily a good thing.
Cancels it out a little bit.
Something I want to highlight is like the lack of Ghastly Drains in all of these lists. Usually that's a card that's really good in like control heavy environments, because you don't advance the deck out. Like you don't have to lower your deck count, and rather when you go into these scenarios after Sky Swords and stuff like that, you can just use it as like 3 mana draw 4 or stuff like that.
Yeah, Claude's playing the deck out line again. He knows that that's probably his win here, and he has advantage in it. So I don't fault him for playing this line, but
It's
CVH
really
needs
interesting,
to have some good timing here. Gigazald has to have Gigazald next turn.
I think it's very difficult for these decks to just like end the game against each other because there's not much they can attack, and then there's a lot of blockers. So you're kind of waiting for the Hydro Hurricanes, but as we've seen, most of them are kind of gone already.
Yeah.
And you don't have that many turns left to win the game.
Yeah, exactly. Like they spent the middle almost 10 turns there fighting each other. So all right. Yeah, Claude needs to be careful with the mist here. He's ahead by 4 cards to CVH, so he can still draw quite a bit. But if CVH has Gigazald here, I think that is the play.
Okay, yep. We do see Gigazald.
Claude said no. You want to draw? No.
Yeah, you can draw, but then you just get discarded.
No, thank you.
And that brings you closer to the deck out in that sense.
Yeah. Yeah, CVH
I think he's going to want to draw his cards when it's on his turn and he gets a chance to play them.
Yeah, CVH needs 2 or 3 more attackers here in a well-timed Holy All, but like Sydelio said, no Ghastly Drain here makes for a tough matchup here. Ghastly Drain would be pretty good in this matchup right now. That's what we call being deep in the tank, boys.
Tap 2 mana? Spiral Gate?
Spiral Gate even worth the play here?
Might be Belix for Hydro as well.
Could be.
Yeah. Lack of blue mana's a little tough, but yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
The Spiral Gate, it still slows down CVH quite a bit if you bounce the Gigazald because he can't replay it in 1 turn.
Yeah, he would have to play it on the Gigabalza, but even still.
And it keeps, like, every turn that passes, it's getting harder and harder for CVH to find the end of the game. He only has 7 cards left in his deck.
And he's got to get through 6 shields.
6 shields and 3 blockers. All while Claude is going to be drawing cards on his turn. He's got Miss Riaz on board, so he can draw more cards if he needs to.
Yeah. Yeah, Claude's got a 4-card advantage over him right now. Those energy streams are starting to feel really bad from the start of this match.
Yeah.
This is tough.
He's got to find something. I don't know what he's going to find. 8 cards is a lot of cards to have in your hand, but you don't have that much mana, it doesn't matter.
8 cards, one might argue, is too many cards in your hand when you only have 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone check the rulebook. Can you just put cards from your hand back in your deck if you don't want them?
That would actually change the dynamic of this matchup so much.
Let's start making up rules while we wait for these guys to make a play.
I want to highlight that I used to play Ryudmila in my deck out list, so you don't have to amp up and dilute the card count, but rather you can just do like Decloas loops with it. But naturally there's no Decloas here, but still.
That's a gimmicky card.
So Gigazalt comes down, but it's still... Mana is the issue now, like you can't deploy that many threats, so you need to do it turn by turn, and still Claude can kind of draw a card here and there if he wants to. Because he's still quite a lot ahead, like CVH 7 and 11 for Claude, so if Claude absolutely needs to draw a card, I guess he could. Naturally the Gigasalt like denies that card, but still an interesting point.
So we do see the Ice Vapor. Kind of makes it so CVH can't cast any spells because he's not really in a position where he can afford to lose mana. Because he really needs to start playing things.
Yeah. CVH's back is completely against the wall right now. He needs to be able to play at least 2 attackers this turn, which I don't even think the deck can do. Yeah, his only other blanket attackers are the other Gigabalzas and Locos and the Foul. Yeah, there's not a lot going for here. I'm surprised he put Petrova down, because you can still just play out Petrova and just make it a hex-proof creature and just call some random race that doesn't exist on the board. So
Could call Snow Fairy.
call Snow Fairy. Good call. I was gonna say human, but you know, Snow Fairy's good. Forgot you were here. And that's when Claude busts out the Garabon that we just didn't see in his list.
He snuck in a green mana too.
Eh.
I think though, like even with a hexproof Petrova, like that's 3,500 power. You've got Bellix is sitting at 5,000 power. You've got Lara Gigas
Right.
at 4,000 because of
Right.
the Pala.
The point is though is that it's just a body that can't be dealt with, and that's
True.
that's what CVH is digging for right now. Those are invaluable. Got the foul.
That could be good.
Yep. Hydro
Hydro
Hurricane. Pretty
Hurricane.
good. Needs a few more darkness creatures, but yeah. CVH needs a lot to go right over the course of the next like 3 turns, I think, to be able to maximize this Hydro Hurricane.
And it's going to be tough because Claude can still afford to draw with Mystery Oz on his turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give
Mystery
the
Oz
balls
is
a-
fine.
Yeah, snipes and missed, which again is a body. It's tough.
Thinking is it
Yeah, Claude
I'm
can
thinking it
draw
just can
here, but he
draw.
needs to
That's
draw
what it is.
something 4 or less.
Yep. I was like, what does he think? He's not going to attack here. But no, yeah, he's just thinking to draw the card.
Yeah, he drew it.
Okay, how much are we looking at in the deck now after drawing for turn? That's just
CVH is
5
at
cards.
5, Claude's at 9.
I really feel like before the Hydro Hurricane comes down, he probably wants more darkness creatures.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that's what I'm saying. He needs to be able to play Darkness Mana here, play 2 Giga Balza, and then, like I said, so much has to go right here, and that's not even considering what might be landlocked in his shields. Like,
Yeah.
so much has to go right here for CVH over the course of the next 2 or 3 turns to set up a Hydro Hurricane that could potentially get him close to winning this game. And even after that Hydro Hurricane, there's not going to be it's still a 2 turn, so it gives Claude a ton of advantage. Like Claude's very much ahead here, and there's no CVH is we talk about percentages again. He's playing to it. He's probably less than 5% to win this, and he needs so much to go right even after the swing.
Yep. It's a low percent, but you can't just give it up.
Right. It's possible. It's doable, but he needs darkness mana, which that isn't.
It's like on these turns, you're thinking about the ways that you can maximize that 5% into like a 5.5%.
Right. Right. Yeah. Giga Slug Mysterios here is probably the play, just for bodies. There's your hexproof
Okay.
Petrova. Beef up the Chimeras.
And Claude actually can draw a card now because
Yeah,
he won't get it all discarded.
right.
And
There's the
another
other
game
darkness
Slug.
creature.
Okay.
So yeah, body and slug. That's what we were talking about a second ago. Claude's gonna go ahead and draw a card. It's safe.
Mystery Oz discarded. Probably not what you want to be hitting.
Yeah. It's probably the one Claude wanted him to hit. So he'll draw to 3 cards here with 7 left in deck. So yeah, he's still got 2 card advantage on CVH. 3 card technically, but 2 card keeps
Yep.
him from losing the deck outrace.
There's so much mana right now. 3 cards. He can do a lot with it, especially with Mystery Oz on the board. But, or I guess, yeah, he can draw like 1 time.
Hydro Hurricane here basically wins him the game. Yep.
Yep. Okay. That's pretty much game.
That is game. That is actually just game. Yeah. Yeah. Puts all the blockers back in CVH's hand. And that's it. That's all he wrote. Claude is on the inside track to take this game.
Yeah, that's it. Like, the CVH needed to wait to do that Hydro Hurricane if he wanted to win the game, but just like the longer you wait, the higher the chance that Claude was going to have something like that to just put the game away.
Yeah. Yeah, you were banking on Claude having his last one locked in his shields, and unfortunately for Claude, he didn't. So looks like CVH is gonna play it out for stream, which is fun. But yeah, that's yeah, that 5% fell to a less than 1.
How many cards in his deck now? 4?
Yeah, Claude's at 4 after the draw. Which means
Plague.
CVH is drawing 1 less, so he'll deck out before Claude, as long as Claude doesn't draw another card on accident.
That's what you play for at this point, is hoping your opponent accidentally draws with Mystery Oz.
Yeah, there's no way I think that happens. Claude could literally just pass the next 3 turns.
Yeah. You just can't do anything with this few mana at this point in the game.
Yeah. Heck of a chess match, though. Good lord.
Oh, yeah, this was a good final game.
Yeah,
And there is the GG. Yep.
All right, we have the GGs being thrown in the chat. Some cards being flapped onto the board, and so Claude takes it 2-1, right?
I think
Yeah,
so.
Claude takes it 2-1. Yep.
CVH did a set up the battle zone though, so
Let's hop over to the
I think
bracket
that's just
here.
his way of conceding.
Let's get the challenge here, and we can see
Even
how
if
the
CVH
matchups.
put up the battle zone, he still lost 2-0.
Oh, yeah,
It's either
you
2-0 or
expect
2-1.
that.
Yeah.
yeah, 2-1. Okay. So, I guess we got to do our pick'ems for round 2 then.
Hell yeah.
Let's pull up the challenge bracket. I don't know, Garabon. I got 2 points on you now, 2-1. So Xbom losing gave you 1 point over Modest, with Modest winning, and I got Otto and Claude.
So are we doing a, like, round 2 winners bracket is 2 points each, and then the round 1 losers is 1 point?
Let's do it.
And then like losers round 2 will be 2 points. And then semifinals and losers round 3 will be 4, and so on.
Sure.
Should we
Okay.
do so that you guys pick, like, one picks, for example, Earth Power picks one of the winner bracket games, then Garabon picks the other, and then gets to pick, like, you know,
Yeah.
a draft order
Right.
kind of
Sure.
thing.
So
Yep,
what
yeah, let's do
I like here is if Garabon is losing, like, so for the semifinal match, that's the only match to pick here. So So he picks the winner there, and if he hits it, great. If not, I don't get a chance to earn points there if he's losing at that point. And same idea with like losers round 3.
Yeah.
I'll keep track of it, Garabon, and explain it as we go. But it's basically we're just
we'll
drafting, and
figure it
whoever
out.
has lower draft position gets to pick.
Okay, so
round 2. So for round 2 of winners, you pick the match you want,
for round 2 winners, okay.
and you get 2 points if you hit.
I am gonna stick to my guns and pick a Modest Duelist over Otto.
Hey, rooting for my tournament favorite. Let's go.
And Dark Siner versus Claude. I will actually pick Claude again. I think Claude's gonna continue this reign. Mistrios is a hard card for Fortress Burn to deal with.
And then for losers round 1, do you want to do first pick down there, and then I'll take second pick for that one, so it kind of alternates?
Sure, that's fine. And so losers round 1 is we're playing for 1 point here.
Yeah.
Right. I will pick. I will pick CVH over Xbom.
All right, then I'm gonna pick Mr. Bazat over Spalding.
All right, the picks have been made.
Wait, I just realized something. The top 4 seeds all lost, and it's all the top 4 seeds are in losers bracket.
Yeah, top 4 lost.
Oh my god, that's an upset. Holy moly. I don't think that has happened before. Like, I think it's been a mix and match every time.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Maybe Xbom, the first place finish, will make a miracle run from the losers bracket.
I've seen bigger comebacks.
Right. Something Garabon games. Okay, go check it out. Alright, competitors, please set up your lobbies. So Dark Siner Claude, Modest Otto, Xbom CVH, and Mr. Bazat Spalding. And for stream's sake, we're gonna be watching, prioritizing the winners bracket matches, and then do the losers bracket. So let's start with Modest Otto first, because it's probably faster, right? So we should probably head there first.
Go into Modest Duelist against Otto?
Yeah.
All right. Good luck, everyone, and let's see some good matches in these next rounds.
Absolutely. I am also going to step away and use the restroom. I will be back
of course.
in 5 minutes.
Yeah. We have a good trio here. Like, we can alternate and rotate, so everybody gets to stay vigorous and healthy.
That's the nice part about having 3. We can anybody can step out whenever, and it works out.
All right, guys, enjoy the transition. We're hopping into the next game. Alrighty, we are live here, and Modest gets to go first on the FN Rush.
Oh. This could be another quick one. We got the charge 1-drop for a 1-drop.
Please, Poisonous Mushroom, only one thing I want for this year. Come on, Poisonous Mushroom into 1-drop.
It would be so good.
Poisonous Mushroom, please.
Wait, is it Deadly Fighter?
Okay, we can't have all the nice things, but we have some great things still.
If it was Deadly Fighter, you could have just packed it up right there.
Right. Oh, man. I think Otto is just hoping for third turn Bronze Arm into like a Miracle Soul Swap from Shields for Sky Sword. Oh, this is so much pressure. And another speed attacker into hand for the next turn. I think Earth Power might miss this match. Like, he's not maybe gonna see anything.
Yeah. Oh, no. He does have Burst Shot, though. I mean, a Burst Shot here would be pretty powerful. Is it gonna happen? Not yet.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
This has to be just Bronze Arm Tribe pass, right? That's your best out, because then you can Soul Swap. But it's not looking too good, Chief.
Charges? Yellow mana?
Oh.
Flash Charger.
I mean,
we talked about how cool this is, but I mean,
yeah,
it's a little slow right now.
So you
against Rush, you really want to be putting like a creature down. You want to be dealing with the creatures.
Yeah. I guess you just take Pyro out, yeah.
Yeah. Just have a slightly higher chance of winning what I like
But
to
the
call
thing is, if he has the Pyro in hand, he just wins. Yeah, there's no single trick, yeah. Now let's see the burst shot though. Imagine the burst shot here. Okay, GG first game. That was a fast one.
And that's this matchup. Like when you come to a tournament like this, like
yeah,
you try to build your deck such that you can win as many matchups as possible, or the matchups you expect to see. But sometimes you have to make a meta call that you might not come against Rush, then it could come back to bite you like this.
Right. Let's see.
Modest is consistently getting these Sniper Mosquito turn ones.
But without the... Oh, that's a good card. Oh, okay. If I was Modest, I would like to see a Gonta here, and then next turn 1-drop, and remove. Does get the removal into the mana, so I'm pretty sure we're gonna... Dude, am I a wizard or what? Next turn we're gonna be seeing a removal spell and a 1-drop. Or could just grow the board, but still Otto is in a pretty solid state. Like if you get a bronze arm now, you're actually not looking too bad, yeah.
Drawing the 1 of Bellix on turn 2 is definitely what he wants.
Was it the 1-off? Oh my god.
The 1-off, yeah. Into the bronze arm. This is about like as good as Otto could hope for of a start. Going first, getting the turn.
Comet missile, quixotic hit me with that. Okay, what? Are we gonna? Oh my god.
No.
Okay, that is sick. Let's go, Modest. Let's go.
Modest has nothing in hand, but he can pick up a card from his mana zone.
Yeah, decides not to take the fire card, which seems like that's fine.
So that right there was like, Modest played 3 cards. He showed that Comet Missile pick was
right. Yeah,
well worth it in this meta.
Now the thing is though, Sky Sword, Soul Swap, all the options. Oh, Soul Swap for a Mystery. Oh no, okay. Maybe we see a swap. Oh, just creatures. But the thing is, you can't trade into anything. Like all of those have 2000 power. Let's see if we found something better than the... What did we pick into hand?
Sniper Mosquito.
Okay, yeah.
But I mean...
Oh, speed attacker or... Okay, so decides to charge mana. Oh yeah, you want to swing. That makes sense.
Yeah. I wonder if like maybe not summoning is the right play, because I guess like if you hit burst shot right away.
Yeah, true.
That's how you can lose the game. Where if you wait it out, you have more summons guaranteed. But
yeah.
Let's see what happens. Sniper Mosquito goes in first. The burst shot is not there. The burst shot
plays around burst shot. That was fast. GG's.
That's gonna be it. Wow.
Oh, that's rough. Rough run for Otto. Bad matchups. Or rather, this was extremely bad. 0 out of 10 triggers. Feels bad, Otto. Feels bad. But still, sportsmen like GG's in the chat. Alright, let's put the bracket here. So Modest takes that with a quick 2-0 fashion. And Earth Power isn't back yet. So
yeah, impressive.
Let us...
Well done, Modest.
Yeah. My pick. Let's go. Dark Siner Claude. Let's hop over to that match.
That was less than 9 minutes.
And consider that the previous last match, at some point when I looked at the chat box, it was like turn 104. I think that complete best of 3 took like, what were the turns? Turn 4 kill maybe, and turn 4 kill, or I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was quick either way.
Yeah.
I mean, I think every game of Modest we've watched, we've seen like the turn 1 plays. Alright, I think it's fairly safe to assume this is game 1.
Yeah, based on the mana, I'm pretty sure this is game 1. But we can still... Oh,
yeah, Claude's in a very good position.
Yes. Very good engine here.
2 Mystrias on board.
Oof. So the only thing that Claude has to kind of watch out for is deck out. But honestly, you just play creatures, then you Hydro Hurricane, and
Yeah.
although arguably, I'm not sure if you even need to like Hydro Hurricane in a midway. Like if you Hydro Hurricane now, you kind of give a lot of cards. Oh, but never mind. You can just discard most of them. Yeah, never mind. The Chimera Evolution, hell yeah.
I think this card is so cool because I feel like it, for so long, the community overlooked it.
Mm.
And I remember when Claude first sent me the deck list for the first version of this, I was kind of thinking like, is this card any good? Like, I don't know. It just seems weird. But then when I saw the deck play, I was very impressed, and I think it's a really good card.
Yeah, we had quite a lot of like Water Darkness variants going around in Finland, but combining it in the Hydro Hurricane shell is pretty juicy. It's actually Gigazald was the first foil I opened from a booster, and
Really?
then my mom asked me like I had a lot of Pokemon cards already, and I was like I want to get into Duel Masters, and I got this DM6 starter kit, and then my mom asked me like, well, did you get any cool cards? And then I was like, yeah, I was kind of like, this Gigazord card isn't that cute, you know? And then I'm like, yeah, I got this, and I show like a Cocolupia, like that's cute, and yeah, this elephant thing from the deck itself, and then, well, did you get anything like rare? Then I was like, oh yeah, I got the shiny card. Then I show the Gigazord, and my mom goes like, my god, why can't they be like cute like Pokemons? And I was like, don't understand wrong, don't. Actually, also shout out to mom. She was the sole reason like my Pokemon cards and Duel Masters cards are in such good shape, because she got us binders and was like, and also was like, if anyone tries to ask for your Pokemon cards, like scam you and stuff like that, don't ever sell these, or just hold on to them. And it turns out that worked out.
Yeah, sometimes you see online like people's parents just like giving away their kids' whole Pokemon collections.
Yeah.
And it turns out it's worth like multiple thousands of dollars.
Yep.
So sad to see.
Yeah, Giga Zaval is super cool as well.
Yeah. Back in the day, my mom used to just like drive me to all the tournaments, and
oh, that's so cool.
Probably like wouldn't be here if it weren't for my mom driving me to tournaments and all that kind of good stuff.
Mom appreciation moment, chat. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, about like the historic videos you made, I just love the old photos. Like that kind of documentation is so cool, and also like the Wayback Machine or whatever, like website timestamp stuff. That's because like the database, we used to go there always with my friend and just look up cards, and was like, I remember when we saw Legionnaire Lizard for the first time, we were like, holy shit, this card is so cool, and like it's a speed attacker itself. It can like, it's like a tornado flame on a stick, my god, and then you can give your Gatling Sky Terror like speed attacker, and then it can kill everything, my god. Good times.
I actually like that card.
Yeah, me too.
I love cards like that where like you can do cool stuff with them. They're not the greatest, but just the fact that you can do cool stuff with them makes them fun to play with.
Hell yeah.
Might not be optimal, but when you pull it off and you do give your Gatling Sky Terror speed attacker, it feels amazing. Now,
while we're watching the slow and steady match and waiting for Claude to think, let me see if my first Gigazald is in this binder. As you can see, it says DM120 on the side, so let me find if my original Gigazald is here. Oh god, Hydro Hurricane, that's disgusting.
Oh, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana bounced.
Here is a Gigazald. Now whether this is the Gigazald, I'm unsure of. Let me check the condition, because that is a tell sign. No, this looks pretty fresh. I think I opened this from a booster later. I think I have my best condition ones in my binder.
We're gonna do a little bit of damage on the shields here.
Oh, nice.
Dark Siner is only going to have 4 mana here.
That is quite rough. Oh, guess what card I found? Check out this bad boy right here. It is the Garabon the Glider. Let's go.
Yes. Oh, that's what I like to see.
Mint condition. My god. Actually very good. AFK for 20 minutes should be fine. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Go ahead.
Okay, are we going to see Hydro Hurricane number 2?
Uh-oh. Man, the design on Duel Masters cards are so nice. Like the color schemes, the artwork, and the layout is. Some cards that I actually like, by design, I really like. Pokolul is one of them. Like, I think the design is really cool. Give it, like, I used to have a rush deck or like aggro deck for Pokolul with like the double breaker thing, Mega Detonator and Magma Gazer. And then you just attack with Pokolul. If you hit the trigger, you go again. Oh, Corail, nice to see you. We're currently in round 2, so if you go ! bracket, you can see how the tournament is shaping out.
Okay, we got it.
Here we have the namesake card of the deck, the Hydro Hurricane.
Oh, Aqua Surfer.
Maybe a little too late. Although it's always a nice sight, but...
It's better than nothing, I'll give it that.
Yeah, absolutely. You are not wrong.
It's just really hard to deal with this many other creatures. Because Dark Siner is not playing the kind of deck that can really mass remove anything.
Yeah. Yeah, art illustrations, yeah, there's a lot of cool art.
6 mana. Another Aqua Surfer.
Dude, the surfers, like, it just feels so bad.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I was like, is he bouncing himself?
The true play.
And like, you're just giving up, so you just play Aqua Surfer to bounce itself just for fun.
The power play, and then you choose to bounce like the other Aqua Surfer and not itself. Because you can indeed bounce Aqua Surfer itself.
Got the Mystriaz's back.
4 cards for Claude though. So I mean, yeah, we need a miracle, but still, like Dark Siner needs a miracle, but we'll have to see.
Because what does he have that can attack? The Gigabalzas and the Marrow Ooze. Oh, okay, that's threatening lethal with this. Or he can just tap and discard everything. No, he's gonna go in. That makes sense. Not really any reason to discard stuff. And then Marrow Ooze for the win. Yeah.
There we go.
Nice.
Marrow Ooze for the win. That sounds like Claude won a game.
That is exactly what just happened.
Heck yeah. Alright, let's see if I can jump in. I heard I missed a whole match. Yeah.
Yeah. Catch you up to speed. Modest won 2-0 by getting 1 drops turn 1, and then we were 0 for 10 on shield triggers, so it was a very fast match.
Sounds like 2 points for you, my friend.
Yep. And then this was game 1, kind of grindy, but Claude got it with a nice Hydro Hurricane, and then slowly going in with the Mystriaz until it was just enough to end it.
Gotcha.
So we're just assuming this is game 2, right? Yeah. It has to be. So I forgot, Earth Power, you have Claude Alpha in this one?
I do have Claude in this one. I have CVH in the losers and Claude in this one. think you have Mr. Bazat in the other one.
Yep. Okay, so we're gonna be drawing a few cards. We've got 4 mana.
Yeah, so unlike the mirror, I think this matchup, this deck actually can flex because it has Petrova now. It can play Petrova freely and not worry about what the opponent's doing or getting behind. So even if it is behind, you can just call Guardians or Chimeras and not really be at a disadvantage. And, Claude can actually, like, I'm assuming we saw in the last match, and correct me if I'm wrong, it might be since I wasn't here, but the cards can just swing. You can just attack. The minute you're ahead on board against Mana Burn, you have a lot more advantage than you typically do in other matchups, just because Mana Burn struggles to go wide.
Yes.
We do see the logic cube for Lost Soul, presumably.
Yeah, that's incredibly
like
strong.
I mean, especially when you're gonna play it next turn and Claude's got 6 in hand.
But Claude, I'm just saying, Giga Balsa exists, Locomotivery exists, and...
Wait,
And he's playing the one-up clamp.
Oh.
Doesn't have it, though.
Okay.
Maybe he has another one. Or just decides that stream
There's
is...
no way Dark Siner just didn't say, oh wait, did he not grab also?
No.
He took Energy Stream.
Oh, maybe it's in shields or something. We gotta ask about this.
Yeah, I feel like if you had it, you would have just like got it instantaneously.
Because it's one of those like make them have it kind of a thing. Like even if they have the clamp exactly, okay, that's one card, right? And if it's like the Giga Balsa effect, then it's still like 50-50 to discard it.
Well, that's where we circle. Yeah, so he had it.
It was in hand. Okay.
Good.
So Energy Stream was the biggest, like the best backup in if it gets discarded.
Right.
Arguably, you could have gone for Plague, I guess, but the consolation Giga Balsa. But still now top deck wars when you're at 7 versus 5. So notably though, like Gigasalt isn't good anymore.
Yeah,
like,
this is another note on just Dark Siner playing the kind of standard version of this deck out deck, like this Fortress Burn deck. Like the 3 of Logic Cube is so important for exactly what we just saw, the Lost Soul Raid. Like fortunately Dark Siner already had the other one in hand, but it's a testament to just why you play certain cards for matchups like that. Lost Soul's way too strong.
And also like overlooked part of Logic Cube is that because it's a trigger, it's also good against like rushes, because you can then get Spiral Gate or stuff like that if you need to. And also the fact that you can sometimes color fix with it, like if you have a Sky Sword Bronze Arm centric curve, you can use that to find like Water Mana or Darkness Mana if you need it.
Yeah, Crystal Memory Light. I'm surprised, honestly, like now looking at it, Dark Siner played the 3 Logic Cube instead of the 2 Cube 1 Memory. I've always liked the Memory in here just as a pseudo mana fix for blue, but he's plenty of blue. It's not like he's lacking in it at all. But I do like the Memory just as the more let's be sneaky with our picks kind of thing, especially when you're looking at it from a shield trigger perspective.
Yeah. And you can always get like Fortress Shell or like Sky Sword if you really need it.
Yeah.
All right. What's he gonna get rid of from the mana zone here? Maybe just like the Terrapit and the Petrova? Yeah, because it's the highest cost.
I think the thing with like Memory is that your late game is really good already. So Logic Cube is much better earlier because you can find the clamp on curve. So maximizing that is probably like a reasoning. Although it does, like, of course, you're always looking to play Bronze Arm turn 3 if you have it, but like I can see both ways. I like Memory as a card, but whether I would play it here, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Dark Siner's considering attacking here. I don't hate it.
Yeah, I think it
Hydro
really
Hurricane
depends on his
notoriously
hand.
doesn't have like very strong shield triggers.
I think the main thing like is that because of the Laura Gigas and stuff, if you give your opponent cards, then they just play the Laura Giga out and you can't attack. But
Yeah.
but I agree that like you need to attack at some point.
Yeah, Dark Signer. I mean, if Dark Signer had 2 or 3 more cards in hand, I'd venture to say he'd be attacking here.
Belix into shield probably. No?
No,
I
hits an attacker.
I would
If Dark Signer starts the attacking clock here in the next turn, having 1 less attacker is incredibly important.
because
It
of the
puts it
spiral
on
gate,
a-
like exactly that's why I would personally like put the Belix out, because then you open up to lines where you can just trigger energy streamer.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Ooh, so swap.
Soul swap, bring in Fortress Shell.
Now the question is, do you probably
Swap
keep
the
the bronze arm tribe out? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Because you could actually just go in with this bronze arm tribe. You
And
can
next
start
turn you
attacking.
swing for 3 shields.
Yeah, this is a 3-turn kill right now, and Dark Signer is all set up. The only thing that could take him off of this potentially is a Loco here, but Loco's incredibly weak, and you're fine with it if it happens.
Yeah, you're just like whatever.
Yeah.
Terror Pit would be a solid trigger, but still it's
He's way too far behind for
yeah,
that Terror Pit
yeah,
to matter.
exactly. We do see the Laura Giga though. This is like some of the things that like it has some minuscule upsides of balancing it out. Like if you can play these every turn.
Yeah. Val and Fortress don't care though.
Exactly, yeah. But they're at least they trump once, I guess.
It just doesn't feel good when you have just 2 mana, 2 cards in hand,
No, definitely
and you're
not.
facing down 8 mana.
And he found either Stream or okay, Snare.
Yeah, I mean that works too.
Yeah,
That's
just
fun.
just attack it last, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even think you're attacking it this turn. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. So balls is cute, but not important-ish. Takes him off of a 2-turn though, which is relevant.
I guess you don't.
You don't swing here.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's doing it. Oh. I mean, I guess who cares?
Yeah,
right?
the only thing that I think about is like if you draw a soul swap or similar, you could. Oh, this is a pretty good tempo swing though. Like, oh no, obviously it's a really bad scenario, but this is like amongst the best things that you could see happen for yourself.
Yeah, this is a better break for Claude, but we talked about this in the matchup before. This deck plays very well from ahead, and
Right.
you know, even a Sky Sword here is just strong. It's a 2-turn.
Yep. And we know that last shield is not anything big.
Right.
Yeah. Are
Yeah,
we gonna
one could
see?
have argued that maybe swinging that Lara Giga was correct this turn, but here we are.
Oh, the double blocker though, that's pretty good.
That helps.
But yeah, this is like the thing about Hydro Hurricane is this makes it a pretty good, like a decent deck against like somewhat like slower aggros, because if they swing early shields, you get a lot of cards and you play a lot of these cheap, otherwise inefficient blockers. Like you expend a card in hand for a Laura Giga when you could have an energy stream top deck, stuff like that. So
Dark Signer should be swinging with Sky Sword here. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get rid of the blocker for free when you can.
Yeah. Not that Claude would be playing Petrova next turn, because that would just be losing, but... Alright. We know he has the chump blocker.
Belix
just-
into mana, that's usually a good sign, like for in the viewpoint of Claude.
It's
Oh.
interesting he would do that instead of playing just anything else, playing Belix and Lyra Giga and getting Spiral back. But I know spiraling the foul isn't great,
Yeah.
but still.
Might be pretty bricked in his hand.
Yeah. Okay,
Or he could
GG.
just be trying to get the Terra Pit. Yeah, okay, you gave it. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
And I mean, like,
Yeah,
play.
most
I guess that's a playing to win line, because if you're not
Yeah.
advancing your mana, like you're never going to play 2 cards in a turn.
Right. Yeah, the classic debate of playing to win or playing not to lose.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like you could have delayed a little bit longer, but if you don't have a follow-up, then it doesn't matter.
Sky Sword in mana for Dark Siner, something that you want to see. Now, do we have a turn 3 Logic Cube or a Bronze Arm Tribe? Ooh, and perfect mana.
Yeah, Dark Siner getting those out early. Giga Slug strong. Yeah, these are the lines that Lightwater Dark wants to see against Mana Burn is Giga Slug. He wants to follow this up with either Loco or Giga Balls
and then
play the Gigazald.
Yeah.
So you can see that progression before Dark Siner can interrupt it. Doesn't necessarily matter if he has Lost Soul.
Yeah. Now, if you say you have a Miraculous Snare and a Bronze Arm Tribe, I think you always still play Bronze Arm.
Yeah, Bronze Arm Tribe is correct now. Snare might be correct next turn, depending on what Claude plays.
Just as a heads up, like just Energy Stream isn't bad either, because if you amp up your card count.
Oof.
Okay.
A lot of multis here. I wonder what Dark Siner's hand looks like.
So it's definitely not 2/3 drops. Oh, Corpse, that might have been the ramp he wanted.
Oh man.
A clamp, if there's a clamp now though, that's pretty grotesque.
Yeah, Clamp is strong, Gigazald's strong, a lot of things are strong for Claude next turn.
Ooh.
There is Clamp.
There's the Clamp.
That's one of the risky things about putting down like the Giga Slug like that. Because it didn't really do anything but set you up to lose your whole hand.
Yeah, risk reward there. He didn't have the Gigazald, but I can still get behind playing the Slug early just in case you come into it. But
now, the thing is that Hydra Hurricane, especially this kind of version with the Giga Slugs in it, has quite a bad top deck quality, like across the cards, because it's polarized. You might draw exactly.
Wow. I love that. Oh man,
that's insane.
That's what he needed to see this turn.
Oh my god,
the best deck he could have made.
That's a tilter for Dark Siner. Oh my god.
Oh, that was so good.
I think Dark Siner deserves a Terror Pit top deck now. Terror Pit on the Giga.
No, did you call it? Oh, sir.
Oh, okay. And then you get the swing. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. I think it's not as I think he deserved the Terror Pit there, but
yeah, this is essentially still a top deck war.
Yeah.
Okay, it charged the Gigazald. Or it could have been another Gigazald that was drawn off the top. We don't know that.
It's also not incredibly strong in a top deck war.
Yeah.
Okay. More ramp, more shields.
Has to get like a Mistrias. Mistrias question mark? Or Faliga?
Yeah. Petrova.
Okay. And we do see the Giga Balls as here coming in handy for the Dark Siner. Heads up play.
Yeah. Fortunately, both of them are in mana.
True. This is 1-0. Yeah.
Wait, no, is it
1-1?
1-0 or 1-1?
1-1. Oh, 1-1. Sorry, 1-1. Oh, okay. I guess it was in hand, so it was the second copy, I think.
Yep. Solid. Love this.
I like it.
Love this, yeah.
Oh, but if it's a trigger, I mean... Soul swap.
Disgusting. And then you put out the Laura Giga, or you could go Fortress yourself. Okay. I don't hate it. Oh, discards the last. Nice.
Interesting.
Huh. There were so many different things that could be done right there.
Yeah, that's
I would have very much liked to have seen Fortress come out, but
Fortress take out the darkness mana seems pretty good.
Yeah.
But I mean, also just discarding or removing, so many things.
Yeah, I mean, I see Gigabalza too. Gigabalza is kind of heads up-y, where, he can treat it now as something that can kill Petrova, but even still, Fortress could have done that,
yeah.
And then Fortress could still contest the Gigazald, which Gigabalza can't do now.
uses the tap ability, seems.
Yep.
Yeah.
Energy Stream is a pretty decent hit.
Yeah, and that's what Dark Siner sniped out of Claude's hand last turn. The trigger. Oh, a little back and forth here right now, boys.
Charges energy stream?
He had them all.
What?
Yeah, that's an interesting charge. I guess, yeah, 9.
I don't know. I don't.
Yeah.
I would have played the energy stream. I think cards are.
You're playing the top deck war. Gigazald is a problem, I will admit. Like, you're playing energy stream, you're still gonna lose one of those cards next turn. Like, I don't hate the consistency of Fortress in lieu of possibly having it sniped out of your hand the following turn. Because anything you draw off the stream, even if you want to play one of those cards, you're still going to have one sniped from Gigazald. So Gigazald is making things awkward for Dark Siner. So I can get behind his play. I don't love it, but I don't hate it.
I mean, I guess notably it made Claude's top decked energy stream do nothing. So
Yeah.
in that sense, it did kind of cancel out the effect of an energy stream.
Right.
But we like these results and what followed make us see new viewpoints, but we shouldn't think result oriented and rather think like what was the decision and if it was correct. Using a lost soul only to get your opponent top decking a lost soul doesn't make the previous lost soul bad.
Right.
Plague. I like that.
Yep.
Oof.
It's strong. Dark Siner's in position to
probably just
think
Laura
you could
Giga and like Palaolis, something like that.
I think you give him stream and the other Gigazald. Give him stream and the other Gigazald and just start swinging.
That's fair, yeah.
I mean, it's a pretty big field of attackers right there.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yep. Here they come.
Okay, no triggers yet. Still none. And yeah, now he's got no shields
Yeah.
and only 5 mana.
It's not happening.
Deal with 5 creatures.
Yeah, that's the game.
Yeah,
boys.
that's GG.
GG.
All right, Dark Siner taking it
That was
2-1.
an interesting match.
Wowzers.
Cool beans. All right, all right. So Dark Siner 2-1, correct. And then we have the losers bracket matches. Xbom, CVH, and Mr. Bazat Spalding. Maybe we should check out the Spalding game first because of the deck out Xbom has.
Yeah.
If they're still live, that is.
Yeah.
Mr. Bazat Spalding. All right, I found the game, so let's just switch over there.
One. Okay, we're looking at a game 3.
Oh. Also, heads up, everyone watching. After this round, I'll do a rundown of the prizes that our players will be competing for. Aside, also,
That was a thing.
yeah. I mean, like in these tournaments, oftentimes you just go like, I want to be the champion. Like, I want to win. I don't care what I win. I want to win. All right, let's see. I do love this matchup though. It's pretty spicy.
Okay, we got the factory shell comes down. I think I predicted Mr. Bazat on this one, right?
I think you did. Yeah. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Okay.
German odds incoming. Don't jinx it, Modest. I have my faith in you, don't you know?
Yeah, don't. Once you type German odds, then
Yeah, it's
you're
over.
guaranteed to not have it.
It's over. So took Blazosaur from the factory shell.
nice cheap one that can get more search going on this turn if the factory shell stays alive.
Do we know what the game count is?
It's 1-1.
Cool.
So this is going to be
Tense.
game 3.
Yeah. Seeing Fortress on board is immediately what needs to get dealt with, but I can't imagine that Bazat doesn't have the Grave Worm in hand already.
Yeah, like if Bazat goes for the Blazosaur, I think it's like a sign that the Grave Worm is there. Like,
Lost Soul is strong here. Doesn't look like
that's
he
true.
has it.
That's true. Oof, I
Okay.
like that. It's okay, but it doesn't feel good. You just replay it and you find another thing.
Yeah, it's like trying to buy a turn, it feels like.
Yeah.
Buy a turn to like draw something else to deal with everything.
Yeah.
And he's still trying to get himself to still trying to get himself to 9 mana.
Notably though, the defense on 2-0 for Xbom.
Okay.
Losers bracket, let's go.
That means I got 0 points this round.
Ouch. Damn.
I didn't have Xboom in that game, but he was my pick to win overall, so I need him to keep winning. So Xboom, please keep winning. We do get the factory shell.
Oh, my browser is super slow. I'll update the score in just a bit.
This deck is the shell versus shell mirror.
Petrova on Colony Beetle.
I want to see it.
Then you just play the tower shell and you go to town hall, is it? My god. Okay, tell me, what are some designs in Duel Masters TCG that you just would love to be like ever so slightly more powerful or something to make, like, if you could sprinkle some playability on the card, what kind of a design do you like? Like, are there any specific cards that you would like to see being played more?
Certain shield trigger blockers and things like that. A lot of blue cards I think are incredibly underpowered for like neat effects that could be cool. Like a lot of the rare water cards from Stompatron. Can't think of any off the top of my head, but I was looking at that recently.
Actually, now that you're talking, it would be so cool. Like, I think Biancus is the card that lets you look at the top 3 and rearrange them. If you could do that to what in MTG terms is like fate seal your opponent, which would be look at your opponents and then rearrange those so that you can make your opponent top deck like worse. That could be a sweet
There's
design.
a card that was the meta in the OCG for a while, where when a creature is summoned, you look at the top card of either your deck or your opponent's deck, and then you can choose to leave it on top or put it to the bottom. So you could use it,
perfect.
look at your opponent's top deck, and then put it on bottom if it was good.
That is nice. Also, another, like, Siren Concerto is an interesting card. I like it, but the thing is that because it's just like it goes down you a card. If it was something like you can return 2 cards and put 1 or something like that, it would be much cooler.
Yeah, Flood Valve has always been something I've wanted to like sneak into a deck as a one of, but like Soul Swap is just Soul Swap exists. If you're in nature, you're playing that card, so Flood Valve kind of lost luster.
I love
like Roaring. What is it?
Roaring Earth. Dude,
Roaring Earth.
my original Balesk buy deck. It's the same build aside from I added Soul Swap State in place of Roar of the Earths, but it's aside from that, it's the same build I had in my childhood before Sleeves. And the deck slaps. It's so much fun. But I used to run Roar of the Earth because I played Mana Bonanza, and then if my Valesk buy ended up there, I can return it. But oh my god,
it's a good holy off from Spalding here.
Yeah, that's pretty decent. It's unfortunate there was 2 Smash Horns though, and the 2,000 power creatures aren't enough to kill both of them.
Yeah, if Bazat has a Blazosaur or another Smash Horn, which he will be able to get because he has Grave Worm, he will be able to crack back on a few of these cards here.
Yeah,
I do like us getting in the zone. Like, we're swinging. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean you have to do something, otherwise you're gonna just keep losing to just like infinite summons.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I like the race here. I hope the card in Spalding's hand is strong.
Yeah, it's got to be good.
Yeah, the thing is here that there's an arbitrarily large amount of plays that Mr. Bazat can do that are pretty good because you play just some survivors and like there
Oh,
you have
yeah,
it. You just have a strong board.
That's
And
just it. Yeah, he's gonna clean up now.
Didn't even
And you've
search
got
his
two
deck
blockers
for
that they can't
spells.
get through. Yeah, Spalding needs to have a good play here.
Or did it go for spells? That has to be an overlook though, honestly.
That's absolutely an overlook. Yeah, he got
Unless he's
way
got
too ahead.
everything that he needs in his hand, and he just like wants to leave it in the deck for later to search out.
Yeah, there's no way.
Just like say,
That was-
imagine
that
there's
was a-
no imagine there's no Holio in your hand, and you could find yourself the Holio or whatever.
Yeah.
Playing Phorobos just for the 4K, buddy.
No, it's not just for the 4K. It's 5K and it's a blocker. Or, no,
It's
it's
6K.
Excuse me.
Almost
6K and it's a blocker.
almost out of comet missile range. Good lord.
Charging?
You know
Wait,
things, yeah.
Okay,
he
so
already
there
had
was
the all.
all.
He's
Okay,
got
is he
to
gonna
search.
search this
He's
time?
still not searching. I don't.
He's not
Oh my
searching.
god. That's got to be a mistake. I don't know if he's
Yeah.
tunnel visioning this match right now, but
Probably it's the third game and you're like excited because you're doing efficient stuff. Like you're focusing on the board. I think it has to be one. Because the thing
Yeah.
is that even if you search up bad spells that you won't be casting, you're still increasing your odds to top deck.
there's
like
no
good.
time limit. Breathe
Yeah.
and watch. Breathe and look. Breathe and look.
Yeah, that is actually one of the key components to many like competitive games is like if there's no time limit, take your time. And even if there is a time limit, the difference between thinking for 5 extra seconds, usually it's worth to think it. So like
Yeah. Oh, for sure. But that's where sometimes like the time limit can become like really interesting though. Like if you're trying to make your moves fast before time runs out.
yeah. And that's also it's a very, very important skill set that we don't get to see in the CIDC. Like managing your clock and also just overall it adds a different element, which is like when you're playing the tournament and you're playing the whole series instead of playing a certain match, like understanding when you're behind enough and you need more time to, for example, if you're down 0-1 and you need to still win 2 matches if you want to make it to, for example, top 8 cut or something like that, and you like kind of recognize, okay, I'm behind by enough to like I'm thinking of the English word, like to allow myself like in that vein, like to give yourself the permission, like this is my route to winning the whole tournament and this is what I need to do.
Right.
Okay, we got 6 mana. We have Gargantua coming
Big
through. Are we
slaps,
gonna
big
search
slaps.
spell? Oh, he
There
found
we
his
go.
spell.
No spell again.
No, he did. He did. He played the Phorobos. He's
Ah,
searching.
okay.
For clamp. That's pretty good.
So I'm unsure if it was actually planned to just keep the cards in the deck or not.
I feel like I would have swung there.
I think
Yeah.
I don't know, like what's gonna answer your whole board? Nothing, right? So you can just go for 1 turn swing for the Gargantua and not give any, because like a double, I don't know, a combination of Holio and trigger creatures could maybe do something bad.
That's 2 cards from grave, 2 cards from deck,
Yeah, he got another Gargantua.
and a
And
spell.
this is a lot of shields.
Oh, this is
That's all.
beautiful.
That's
This is
Love
I love
Yeah.
seeing that.
Love to see a good world break, man. How cool.
this. Imagine, okay, everybody in the chat, you remember looking at this card when you were a kid and you're like, oh my god, power fantasies. Imagine breaking more than 3 shields at once. Now you're seeing 7 shields being broken at once in the Championship IDC 5. Are you getting dopamine? I'm getting dopamine. Let's go.
I'm getting the dopamine.
Wasn't
You
that one
see
of
those
Garabon's
arrows just being
questions in the
drawn?
Garabon games? How many cards world break? Or how many cards can world break in Duel Masters TCG?
What was it?
So So in TCG, there's only a handful of cards that do what Cutronic Gargantua does based on like a certain criteria. So
Yeah.
like Gargantua is able to world break essentially if you have enough creatures on board. There's like I think 2 or 3 other cards, if I'm not mistaken, that also do this. I think it might just be 2 others. I think there's 3 total cards in Duel Masters TCG that can break all of the shields on the board in one swing if conditions are met.
Ultimate Dragon is one.
Yeah.
And is there another crew breaker? Zashak, whatever the...
Yeah, Uber Dragon Zashak.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like crew breaker dragon thing, something, maybe?
Yeah, both of them are crew breaker dragons, and Gargantua is the only crew breaker for survivors. I think those are the only 3.
Crew breaker is just such a niche like text.
Yeah, like I said, only 3 cards in our TCG have it. Gargantua, you guys just got to see it live.
Man, I actually can't believe, like, I had to check if it was Zashak because I just threw a word that came into my mind and it actually was.
I think it is Zashak.
It is, I had to check, yeah, it is.
Yeah, so it's only those 3.
Okay.
So what was the
Garabon,
end?
that is 3 points in your favor, sir.
Got...
What was the end
Let's
result?
take a look at this bracket now. So we
2
have...
to 1, Mr. Bazat.
In the winners finals, once again, we have the higher seed number winning. We have the 8th seed and the 7th seed. We got Dark Siner against Modest Duelist. So we've got classic Mana Burn against Fire Nature Rush. Down in the losers matches for 5th, we're going to have Otto against Xbom. So survivors against Deck Out, and then we're going to have Claude Alpha against Mr. Bazat. Survivors against Hydro Hurricane.
Alrighty, guys. It is your prediction time, by the way. So,
Yeah.
who gets to pick first?
So the way I was pitching this earlier, and now that we're here, so basically I get to pick the semifinals match because I'm now losing in points 2 to 4. Garabon has 4 points, I have 2. So I can pick the semifinals match for 3 points, but if I lose, so if the opposite player wins, Garabon gets 3 points, or we can just play it still for 2 points.
Okay, yeah.
So basically, it's an all or nothing. It's an all or nothing for 3 points, or basically, if you want to do it 2 for 2. So I pick the matchup, but if the opposite person wins, you still get 2 points.
So yeah, you could. I think if we'll do like we could also do it where instead so you pick the winners finals, and then I could pick losers round 3, or vice versa, and then if you pick wrong, the other person gets the 3 points.
Yeah, I like the picks where you and I can still earn points for a match. So I think we should always semifinals, making everything essentially worth 2 points now. So until we get to the grand finals and winter finals and things like that.
Okay, so you pick the winners finals for 3, and then we each pick one of losers round 2 for 2.
Okay, so for semifinals, it's just a coin flip. So I'll pick the match. If I pick correctly, I win 2 points. If I pick incorrectly, you win 2 points.
Or that one should be 3 points.
You want to make semis 3 points?
Yeah, semis and losers round 3 will be 3 points.
Okay. All right.
And then losers round 4 will be 4 points. And then finals will be 5 points.
So I'm gonna say that Modest Duelist is not going to make it past this one. I'm picking Dark Siner.
All right. And then for my losers round 2 pick, I'm gonna take oh, that's an interesting one actually. Okay, I have a Xbom was my pick to win it all, so I'm gonna put my full faith in Xbom, and I'm just gonna pick him. I gotta stick to my guns.
And I'm picking Mr. Bazat to beat Claude.
Alrighty. Guys, what was the pick? Sorry, I was adjusting something. For the semifinals, what did you guess?
So I'm guessing Dark Siner over Modest. However, if I guess incorrectly, that'll give Garabon the points.
Spicy. Alright. Guys, Otto Xbom, prepare your match. Claude, Mr. Bazat, please do so as well. Thank you so much for competing here, CVH and Spalding. Best of luck to your future endeavors and future IDCs. And Dark Siner Modest, please set up the match and we'll be hoping to watch. So Guys, it's time for round 3, aka, well, technically the semifinals, but we are going to see the round 2 losers bracket also. So after we see the semifinals match, we're gonna be concluding the losers bracket and then watch through that to figure out who gets into the finals. So Dark Siner and Modest, one of you is going to the finals, so best of luck. Let's hop into the game. Let's wait for them to get their game underway, and then we'll hop in there.
Yeah.
Alright, chat, who are you betting on this one? Who's gonna make it to the finals? Dark Siner with the Fortress Burn or Modest with the FN Rush? I can see arguments for both. Modest in under 5 minutes. Okay.
I gotta, it's you look at like survivors versus like some of these control decks. I think we're about to have a survivor show off here in the loser bracket.
Dude, that would be so cool though. And also because they're like both the decks, like they developed their board, so that's gonna be with the Holio in there. That's gonna be like, it could have such heavy like backswings. It's
Flash Charger versus Galazol. Like there's
yeah,
a lot
true.
The builds are different enough to make them techie against each other.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, we'll see if we get there.
Alrighty. We're hopping into the game here. I see the match room there. And then we do this. Alright.
Blowing up Modest right now.
Alright. Dark Siner versus Modest. The semifinals, one of them makes it to the finals. Oh, yeah, hold on. So. Hold on. I tell prizes. Yeah, let me just run through the prizes quick. One moment.
Yeah.
So, just so you guys know, let me just check my messages with Dark Siner. Here we are. So the prizes for the tournament, first place will get the fantastic CIDC winner playmat, a German DM6 starter deck, sleeves of their choice. There's 3 beautiful options here. I'll show it to you guys on the stream. Let me just get this here. And there we go. So as you can see, some beautiful stuff overall here. One of the 3 sleeves here, and then 2 of the DM2 boosters. Second place will get 1 pick out of the 2 remaining sleeves, 2 DM2 boosters, and a surprise promotional card. Third place gets the sleeves that are still left, 1 DM2 booster, a surprise promotional card, and fourth place gets a surprise promotional card and 1 DM2 booster. So overall, awesome prizes considering this is like all just goodwill for the organizers. So it's wonderful to see. Alrighty, guys.
And you and I have a side bet going, Sydelio. So I've got Dark Siner to win the whole thing. You've got Modest.
Oh no! Oh my god! Let's go. I didn't think about that. Okay. So this match, this has big stakes. Big stakes here.
There are things going on here.
Although if whoever loses this, technically they can still end up in the finals. So.
Correct.
Okay,
you want to talk about increasing odds on our side bet?
Okay, go for.
Back. Did I miss anything?
We ran over the prizes. Just glanced them over.
I missed the prizes.
So it's DM2 boosters, pretty much for all. German DM2 boosters for spots 1 to 4. Oh no, the 1-drop miss. No, Modest. Okay, if you're rooting for Dark Siner, go for the hashtag Team Dark Siner. If you're rooting for Team Modest, go for the Team Modest Duelist, okay?
Yeah, Garabon, we just brought it up before you came back. Sydelio and I side bet. I've got Dark Siner winning the whole thing. He's got Modest winning the whole thing. So this match has quite a few implications here.
Oh,
right.
All right.
Although they could still face up in the finals, but still the advantage is there. But oh no, the 2-drop. The 1-drop. Modest, for the first time you're missing the 1-drop. What happened? Okay, Poisonous Mushroom, that does seem like poisonous into a 1-drop green creature.
Not bad.
And the Sniper Mosquito, Chef's kiss.
It would have been nicer on turn 1, but we take those.
Yeah, absolutely. No complaints, no complaints. And next turn, I think we're gonna see a speed at. Oh my lord! Imagine. Never mind, he only has 2 cards available. I think it's just gonna be like speed attacker, attack with sniper mosquito and return something.
Oh, he's got the
Belix?
Love
No.
it.
Oh,
Or
okay,
Spiral.
okay.
All right.
But this is one of the things that shows like Surfer is unplayable from your hand against Rush always.
1/1. Oh, if there was a deadly fighter there.
Okay, so what are the triggers that Dark Siner? Not the German odds. Not the German odds.
Love it.
Not
Love
the
it.
German
Give
odds.
me all of them.
No.
Wait, he's peeking.
No.
Logic Cube. Okay.
And this is something we also talked about. It's good against the Rushes. You can now just get like whatever Slash Charge or like. Or did he run Slash Charge? I can't remember, but like.
He's not running Flash Charger, but he is running the one of Snare.
Okay, yeah.
He also gets a really good advantage of like knowing what other shield triggers he has because that can really
this is going
influence.
to be
what he
a long
thinks.
logic cube for Dark Siner. I'm pretty sure he's counting his deck right now.
Yeah. Because there's no time limit. You should be doing that.
Yeah.
But even then. Now, technically, if Modest is being really, really aware here. Yeah, 0-0. And FN Rush, aka Modest one. The die roll. Technically, Modest can also, like, there could be some mind games here. Naturally, from the seat of Dark Siner, who's under pressure, Dark Siner has to pick the optimal card regardless what information he gets from the shields. But still, like, if, for example, Modest sees Dark Siner just take an energy stream or something, usually that would tell you that there's like a lot of removal in the shields or something, because then you're just going like, okay, I have the tools to just like balance the game out, so I just want to make my future draws better or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, Rush isn't going to change its strategy based on that pick, though, regardless. But
yeah, that is fair.
I agree with you. Like he's giving as much information as he's getting here, but the next 2 turns are going to be very critical for Dark Siner. He needs to see removal or a blocker this next turn. Or I mean, Bronze Arm Try. He just needs to have a play next turn, and he needs to be able to play Sky Sword on 4.
Yeah, the bad thing here is though that Dark Siner didn't have the Sky Sword mana available earlier, because usually the best play to win pattern against FN Rush with these Sky Sword decks is you charge a Sky Sword and you play Bronze Arm, and then you hope for Soul Swap triggers, because that's how you win the game.
Search Soul Swap into charge it
and had the Bronze Arm Tribe. So yeah, so the Logic Cube could have just been his mana fix here, which
also came up earlier. We talked about it.
Yeah,
very good.
All right, these breaks need to go very well for Modest here. He can't run into a trigger.
So Sniper and bring back Quixotic.
Yep.
And I do like just going in order, like... Is it another...
Yeah.
Another Logic Cube.
Another Logic Cube.
Well, do you get another Soul Swap? Just in case you get, like, Sky Sword in hand?
You get Spiral Gate or Snare here. Or you get either Spiral Gate based on what your next turn is. Your next turn needs to be Sky Sword. Otherwise, you're getting Miraculous Play.
Yeah, your turn could also be charge Sky Sword and play Soul Swap. But,
Correct.
Technically, I think it's better to not, because you can swing the Bronze Arm into the Poisonous.
Yeah. If he's got Belix, he can grab Soul Swap here. Yeah.
Yeah, that would. Yeah.
That's not bad.
Yeah. Options are open for Dark Siner. He's getting everything he needs to get in this matchup, and Hardy Captain going back to Modest Hand next turn is also very good for Dark Siner. So
when looking at the Spiral Gate, if we consider there was a 1-drop out, although it does deplete cards in your hand, so we can't go for like everything, like we can't figure everything out, but technically there could be 3 less shields. I mean, sorry, 2. This is their turn 3, so 2 less shields. there was a 1-drop for.
It's a third trigger. Love that. Oh my god.
Wow.
So do you just bronze arm back and forth?
I think you do. I think you bronze arm back and forth because now he can cycle in his that spiral gate he just got. If he needs to.
Belix into mana is kind of painful though. Like, of course, it doesn't technically it doesn't change anything. Like, you get the mana, that's what you want to do it for, but still, like, Dark Siner still has to go for like. I don't know.
If the mana works out for Dark Siner this turn, he can play Sky Sword into Spiral Gate, put the pig back in Modest hand. Modest still gets to play 2 cards next turn because he has the Quixotic and the 1-drop, and then Dark Siner just needs to have an answer to that board. He'll have 1 shield, but he will
the
1
Night
shield versus 2 creatures. But as long as he has an answer, Dark Siner could come out of this okay.
The nightmare scenario for Modest would be Sky Sword into Belix into return Soul Swap. Okay, blue card up. We do get this yeah.
So he doesn't get mana screwed. He's going to spiral back Quixotic and bounce with the mushroom. So yeah, it's really just him playing 2 cards next turn and seeing if Dark Siner has the answer he needs. We're reaching the critical mass of these turns.
A little too much like triggers because it translated into the spiral gate.
Yeah, that trigger line is what is about to give Dark Siner the win if he makes it out of the next 2 turns.
Okay, we got 2 mana for the Quixotic, and then 1
already capped him.
Polygon.
Yeah, we knew he had those.
I'm pretty sure you just need to swing because you want, like, Soul Swap is already a bad card against you, and if you're forcing your opponent to either attack and trade into the Mosquito.
Yeah.
Well, Modest still has Quixotic in his hand plus an additional card, and he can't get mana screwed next turn, which means he can next turn play Mushroom and Quixotic. So Dark Siner needs to have Plague here. Plague or Sky Sword Snare.
Plague would be pretty crazy here.
I mean, okay, Dark Siner has so far shown restraint to not playing what seems to be the most optimal thing. Like, he's taken his time to play the things out. But still, Plague just puts your opponent back to 0 board presence.
Yeah. Plague is best card here. Yeah. And then if he's got Sky Sword, if he's got another Sky Sword, or he's able to swap in that other Sky Sword at some point, he's going to be fine. So Modest's back is up against the wall here. He's still going to be able to break him down to 0 shields, but a well-timed Sky Sword here in the next turn or 2 should be fine.
Now the thing is, though, like, you trade the Sky Sword in, which is, of course, you do that, but still you lose the Sky Sword on board. So if you have, like...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He needs to have another one.
Because the creatures are not gonna stop coming here. Like, even if you put your opponent to 0 mana, it's still gonna be like, 1-drops come in plenty.
It's not like those Hydro Hurricane matches where you need a lot of mana to start doing stuff. The creatures are gonna come down with 1 mana, 2 mana.
Bronze Storm Tribe?
Not bad.
Surfer, maybe? Or are we swapping or something?
He's swapping.
But still, noteworthy that there's no Sky Sword in mana. Like, depleting mana, like, the Fortress doesn't, like, it's okay, but it doesn't deal with the Hardy Cat.
That's cute. I feel like it would have tried to set up Belix for more Soul Swap shenanigans, but yeah, I feel like Belix should have been the play there. Belix to get back Soul Swap, and then you can play. But I guess it depends on what his hand is.
The scary thing here is, though, that if Dark Siner doesn't have... Oh, there was no more Hardy Cap or Sniper. Well...
Yeah, the miss on the last 1-drop. I know he's got 2 pigs in his hand. 2 pigs and a poisonous mushroom, so I don't know what the last card is. Or the last 2 potential cards are. Corpse is great.
Corpse is really good.
Sky Sword, yikes.
The Sky Sword back.
Yeah, I think Dark Siner's going to start running away with this now. He made it through the critical turns, and now he just gets to set back up.
The German wall of shield triggers. Good lord.
Yeah, double logic cube and a soul swap. And he's breaking. The ball's on this guy.
Mm,
Yeah, I feel like he's probably got a plague.
could be, yeah.
And then even if you give 2 1-drops, you just clear everything.
Imagine a Torkon throwing in a wrench here. Wow. Like you just hit the Torkon in the shield and then you're suddenly in a pinch. The power move just charging the Fortress Shell.
I love it.
Sky Sword? Ooh, foul.
Foul for swap and then Sky Sword.
Plague. I think Plague.
Yeah,
Oh, do you get back plague? No. Heck yeah. Alright. Love it.
And then those creatures are just going to be enough to win.
Yeah, it's a good point in the chat that there's like Dark Siner didn't take plagues from either of the logic cubes, which kind of signals that he had them in hand and they would be completely unplayable unless he managed to find the logic cubes for the time.
Yeah.
Yep. That should be game here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way he can set up a single turn kill. If he hits 1 Torkon, he just stops swinging and then he wins next turn. Yep.
Mm.
That should be the game.
Or just
And
do this plague again.
that will put it away. Yeah. Absolutely put it away.
Okay, which play was stronger? My opponent playing a 1-drop or me playing a 7-drop?
Which play?
Let's see. All right,
Yeah,
FN Rush gets to go first though. Maybe 1-drop this time. Not.
He missed again.
No.
Wow. That was after having it the first, like, the other 2 matches. I think he had it turn 1 both games.
Mm.
Now he hasn't gotten it at all.
Usually it's also like, on average, you do get it.
Yeah. It's like less than, it's right at the 20% mark that you just don't have a 1-drop.
Dark Siner typing German odds. Oh my god, he knows. But also Sky Sword charge, that is something you kind of don't want to see because the bronze arm, it's coming.
It also means Dark Siner didn't have additional blue mana.
Mm.
Alright, charging Spiral Gate is kind of interesting.
He didn't have blue mana. That's the only reason he would have done that.
I was about to say, I don't hate Rikabu. Like,
yeah, I think it's probably one of the better things you could do here.
Yeah.
Because it's highly unlikely there's gonna be removal from hand. Like, Dark Siner probably just... Let me adjust the camera so I can lean back.
Crazy, he would just be at 1 shield if he'd had a 1-drop. It's wild. See how much that matters.
A 1-drop is so important.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bronze Arm Tribe and a well-timed Surfer or Terror Pit here could get Dark Siner potentially back in it.
Or just Soul Swap. Just Soul Swap for Sky Sword also on the backswing. That's...
Yeah.
Because then you just play, like, bring the Sky Sword out and then you can even attack it into something.
And play something with Felix.
Another Rikabu would be really good.
Just any...
Okay, Ganta.
Okay.
And just Ganta.
Okay, it's something. Is it Soul Swap?
Is it Surfer?
Okay, Logic Cube.
How many times can you get Logic Cube in the shields?
Too many.
Arguably worse than last game at this point in the match. But yeah. still impressive. Yeah. Probably going to be another long Logic Cube while he sees if he has triggers.
Also notable that, like, if you were to get Soul Swap, then you can't swing the Bronze Arm in, so... Gotta be mindful of.
Yeah,
the
Soul
things.
Swap would be very strong here in shields. Strong, but you would need to be able to follow it up with another one, I think.
Hmm.
And Pig and Gaunt are just massive and hard to deal with, so.
Okay, so Soul Swap to hand.
Alright.
It's not over, but still. Soul Swap and a lot of cards isn't too good.
Belix Soul Swap, I think, is his best play here.
Yeah. I'm curious what Modest is holding.
Maybe double Soul Swap. Let's see if the mana breaks.
Double Soul Swap is pretty good too.
Okay, there is a bricky mana, but it's still 3 open.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was double Soul Swap.
Yeah.
Fortunate for
I
here.
wonder if that brick matters, though. Like, if he actually had Belix in hand.
But we still have a lethal point if this is a speed attacker, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless, like, Dark Siner saw... But you have to threaten it if you have it, right? Oh, 3!
You know, 3?
There it is.
Rickaboo, alright.
Come on!
This is the chance.
Come on! One time!
7,000 power
I'm-
Quixotic.
And we know the 6th and 7th are mystery cards.
Right.
Yep.
Dark Siner doesn't know them. Oh no.
Oh, he's like Spiral.
No!
Not,
But it
not
is a speed
great.
attacker, so it could be worse. Okay, I mean this is still tough
Yeah,
to come
play-
back from.
yeah,
There's
play-
a lot of creatures.
Yeah, Plague doesn't save you from a speed attacker.
Yeah.
But still, like... Okay,
I mean,
mana,
even with Plague,
there's
like, there's enough creatures.
Mario in the chat with meltdown. That would be like, that would be so bad, so good.
The one tech fire card in your meltdown.
Oh, Dark Siner have any out? I'm pretty
No, I
sure.
don't think so.
I don't
No,
think
let
so.
me
Looking
think.
it over right now.
8
The out
mana.
would be to do another double swap on Sky Sword and then hope you hit double pit or the Holy All.
Yeah.
But-
Yeah, I feel like you need to get another Sky Sword somehow.
Yeah. Another Sky Sword needs play. He would ideally want to play it from hand, possibly play a Belix, and just hope that the shield he hits off the Sky Sword is Holy All. That's the out.
Is there
Oh,
no
yeah.
speed attacker in hand?
There is. Plus there's another Rickaboo in hand, which is why it has to be Holy
Okay,
All.
yeah. But we're gonna see like Dark Siner playing for the best out here.
Yeah,
Is that just
fine.
Fale Iga?
That's the
Okay,
Sky
Sky
Sword,
Sword.
so yeah, happening.
And maybe
Soul
a
Swap?
version of swap.
And
Yeah.
then Spiral Gate or Belix?
Yeah, Spiral Gate would be pretty good. Doesn't have it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Well, there is still a small out.
yeah.
It's,
Holy
yeah, it's
All, double Terra Pit, yeah. Or Terra
We're gonna
Pit,
see it.
Spiral, some combination, Surfer. Like he needs double trigger, essentially. Or Holy All.
Or Holy All on the first one would be nice.
Solomon, no jinxing, my friend.
Charging the Ganta.
Alright.
Presumably to have
Because
extra mana
to
in
play,
case
yeah,
of a
for like if
Plague.
there's a fortress.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not good yet.
Oh my lord.
I guess he gets to find out if he.
Yeah, if is there a Holio?
Yeah.
Imagine he actually sees the Holio is in shield. Oh my god, Soul Swap in the hand. Come on, man.
Is it down there? My God.
Flip it. Oh, he's peeking.
Nah.
It's
Okay.
All
Alright,
right.
alright.
Game 3.
I'm not gonna lie, that's quite a lot of shield triggers though. That's quite a lot
Yeah.
of shields.
But to be fair, that was a lot of shields too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like across the 2 games and the starting shields. Whew.
Yeah. All right. Are we gonna see
The turn 1 play.
one?
Are we gonna see a
We
turn
haven't
one?
seen it game 1. We didn't see it
We're
game
gonna
2.
see Dark
Okay.
Siner have a
We-
shootout.
Okay, Poisonous Mushroom, turn 2.
Oh no.
Now Sky Sword into mana is probably best for Dark Siner to just set up. Or, like, you know, Faliga and Belix isn't bad either. Okay, I was about to say, like, this can't go as scripted as I'm making it to be.
You just like call every single thing.
Yeah. Okay, Poisonous Mushroom into Deadly Fighter, let's go. I'm ready.
Volcanic Arrows
Oh,
charge.
2 1-drops!
Yeah, the double
not
one
bad
drop.
either.
Oh, the fabled 2 1-drops.
Oh, it finally happened.
And you know, Modest actually played this really, really well because there are multiple ways to misplay your mana if you tunnel onto the Deadly Fighter. You play the Fire mana and Deadly Fighter, and next turn you look at your 2 green 1-drops and you're like, oh,
Yeah.
seems like I made a mistake. Oh, Spiral Gate, so there's...
Yeah, finally found the spiral.
I mean, it slows down a little bit, but it.
I'm not sure if I agree with the Sniper pick, though.
I think I do, because Hardy goes back to the hand. I mean, Deadly's fine, but I'd rather him not have advantage over drawing right now, because you're not going to keep giving him cards.
Oh, Gonta is a strong card, though.
And Sniper.
This is a
big
good
deal.
board, yeah.
All right. Can we hit a Surfer? First shield. Let's see. See if Modest Duelist has my luck.
Yeah,
I
this is a
would
German
I would
Bible.
attack with the Hardy Cap first, because if it's a Surfer, then bounce.
Oh.
Love it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's happening.
Just as you said it.
So I think I actually bounced the Gauntlet here.
Yeah, of course.
Oh my god,
Like the-
Dark Siner, what are you doing?
Yeah, this is the reason why I would have attacked with the... because not the, if you attack with the Hardy Cap and there's a Surfer, then you're, like, if you bounce Deadly Fighter, it's not very good. But now you just get back swung.
Oh, he had clamps. That's why I didn't. I guess it didn't matter.
Okay.
I still would have bounced the Gauntlet at that point. Oh my god.
I mean, the board presence is still pretty decent
Yeah.
for Modest, so it's not
it is.
like...
It is.
Now you just
Like,
trade the
you can-
Surfer with Gonta and then you attack, return Hardy
Yeah.
Cap, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, still
This
not
is
bad.
an onslaught of defense, though. Another
Oh,
trigger.
he's peeking again. No, what is
To be fair, half of Dark Siner's deck is triggers.
Is it actually?
He has
Yeah,
3
1,
logic
2, 3,
uses
4,
and
5,
so
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 cards out of the 50. So,
Yeah, that's...
like 40% of his deck.
Yeah. So 2 shields on average should be...
Yeah.
Modest won the die roll. Dark Siner was quite low on cards. Or is, / was, like... But now Dark Siner essentially gets to get the best non-Sky Sword card he wants.
Yeah, it's coming back to the fact, like, he really should have surfered that Ganta, because he'd still be at the same amount of shields, but he would still have Surfer on board at this moment right now.
Yep.
So, and yes, sure, Modest Duelist could have potentially had Ganta and another 1-drop. Like, we didn't know he was going to draw the Deadly, so he wouldn't have been able to play Ganta and Deadly in the same turn. So,
Yeah.
even after the clamp, so it's just that's. Again, it's hard to call it a misplay, but it's definitely not the most optimal play he could have made there. Ganta should have gone back.
Because I don't see this Gonta ever leaving the field until it's like already such a stabilized board state. Like,
Right.
it's only gonna die when there's a Faliga or Fortress or something like that. Or, I mean, a Plague cast, but if you have the time to cast a Plague, you're winning.
Right.
Soul swap. Okay.
So probably has a Bronze Arm Tribe in hand and is looking to go Bronze Arm Soul Swap
Yeah.
and set up for Plague.
Yeah, he also needs additional nature mana, though.
Yeah. Or Belix.
Alex.
Belix Soul Swap, okay.
Pick
This
up
burn,
Alex.
this, I like, this is all right, but this still kind of it puts you behind 1 mana again, so you're not in plague mana next turn.
Yeah, it's not as strong as it could have been.
Yeah.
And he's off of nature mana now.
Imagine a world where you don't attack because you want to negate the nature mana.
Or speed attackers.
Yeah.
So probably Gonta, then Sniper Mosquito, then Rikabu, then Deadly Fighter.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
agree.
order.
Or maybe Deadly Fighter before Rikabu, because if you're gonna get Aqua Surfered, you don't mind.
Yeah,
with-
true.
with
Yeah,
Garabon.
that's fair. Yeah, I was thinking about Kill Spell, but I guess we see two surfers in the mana though. So Rikabu is second last. I mean, bouncing Deadly Fighter isn't that bad either, in the sense that you can then play 2 1-drops, but like we're just
No
I think
more
that's
triggers
gonna be
here.
a game for Dark Siner. He needs a lot to go right here.
imagine Holy or Last Shield. That would be kinda.
Oh, that would be so sad. The one of Holy Awe is your last shield. We looking at another Logic Cube.
So
What
probably
content-
just nature mana, right? Because
Yeah.
Yeah.
you don't win with Plague, you don't win with Holio, you only win with extra shield, right?
I
Yeah,
think so.
You win with Sky Sword, Holy All.
Or like
Um,
yeah, that's the best thing.
Yeah.
But what a thriller this match has been, holy moly.
A lot of times, like with Rush, it's just like over in 5 minutes, but these have actually been kind of nail biters all the way through.
I also like I think this showcases Modest playing Efendras very well. Like it's overall it's like small things, but like it's mostly the things that we don't see is like how you play your curve out and how you play your mana cards, because we've been seeing Modest play consistent turns. Like there's not been like off turns because of mana, and that's something that's really good.
Attack order, not taking early shields with sniper when you don't need to, like things like that. Yeah, I absolutely agree.
Sky Sword kill Rikabu. Oh, is there? Oh, bounce Gonta.
Yeah.
And then kill Rikabu, I guess.
Sweet. Yeah, you've got a chance if you got yourself a soul swap down there. It would be really helpful.
Oh my god.
Soul Swap, Terra Pit, Surfer, all of which would be good here.
Modest top deck speed attacker, please.
Yeah, if he's got the
Speed
speed
Oh,
attack.
that's a 3-mana tap. Oh,
Okay, it's still it can't happen, dude. No soul swap, no Holio.
Oh my
oh
god.
my gosh, it is. No way.
All right, these
Now
are the
if
critical
there's
turns.
is there now a plague?
Wow, the one of Holy Awe.
Mm-hmm.
Modest
plague.
must be melting, my god. Oh.
He doesn't even like need the plague right now. There's so many things he could do to just like restabilize now.
Just needs the
another
mana burn.
Sky Sword,
Oh
swap. Yeah. Any mana burn. Yep, exactly.
We
It's a
know
lot
from
to
the
keep our eye
Belix he
for
still
Dark
has
Siner
that
here.
cranium clamp, so he can discard out the speed attacker.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily bank on that because I wouldn't want to put all my if I could get the Sky Sword Holy All, what's the odds my opponent just top decks another speed attacker?
Yeah.
Not trying to play around with fate here.
Oh my lord. 1 out of 20, I think 30 at that stage, maybe.
If I was Dark Siner, I would be taking like 5 minutes on this right now. Maybe get up and stretch for a second before you make this play.
Let the adrenaline calm down after that Holy Awe.
Yeah, that's. I mean, you and I said it. I think multiple times, Sydelio. That was exactly what he needed. That was the only way to stabilize, and here we are. Yeah. Dark Siner could have multiple ways to survive the next turn.
Yeah. Oh, there's so many different ways.
but we still have to keep an eye on actually winning and stabilizing. So.
Oh, maybe there was the Lost Soul angle, and he was thinking, do I want to bet the top deck, you know?
Well, he's got Cranium Clamp, so he can do it for 4 mana.
Is this about to be an
Okay.
stream?
Oh, he's looking for...
He's looking for answers.
Yeah, if he didn't have it, maybe he's gonna be looking for the Sky Sword, and if he doesn't have it, then
4 mana clamp.
Clamp.
Okay.
Oh
so
my
he's
god,
got
there's
these
still an out! There's still a way for speed attackers! No, come on!
Yeah.
Speed
he is-
attacker
he is
got him.
thinking the gods.
Come on! If there, like, what did we saw the earlier? You know, the what was the moment when there was the justice moment, the terror pit? You know, sir. Oh my god!
What's he gonna be? What's he gonna be?
Oh,
Poisonous
no.
Mushroom. Alright, that's looking good for
All right.
Dark Siner
The thing
now.
is if Dark Siner didn't have an answer last turn, there's fingers crossed he has something this turn. We still don't know if he necessarily played the cards he drew.
I mean, Plague is pretty good, but I
Yeah,
guess if
Plague
he threw
is
the
still
Plague
great.
on the energy stream, he'd have it now, but he wouldn't be able to do it last turn. So that's definitely a possibility.
He's got Modest in his head right now. Modest does this, I think, when he starts to feel like he might be losing or might potentially lose. He starts
Yeah.
thinking about his mistakes. He needs to keep his head in the game right now.
Yeah.
Bronze
Modest
Arm
still hasn't
Shard.
lost this, and I think Dark Siner's back is very much against the wall right now.
Spiral Gate on Sky Sword replay.
Yeah, that would be strong.
Energy stream again. He's still looking for something.
Still
Or
digging,
maybe
yeah.
could just be that Dark Siner has the answer and he just, you know, like wants to see more options before committing to anything. But
He's like,
yeah, what's the
you
follow-up
have to
though?
deal with the mushroom, and then if you deal with the mushroom, can you also deal with the possible
Fire
speed
mana,
attacker
yeah.
up top?
Yeah, if he can burn the fire mana.
Divine Riptide. Yeah, baby.
He's got 6 mana to.
Snare and swap. That would be brutal.
That would be pretty good. Yeah, I feel like that's the best he could probably do right now on this 6.
Imagine if he had like a rebirth as one splash and then you rebirth for Belix and you just destroy all hopes and dreams of everything. Oh my god.
I think also Belix, take back Plague, and then swap Sky Sword for Sky Sword is also very powerful.
Absolutely. I can't believe these games. These were tense. Or are tense.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Still 10. Yeah.
Yeah, Rebirth is a really good card. And also Rebirth has like, in the occasional game where you're playing against a Fortress Shell deck, if you have...
We're back in Speed Attacker Gotham's.
He got
That's
it.
3 mana.
Yes, let's go! Let's go for this! Let's go!
Oh my God.
Justice! Justice! Let's go, GG!
Oh,
That's...
he was holding Plague.
Oh my god. That is...
Wow.
But that, I have to say, that is justice though. I think that's... Oh my god.
That's such a shame. He found Plague off that last stream.
Oh.
Dang.
Yeah.
Should have played Plague. Why didn't he? But didn't know what the Plague was. Who cares what the Plague was after Plague? You had Snare and Terror Pit. Oh my god. I think Dark Siner threw.
Yeah, I think he really wanted to Plague there.
He should have
Because that
played.
gets
There's
rid
no
of
reason
Speed
not to Plague. You put the Fire Mana back in his hand, you put a 1-drop. Who cares if he plays another card the next turn?
Oh my god. Banked on missing the speed attacker. That's a punished moment if ever. Oh my god.
Ouch.
Hard throw,
That
Dark
was a-
Siner
that was a
saying
good hit,
ouch.
though.
Yeah. Want to make the tournament.
Want to make the tournament more interesting.
Yeah.
I mean
good lord.
but that match was the best of the day. That had everything.
Yeah,
That
that's good.
Oh my god. All right, guys. Yeah, let's update the bracket.
Yeah, let's see who else we've still got. We got Otto, Xbom, or Cloud, and Mr. Bazat. Who do we want to peep in on?
Should we maybe go watch Xboom because we didn't see any games from Xboom yet, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's
you're
check
right.
out Xbom.
Yeah.
Yeah, Auto Xbom.
Was it Xboom Otto? Yeah, so Otto's room. Oh yeah, congrats to the finalist, Modest making it to the finals. Modest.
Yeah, well done.
My peak, let's go, man. Woo! Let's go. Damn, that was insane, that match. Really highlighted, like, honestly, the cool unique mechanics of Duel Masters. Like, even though there's triggers, sometimes it doesn't do enough, and sometimes it's just like, you have to play to your outs, and it's beautiful. Alright.
It's 1-1.
Oh, 1-1, nice. We get to enjoy the final tasty bits. Really developed boards for both.
Yeah.
Alright. Xboom 0 cards in hand though, like if there's a removal on Mistrias, it's pretty good.
Well, APOC is in his mana zone, and I think he's just playing the one of.
APOC's not that huge because of double Pala.
Yeah.
that's
But
what
still,
I'm
like,
saying,
just as a 7 mana Terra Pit, it's good.
Yeah.
No, not... it wasn't the final, but it was the semifinals that determines who goes to the finals.
Right.
So in losers bracket, we've got Otto versus Xboom and Cloud versus Mr. Bazat. The winner of those two matches will play each other, and then the winner of that match will play Dark Siner, and the winner of that will go back up against Modest.
As a note to the chat, you don't see the in-game chat, but Dark Siner himself said that he should have played the Plague. So he did have the option.
Yeah, which is crazy. That one's hard to believe.
Yeah. Damn, can we just agree that Duel Masters is awesome?
I love this game.
Overall, considering overall, it's unfathomable how you can make such an interesting metagame and that is so balanced overall. With we have a lot of different strategies that are viable. When you, of course, take in like Bombazar is something that it's anticlimactic by nature, but when you go past Bombazar, it's really balanced overall.
I think it's also kind of crazy how the game, we stopped having new sets however many 16 years ago or whatever it was, maybe 17 now, and these decks the meta is different now than it was a year ago. It was different a year ago than it was 2 years ago. We're still finding new strategies. We're coming up with new combos.
Ice Vapor's relevant.
Yeah.
Who'd have thunk it? I think my favorite realization from when we played back when the game was still alive, Garabon, versus now, is just how powerful Fortress Shell is.
Oh yeah, back in the day, nobody would have even thought about Fortress Shell.
Was the thinking process all when we had all the sets out though? I think that's a key factor because the printing of Belix and Soul Swap and Sky Sword is something that's just hard casting Fortress. Using your turn to do that is not good, but using a cheat engine for it is good.
Yeah,
and
but even after set 10, the game was still active for 6-7 months.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I feel like once set 10 came out, it was just all about Bombazar.
Yeah.
And now that we're playing without Bombazar, we do get to see these strategies like this.
Yeah. And who would have thought you can combo off with Spark Chemist? My god. Dude.
I love the Spark Chemist loop. I think that's the coolest thing.
It's so janky, but it's so cool because it kind of it doesn't abuse, but it like uses the game mechanics in a way that you otherwise don't really use them. Like the order of resolving pending abilities. Although something to be said is that, like, of course, all sets for limited purposes require bulk cards. It's still kind of sad that some of the cool designs are weak cards, like Ruthless Sky Terror is a really cool design, and I like Rocket Dive Sky Terror and these kind of things, but...
Free my dude, King Mazzelan.
Oh, hell yeah. Dude, King Mazzelan was one of the... It was the first card, aside with Double Geyser, I bought from the original chairman and the father of the Finnish Duel Masters community. Like, my friend was like... So the way I got into the Finnish community was that with my best friend, we used to only play us two, and we didn't have like other people, and we used to like occasionally throughout our youth and then like later teenage years, we used to sometimes just get our cards out and just play and have fun. And we thought we were of the like long lost family of Duel Masters, and nobody played it anymore. And then my friend just one day says to me when I go over to their place, and he's like, "You won't believe me, dude. After all these years, I found a forum where there's Duel Masters players from Finland, and there's at least 9 of us or something." And he was like so hyped that there was like a handful of people. And then I was like, "No fucking way!" And then we started reading and participating in the chats, and well, now we're here, so it's crazy.
Yeah, IDC, you know, to speak to that history of it. I mean, obviously, I think anybody who knows who I am pretty much knows because of right before Kaijudo when we launched the channel over here for Channel Earth Power. But, you know, obviously Kaijudo came out, we fell off with it, we played a ton of Kaijudo. And a few videos here and there between 2015-ish and 2021. But it wasn't until Garabon launched his Garabon games when he reached out to me about participating in it, and I didn't commit to it at the time, which is, you want to talk about like regrets in life, that might be in the top 5, which I guess is like a good thing when you think about it, but like still kind of upsetting that I didn't participate. But that's what motivated me to relaunch the channel, and I'd always been a fly on the wall in IDC, and finally hanging out and participating, just loving how active and great this community is. I've always appreciated it, loved being a part of it, and love continuing to be a part of it.
Yeah, like
growing it with you guys.
I think that like it goes without saying, I already kind of paid my respects earlier, but I'm pretty sure like the majority of all of us have watched you and CVH talk about stuff and play stuff like ages ago. Like I remember, like it's funny, I told about this to my partner, like, and my mom actually yesterday when we were visiting, that like the circle kind of funnily comes together. Like now I'm sitting here commentating with you, and like it just feels odd, like, because when you're a child, all distances feel like so much bigger. Like for example, internet wasn't as developed, and for example, just another city in the same country, you would be like, holy moly, that's far away. And then you have this kind of a event that now we're like, I think we're all like 8-ish hours maybe apart time zone wise, because Garabon is, I assume you're in Japan currently, and
I'm back in America now.
Oh,
actually.
okay. But anyway,
Go
like
Bears.
yeah, I was thinking like earlier, I thought like, okay, if Earth Power is from the US somewhere, I'm not sure where from exactly, and then I'm here in Europe, and then Garabon would be in Japan, like we're just like, anyway.
Yeah, no,
Damn.
me and Garabon have an hour's difference between the two of us, and obviously you're 8 hours ahead of us. But yeah, no, it's I love it. You know, like I said, this community's cool. I love how tight knit it is. I love how like you said, even though there's a massive distance between what feels like all of us, there's not really. You know, shout outs to Octagon giving us the ability to just kind of hang out and play this silly card game that we all love so much.
Also, something to note is that the Finnish Duel Masters Association board is planning the worldwide meetup for next summer, or this summer actually, because it's now 2024. So it should happen this year finally, because it will be the 20th anniversary of Duel Masters TCG, so
I was waiting for someone to tell me about it. I thought you guys would have decided or at least picked a venue, because if I'm gonna fly out to this thing, I need to know as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's
It is
because
gonna be
we're going
more
through like some board changes as well, like member wise, but there will be information.
Good.
Here we are just reminiscing about past and future, and then we see like 10 cards in mana, both players thinking their
Yeah,
brains
but
hard through.
Fun fact: only
this
2
whole
turns
time
have
we've
happened. I would've
2 turns,
gladly-
honestly? Oh my god.
Yeah, no.
It was just a flash
so
charger.
Otto bricked on a bronze arm and a sky sword, and Xbom slashed his deck, and that took like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Alright, now since we have some slower turns, let's discuss more about cards that we kind of like. We just like Cataclysmic Eruption for me is a cool design. I always liked it as a child, like because
Which one is that one?
it's the 8 mana one that for each nature creature you have in the battle zone, you burn a mana.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it's just like, it's so win more in the current state. Like you have to develop a board. Of course, your green creatures can ramp. Like you go.
I don't know that mana burn deck.
I know the
light-
quote unquote turbo burn. I know, but still, like, it doesn't do anything better than Soul Swap and Fortress Shell, unfortunately. And then if you are using the rest of the slots for the Eruption versus cards that find those cards, like overall deck power wise, I think it kind of waters it down. But how much I would love to play a deck with like 4 of them and just jam them in.
My
All
favorite
right,
cards are like the tap effect creatures because they can be so strong if you can keep them around, but
Shout
have to
out to
get
the
there.
Flodani heavyweight dragon combo.
Oh, hell yeah.
yeah.
All right, so it looks like Otto is trying to set up for
A big
game swinging board
yeah.
states here.
Mm.
Is there
Can't-
already a Holio in hand for Otto?
Yeah. He went and got a Blazosaur. He went and got a Slash Charger. Slash
Yeah,
Charger
use
is interesting because I don't know that I would have played that with Ice Vapor on board.
Yeah, slashes himself, I think. Maybe. And then you'd
I guess, like,
return.
he actually doesn't care because it's putting things into his graveyard that he's going to get back with Graveworm Q.
Oh, that's a cute way to cycle his
Mm.
mana. Hell yeah. All right.
Yeah, the winning
Yeah.
play for the good old Bolmetheus rub is Slash Charger, Bazagazil or Bolmetheus in your grave, go Corpse Charger, return it to hand, play Lost Soul on curve, and then you jam the threat. You heard it here 2 years ago. Just do it and enjoy. It's fun.
Oh yeah. That's some of my favorite thing against like Forbos and like Forcive
Yes.
rebirth controls is when
Exactly.
they melt down and then just swap in a Bazat or something.
Yeah.
Like you assume they're breaking shields, which means they have to be in their battle phase, right? No.
Mm.
They can still play more cards.
Wait,
Flashes out the
Plague? Oh, for a second I was like, he Phorbos is a Plague? Was there water in this deck? What? And then I realized, oh yeah, that makes more sense.
He's gonna go. Yeah, he's got to be setting up for Gargantua here, unless they're shield locked, which could be. He's only playing
Oh
2.
yeah, true. Yeah. Next CIDC, same decks, but every deck has 1 Ghastly Drain.
I think Ghastly Drain is a really cool card.
Yeah. One of those cards that, as a child, you looked at it and you're like, what? I don't want to do this. Like,
Yeah.
why would you do that? And now it definitely has its uses. It's not an auto include, but it's good.
Survivors be survivoring, boys.
Yeah, yeah.
Xboom is this has got to be either a Terrapit or a Hydro, but even they're both bad.
Dark fact. Kingish, no, not this time. The closest to that is a Fire Nature Rush. It's not an Otto include. Hey, Claude with the puns. Let's go.
Who won?
Nobody yet. Not yet.
Oh, okay. Claude versus Bazat is still going on.
Oh, really?
Another card I really like is Jack Viper and Frost Spectre. Like overall,
I want to like Jack Viper.
yeah, same.
Claude says he lost 0-2.
Oh lord.
Oh, I'll update the bracket. What happened, Claude? Are we gonna see... Okay, I'm not jinxing anything, but are we gonna see Survivors versus Survivors and then Modest against the Survivor deck?
Oh no.
Please, yes. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Wait, did we see Dark Siner play against the Survivors yet? I don't think we did. No, he was on
No,
the other
he
side of the
hasn't.
bracket.
Yeah, Dark Siner played against Xbom and Claude.
Also, something that I think is a shame in Duel Masters is that the Civilization hate cards are kind of too weak, in my opinion, because they would be so
I
interesting to play. Like, say,
Right.
Missile Boy was increase light cards by 2, or like all of the effects were increased by 2, because these kind of effects and denial effects in, for example, Magic are miles stronger, and they're still pretty balanced because you have removal spells.
I used to like cards like Rain of Arrows, and there's the other one, the 5-drop 2500 power.
Yeah,
blocker.
Miliaeus. Yeah.
That gave all darkness cards +10.
Mm.
If it wasn't 5 mana, I think it'd be very good.
Yeah, like
Or
4
5
mana. Make it 4 mana, and then it's... Because then you can imagine a fairy life curve into that thing, for example. Like it's just... Damn. Like, somewhat better because of sideboard. Like, it's a double-edged thing. Like, sideboards make hate cards worse, and they make them better also. I think Photoside is properly rated because, at least in the Finnish meta, it's been played for since like 5 years. I played it in my deck out, and it has nice promos. It's fun because
And there's a hollow version.
Techno Totem was played a lot, and Petrova, and also Elzonius. So I just was like, what's the best thing against these things?
Man, I miss Techno Totem. Tell you what.
But here we
Totem
go.
is such a cool card.
Okay, we have
I'm gonna try to end the game soon.
another... Oh, no
Oh, he's
block?
just gonna take him. Good lord.
No block? What?
Holy,
Looking for
he's looking for
I
Holy
guess.
All.
Okay.
But still,
Interesting.
Why, though?
I guess it doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah, because you can just swing the rest. Like,
Because I mean, Smashhorns and Blastosaurs are still swinging in at 6,000 plus.
But what's your out here?
You don't have one.
I
don't
guess.
think they
Okay, that's a fair way to put it. I didn't think about that. Oh,
Like there isn't one.
yeah.
You can break 2
Like,
shields.
I think
that's
you needed
cute.
a
Fireman a
more
meltdown.
than Booyah.
Yeah, Ice
X-Men. How
I-
close is X-Men with 13 mana?
Ice Vapor is just chilling there with the survivor creatures just plopping down like big fatties and no spells. Okay, GG's, Xbom says.
GG's drops into the chat. Good games, everyone.
Wow.
The survivors, they're doing it today.
Was it 2-0 for Otto or 2-1?
2-1.
Gotcha.
All right, so that's no points on Garabon. That's 2 points for me on Bazat winning over Claude, and no points
Oh,
because Xboom just lost.
spicy.
So, that ties us up, you and me, Garabon, at 4 and 4.
All right, so
Alright.
so is it now Garabon's time to guess the Otto Mr. Bazat, and the same applies, like
Right.
winners?
So,
What about for Dark Siner against Modest? Who got points for that?
oh, were we playing the double or nothing for that one?
I thought we
Oh
were.
yeah, Modest. So
And then we're doing double or nothing for Otto versus Bazat.
Okay. All right. So then we'll do it that way. So that'll put you at 7. You're at 7 then, and I'm at 4.
Okay.
oh,
And so now I basically The money, which survivor deck will do it?
It's
This is
gonna
what
be kind of a
Sydelio and I were
point
talking about
here.
when you went AFK for a few minutes. Garabon,
Yeah.
Otto versus Bazat. We're getting our survivor mirror. That's wild.
This is gonna
Don't
have
watch
some
it.
board state. Damn.
Yeah, this is gonna get out of hand very quickly.
I will mention though, I think a recipe for disaster against the other person is like if he managed to get a good bronze arm curve into the one of APOC, for example, and you just wipe like 2 smash horns out or something. It could be pretty juicy, but
Yeah, if you got a grave worm in hand though, who cares?
right.
This is gonna be who can manage the biggest board fastest. I think this is gonna be the play the card first.
Yeah,
type
bronze
of
arm
match.
tribe, soul swap factory shell, enjoy life.
You wanna flip for it, Garabon?
Well, who do you want to take?
I'll take Otto. I like the deck with the slash chargers. I'll go with
Okay.
Otto.
Because I wanted to take Mr. Bazat anyways, so it works out.
Nice.
All right, perfect.
So was it Xbom your tournament pick, Garabon?
Yeah, he was my tournament pick, so I'm
Okay.
out on my tournament pick.
Yeah.
Xbom
I,
and Claude, thank you for competing yet again. Shame that the water light darkness recipe wasn't the victory this time, but we shall see. All right.
That's crazy. That pretty much means our top 4, our 4th place finishes are going to be 2 survivors, Mana Burn, and the Fire Nature Rush. That's crazy.
Pretty varied, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
the interesting thing is though that if we look at it matchup wise, Survivor versus Survivor is like maybe the slash charger one is a little like a small nudge above the other, and then just because of the ramp aspect and the own Grey Worm engine. Then Dark Siner, like the Fortress Burn, is generally at a disadvantage against survivors, but it's not like auto loss because of the like it can still do its thing. Like if you manage your burn mana, it doesn't matter if they're playing survivors. And then we have Modest, which is the third wheel of the rock paper scissors kind of a thing where
I tell you what though, if I was Modest right now, I would be betting the house on one of these survivors to make it out of loser's bracket.
yeah.
It would be nice.
And yeah, Modest, I honestly I think Modest is sitting very comfortably currently. But
Yeah.
all right. Otto and Mr. Bazat, please make the room and let's get the game underway. Modest is 80% to win tournament at the moment, Xbom calling it. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't jinx
I
it.
think that's
Don't
pretty
jinx it.
reasonable. Because I mean, he's already beaten Otto. He's already beaten Dark Siner, and Mr. Bazat's deck is not that much different from Otto's. So he's got 2 sets to win against any of the players that basically he's already won. So
Yeah, I'm looking at this just based on matchup potential. Like, I mean, like Russia's win the coin flip, right? Like a lot of it comes down to that. But I think even still, like Rush versus Survivors is probably one of the more lopsided matchups in Duel Masters.
oh, I definitely agree.
In terms of just you look at a lot of matchups being 60-40, can go either way given the day, given the text for the build. But I feel like Rush versus Survivors typically nudges more in that 70 to 80 percentile when it's up against Survivors. Like Survivors needs not only shield triggers to go right, but you need to see the curve. And if you miss any part of any of that, you're basically losing. Darksiner has the best matchup against the Rush deck for sure, but Modest could just run into a million triggers. But that being said, he's only got to win 2 out of potentially 4 games.
Yeah, and and we have to account for that the matchups. None of these are terrible for FN Rush, and you still have your opponent. Your opponent needs to win 2 best of 3s against you.
Right.
So.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Modest has everything in his favor to win this.
Absolutely.
Talked about
Being
inside
on the
track.
winning
All right,
side of
guys,
the bracket is
we're
a
hopping
big
into the
advantage.
game. Enjoy the transition and let's get the last. Sorry, not the second last losers bracket game underway. All right, so who began this game? Mr. Bazat, it seems, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're looking at who... Bronze Arm turn 3 is the dream here.
Bronze Arm turn 3, and then get some Survivor engine as fast as you can. Getting out like some early Smash Horns might not be bad to like weaken the power of like mass removal.
Oh, and he bricked on multi. Oof.
What was the rebirth count on both of them? 1 for one and 2 for the other?
Yeah, I think Otto's playing 1. Yeah, Otto's playing 1, Bazat's playing 2.
Yeah, I think that's a really good card in the matchup because it just gives you so much value.
Yeah, it's huge. Graveworm to get back Factory Shell looks really nice.
Yeah, especially after that Loco just kind of hanging out with 1,000 power.
Alright, Skysword is not shabby at all. We could see the Lost Soul on curve and just hope them to brick, you know?
Yeah, Graveworm on board negates a lot of the soul swap.
Okay, this is a terrifying board state, but if it's exactly Lost Soul, there's still a small window. Oh my god, this is tense.
Yeah, but you at that point, like, you still don't have survivors on board. If Mr. Top deck 1 survivor, like, he's still just as good as he was this turn 4.
But I mean, like, if you get something to destroy the board as well, then it's...
Yeah, I think like a burst, maybe not burst shot, Apocalypse Device would be pretty nice.
Yeah. Okay, so it is... Oh, APOC? APOC feels... I don't know. Yeah, this is one of those times when you're like, nothing feels particularly good. Like, you get Lost Soul, and then your opponent top decks a Survivor. You get mass removal, your opponent just plays a Grave Worm.
Rebirth.
Okay, distinguishes that it's Rebirth on the Factory Shell. Thanks, I'll go get mine. And you get the 4-boss upside as well.
Yep.
Yeah, this is exactly what I think we were talking about a little while ago. It's like, who can get their survivors? And it's the chess match of how many can you get on board faster.
Yeah.
And Bazat is already off on this race at a much faster clip.
No fire mana though. No fire mana at all for... I mean, Bazat can just get some. But...
Yeah, the double Smash Horn here is strong for Bazat. Yeah.
You got the fire mana.
The thing is though, they actually it's pretty insane. Like, technically, we could see, because the engine is so fast online, we could just see a Blazosaur into Gargantua and just swing. Something like that.
But he doesn't have enough fire mana to do that yet.
No, that's true.
I think instead of like playing that Bronze Arm, I would have searched out another Smash Horn and then play that. Just to give you guys like a little bit edge on the power.
Yeah, so he's going to go ahead and grab his own Factory Shell now. And honestly, Otto could just have exactly what we were just talking about a minute ago with Bazat. He could just have the Blazosaur Gargantua play next turn. But he opts for Graveworm. Interesting.
So Lost Soul.
This is going to be a whodunit first type of match, man.
This feels just like a big arms race that's just going to explode at like any second.
Yep.
4-boss or another factory. Okay.
Yep. Factory Shell. He gets back a Factory Shell. And gets a search. Is he going to Graveworm his Factory Shell back?
Yeah, he should. He gets Gargantua, pulls back, So he's got to have the 2-drop in his hand right now, then the 2 or the 3-drop, because if he Smash Horns into Gargantua, he could just swing for game next turn. So Otto's going to need to have another fire mana and do it before he does it, essentially. So another fire mana here, he can play his 2 or 3-drop, play Gargantua, and just try to beat Bazat to the punch.
Oh, this is an interesting matchup. I like this.
Yeah. And granted, both decks play Holy All, right? So, you know, even if the first person swings, it might not be over. So
Bazat's got 2. Otto has 2, so 2 for 2 on Holy Oz.
APOC? Okay, never mind. I was like,
Yeah, so he had it. He was just searching
Yeah.
for more fire mana.
the thing about this is though that like
Holy
even
All
if
is
there's
incredibly
a
strong.
top deck, like it still slows down the development. Your
Yeah,
opponent
Bazat-
can't get to 2 red mana, so
Bazat needs to top a survivor here.
pretty much, yeah.
It's taken a while.
Or the
That
classic
Holy All
lost
is
soul after your
massive,
lost
dude.
soul. Thinking moment.
Five mana.
That's
Hmm.
the
Okay.
blocker. Yeah, blocker lets him get back some stuff. So.
Yeah, this is Galliasol is pretty good in the mirror actually. You have
Yeah,
blockers forever, like you need to have a Holio for the Gargantua to, or your general board to get through.
So, yeah, Bazat with just a single survivor can threaten the Gargantua yet again.
Hmm.
Because now he has Blazosaur Gargantua in
Mm.
hand plus fire mana. Yep, so he's good to go yet again.
Quite the draw. Like we get to see like the piece that is missing from the other deck perform pretty
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, and Galazol paying dividends in this matchup all of a sudden because Otto can't win before he loses in this state. Like he
Yeah.
has to Holy All this turn. He needs Holy All and Smash Horn.
My true home is not in the light realm. It is with the survivors. Ayo, let's go. Man, the survivor set was so cool.
This Galliasol actually ended up being incredible.
Seems so.
Like we were talking about how we were kind of questioning it, but in this very specific matchup, I think it's incredible.
Absolutely.
Best way to stop a World Breaker is to block it once, you know?
Maybe it was designed all around. Oh my god. Honestly,
They knew what they were doing.
yeah. Another survivor I actually like quite a lot is Skull Sweeper. Like there's a lot of times when you like I kind of like just like the generic mid-range overpowered horrid worms kind of gameplay where you just play like Blazosaur, Smash Horn, Skull Sweeper, and you just swing like you're not setting up for Gargantua. Then you just like, oh, all my creatures are like attacking 5,000 power horrid worms. What you gonna do? Oh my god, the board states in this game though. Good lord.
Searching his
Lost
deck and searching
Soul.
for spells, grabs Lost Soul, which is cute. Can set him off for yet another turn.
One verse Belix the World Breaker. Just holding the
thing
door.
is like Cutronic Gargantua isn't the best play next turn. Like it's good, don't get me wrong, but he has the one blocker to stop it, so he still gets a free turn out of this.
Yeah, like I personally like just like play out survivors. Oh.
Okay.
He went for
Will
it.
we see the survivor off the top?
Well, another Galliasol.
Burst shot.
Oh, that doesn't do very much right now. You could play it. And
he probably could have just played it. It's Bronze Arm Tribe for Sky Sword, but I guess the mana's probably more relevant. Have double fire set up already.
Yeah, true. Because now you're threatening any survivor. Let's see, 3 mana.
He's just checking mana. Yeah, 9 mana.
Calculate Smash Horns. We're doing the Smash math.
Yeah, sometimes like when there's a lot of Smash Horns and stuff, it can get confusing.
It's tough. He needs 2. Well, he needs 1 to be able to start swinging over things. Forbos gives him the extra 2 grand, but Belix will be able to essentially bump with one of them here shortly. But
Grave Worm into mana.
Charge. Okay, there's another Smash Horn. Gets to activate 1,000,000 effects.
Yep. Goes ahead and gets Grave Worm, keeps it on lock. APOC here is strong.
Yeah. Yeah, you can like slowly pick apart the. I mean, personally, honestly, I don't hate setting up to soul swap the Galliazol out for like Smash Run and go for the lethal or something like that.
Yeah.
You could just go for it here. The only threats from Bazat are the Terror Pits and the Holy All.
And we
You
see
could,
one
like,
in the mana. Are we gonna clear actually?
He can't.
How much can
He
we
can't
clear?
clear fully. He can clear a lot, but he can't clear
Okay.
fully.
Is there enough
So
attackers? Is there enough
Wait.
attackers for lethal? No. Never mind.
So he can kill a Smash Horn, which still isn't enough.
But
Yeah,
everything
he
is
can-
smaller on
No, he
Otto
can't. So
side.
he can almost clear here because Forbos can clear a Smash Horn.
No,
He
but
clear
can't
one
for
Smash Horn.
didn't he
Smash
play
Horn
it,
bounces with
or was
Smash
it
Horn,
another?
Smash Horn bounces with Smash Horn. Belix smashes with Grave Worm, and Sky Sword bounces with Factory Shell at that point.
Oh yeah, it
It'll
was.
leave,
Oh yeah.
it'll leave Galazol and Bronze Arm Tribe on board, but he'll get to keep Forbos, Factory Shell, and
Yeah, I was just.
he'll have Forbos, Factory Shell to Galazol and Bronze Arm Tribe.
Yeah, I was just
So that's-
confused of the order because he used the play mechanism to like play these. It was the Smash Horn and not the
Yeah.
Forbos that was played. That's what I was, because I was like, the Smash Horns can't. So can I draw? Can I draw arrows here? Oh, whoops!
It is.
Do they see
is.
it? Do you guys see my arrow if I draw
Yes.
it?
No, I do not.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Yes, we can see your arrow. Everybody can, Sydelio.
Okay.
Oh,
Then I won't draw. I'm just thinking like, so Forbos clears one Smash Horn, and then these Smash Horns are equal. So you can clear these, bump into those. You could do that.
you really
You
want,
could
like-
you could full clear if you want to. You're ahead in cards.
If Forbos didn't die there.
Oh, Forbos. Are you sure? Oh,
Forbos is alive.
yeah, because that's not the misplay. Like it's not the. It's just how the power is. It doesn't die. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
4,000.
Forbos was at 6. The Grave Worm or the wait.
Yeah, the Smash Horns were all at 5 apiece.
Yeah.
Forbos was at 6. Yeah.
So Claude is saying that, like on stream you see the arrow, that I know, but OCTG and you don't see my arrow.
I did see it in OTCGN.
Okay.
Yes, one Smash Horn was played this turn. He can't swing with one of them. So
Yeah.
he has to trade Belix with the Factory Shell.
Yes. Yes.
Unfortunate here because I feel like he really would want to get rid of the Grave Worm and the Factory Shell, but he can't. Wait, the Factory Shell.
No,
can
the other
attack.
Smash Horn's still alive. Oh my god, they're messing this up a lot.
Yeah. Go back to board state. Go one by one.
This is like the most confusing Holy All I've seen in my life.
All right.
All right. So he's
Yeah.
wholly on. Yeah.
Okay.
Fortress can swing over one Smash Horn.
I think we're gonna need one of the tournament organizers here if this becomes a ruling thing. Like,
Yeah.
if they're going to be with like it was his misplay to attack Mm.
Yeah. So he kills one Smash Horn, and now he can proceed with
Yeah.
the ones he can attack. So
Yeah.
Smash Horn can bounce with one Smash Horn, which is fine. Belix has to bounce now with either Galazol
We
or
can get
Factory Shell. Yeah, and Sky Sword can swing over the Bronze Arm Trap, and that's where the buck ends.
I think because it's all the power to the players in the sense that, like, okay, if he's okay, hold on. Is Halfar or Spalding or Dark Siner watching? We need a judge here.
Yep.
So, what exactly did he try to do here that was incorrect?
So
What happened that was wrong?
he attacked with a Smash Horn that he had just played. So two Smash Horns stay alive on both of their sides of the field, which is fine. But the Belix basically nothing can attack over this Grave Worm. So he can't swing with it, he can't bounce with it. Right. And I understand where Mr. Bazat is saying, you know, you let the misplays play out, but he had a Smash Horn that was still on board that wasn't on board when Otto was attacking, because it should have been.
Oh,
So that's
these.
why we had to back up.
Oh my god, these have the wrong image. Oh my, I never noticed, dude. Like, Smash Horns are 4K in this. Holy shit.
Yeah, Smash Horns are massive right now. So everything, you know, there's one Smash Horn on each of their boards powering up everything. But essentially you're just treating power like normal now. So, you know, Belix can trade with the Fortress, which is fine. And then Sky Sword can swing over Bronze Arm Tribe, but that's where this ends. Because you can't, nothing else can swing over the Grey Worm.
I'll message. We need judge help. I mean, the players should still know that Smash Horn is 2K plus 1K, like...
Yeah.
Like...
I mean, they might have the right images themselves.
Yeah. Spalding replied to me, there's some confusion about attacks. One player, because of Smash Horn Q power up. Bazat says...
Attacking Smash Horn.
Can you review what happened just a moment ago?
Yeah. So, I mean, the simple review is that we got to this exact board state, and Otto bounced with the Smash Horn that Bazat had. But Otto couldn't swing with Smash Horn because he just played it. So, Bazat put his Smash Horn in grave. Otto put his Smash Horn in grave. I quickly commented, hey, your Smash Horn can't swing, you just played it. So Otto puts his back on board, but Bazat doesn't put his back on board. And then Otto continues to swing, not realizing that Bazat hadn't put his Smash Horn back on board. So like I said, any attack after that's irrelevant. It doesn't matter who made a bad play or misplay at that point, because like the board state hadn't been reset fully.
Okay, I'll just write to Spalding. I think the players are agree on it, so no problem.
Right. So if Felix trades the Smash Horn there, then yes, you can make all of the trades you need to.
Yeah.
At that point. But either way. Yeah. So we just reset board state, and now they get to play it out correctly. Right.
Okay.
Yeah. The only issue is that Otto attacked with a card that he had just played.
Yeah. Which can't happen, which in the case it's not a misplay or anything, because it just can't happen.
Right.
Okay. Back on track. Okay.
Yeah, we made it. We got there.
So does Sky Sword... Yeah, it's 2K. So Sky Sword just kills the factory shell, probably.
Yeah, and the Sky Sword can now trade with
Otto swung with a creature he summoned. Nothing anymore. Carry on. Summoning sickness was the issue. But it is. But you played it correctly. No. Just close stream and carry on.
I think the players agree.
Yeah, I mean, they both agreed on the attacking order that was there, so.
Yeah.
And we're back.
That was the most convoluted way to just like bring two massive fields down to just nothing.
Right.
What do we see off the top? A Terror
Oh,
Pit.
Terror Pit isn't bad, though.
That's pretty good.
Oh, Suanide.
Like,
Nice to see you.
Otto has 3 in his hand, so if this is like a factory shell, could be very powerful position here. Five mana, Grave Worm. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, this is where we're right back to who can get the snowball effect first. Does Otto not have a blaze? He does have a blaze sword.
Okay, yeah, there we go. So both players have all the mana in the world. Like Soul Swap becomes really good. Oh no, what did Bazat get? Like another burst shot?
Oh, burst shot would be so sad right here.
APOC, okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, APOC.
Yeah, it's like
rules, yeah.
slows down a bit, I guess.
I would
Smash
have
Horny
the
Incident.
Gallon goal here.
I feel like he doesn't need to.
Yeah,
Oof,
I guess
that's-
maybe playing 6 and 6, but I would have held on to it just because that Terror Pit on that Galazol is what's going to open up him to be able to swing for game here in a minute.
What game is this? Is this the first one?
This is still game one.
Yeah.
Good lord.
This has been a grinder.
Okay, Bazat go.
Happy face. Terror Pit doesn't do very much.
I mean, something established board state versus not established board state. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. The Galliazol moment. First you were glorious and then not.
We got the Forbos.
Slash Charger, I like
I
that.
don't mind that. Yeah.
I like that.
Because I mean, when Mr. Bazat's top decking, you can just get rid of like one of his relevant top decks.
Yeah.
Because there's not that many that really get him back in the game. And you're still gonna have mana to play the Grave Worm. What's it gonna be?
Yeah,
Rebirth,
looking at
that'd be
Bazat's.
Oh, Rebirth. Oh yeah,
Yeah, I mean, that
Rebirth
would
is
be
a
a
really
big
good
deal.
slash.
Yeah, he can't get rid of enough factory shells if there's multiple. He can't get rid of enough grave worms to make it relevant. So Rebirth is probably just the best card
mean,
to remove.
This is looking pretty much in Otto's bag, but something to notice that Otto is at 13 cards, Bazat is at 19.
I mean,
so
Bazat could literally top deck a Fortress Shell and then just be right back in this.
right, and then you have a blocker and you have all the blockers. Does that do anything? Soul Swap,
Could
I
be
guess.
worse.
Soul Swap, or I mean, Cranium Clamp is not great. Is he playing Clamp?
I actually don't hate Soul Swap Bronze Arm for blah 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 blah. Another Survivor.
Another 4 bows, grab 2 spells.
Yeah. On the other hand, Smash Horn is maybe relevant.
A little bit more power.
Because, like, the sad thing about Rebirth is that it's really close to not hitting the Factory Shell. But I mean, I don't think Otto will have that many Smash Horns.
You say that, as long as they're not in shields, he could just play out both next turn.
Right.
Or both. For a soul swap.
Yeah.
Ghastly Drain and Meltdown. Let's go.
Can you imagine though?
The like every flavor of everything in one deck. You just have like everything.
This is so much mana.
That's 15 mana, boys.
I can't believe we're not still seeing the Dance of the Sproutlings Survivor Turbo Ramp decks. Shaking my head. Ghastly Drain into Dance of the Sproutlings. Cosmic Darts into Invincible Technology, into Cosmic Darts, into Dance of the Sproutlings, into Victory. Make it happen.
You live on a plane higher than us, Sydelio.
When you indulge yourself too deep in the tank and then you end up brewing the wildest stuff that are unfunctional piles of garbage, but you're still having fun.
The one time they work, it's all worth it. It'd be the worst Survivor deck ever, but the one time you get that combo, you just made everything worth it.
Cooked so hard you burned the kitchen.
Burned the whole house down, not just the kitchen.
I just like the idea of Sydelio waking up after, like, just sweaty after a dream. Just it's possible.
Actually, if you're saying this jokingly, you haven't heard how I actually came up with the Hurricane Crawler loop originally, and that was exactly that manner. It felt like a fever dream, and I had been pondering like there has to be a way to break Hurricane Crawler, and then I was trying to think about all the possible cards, like how can I make this work? And the long story was that the hardest part was to figure out cards that go like card positive from your mana zone, so you can maintain your hand size while you're playing stuff. And then the only sequence that has like beneficial spells is /charger, Mystic Dreamscape, Fall Ega, Abduction Charger, Hurricane Crawler, and that maintains your hand size and casts /chargers.
Surprised he wouldn't just swap out the Galazol there.
Oh, he had swap. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just get rid of the blocker.
Did he have the Gargantua in hand already?
Yeah, get rid of the blocker, let him hit Sky Sword. Sorry. Yeah.
Let him hit the Bronze Arm.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. He did swap or he did Loco the swap out.
Okay, he's gonna keep putting the pressure on.
I don't hate it because like when we look at like oftentimes I feel like in like this kind of high tournament tier Duel Masters gameplay is that, oh, could we see the Gargantua? How much let's see, 6 to
He could get out Gargantua and break 4 potential shields here with it, but that would be the most. It still wouldn't be enough. Gargantua isn't lethal for Bazat at this moment. And we know one of his cards is Rebirth.
Yeah, Rebirth is good though. Like Rebirth 4 boss for Factory Shell.
You can't Rebirth the 4 bows.
Shit, it's one too much. Yeah. I guess Grave Worm is your best. Maybe another Galliazol. I don't know what that how that advances your game though.
What he needs is Terrapit.
Yeah.
But even still,
it's still like you just play a Survivor.
It's an uphill battle.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Both Holy Alls are down now, though, or done. So Bazat doesn't have triggers. Aren't going to save Bazat here. He's got to have one more shield and or one more blocker than Otto has attackers.
Factory into mana. So rebirth on Grave Worm, I assume.
Okay, yeah, rebirth worm for worm.
Probably a worm because I like if you get Galliazol.
Worms is only 5 drops. So.
And Gallia is in the mana as well, so it can only be.
Worm's the only card he can play, or Sky Sword technically.
Yeah, that's a fair point, but Sky Sword gives you one additional kind of one swing aside from the Gargantua, and the Survivor is a blocker currently.
Yeah, Sky Sword keeps Otto off of lethal if Otto doesn't do anything else to remove a creature.
What do we have in the grave?
But he can search for another soul swap if he hasn't.
Yeah, I like plopping down these creatures. And then I think for additional safety, you could just soul swap the Blazov or the other Galliazol.
Yeah.
That would not be bad.
The other Galliazol or the other or the Sky Sword.
Yeah. I like the Gallia in the sense because then Otto has to remove both of them.
Right.
I mean, if you get the other Galliazol, you're still weaker than everything on the board. So
yeah, it's weird. It's weird because like you're essentially doing all these cool stunts, but the end result still remains that you lose your whole board or you lose the game, kind of.
Yeah, and I'm still upset that he didn't swap the Galazol last turn.
Oh, Sky Sword to mill Otto out. Wow. Still ways to go though, sorry. But
yeah.
Otto, has he used both O's? One has been used.
Yeah, because one's in mana.
I mean, we could, if Otto still, if he plays 2, he can just play a Survivor, get O, and then just attack, I guess.
Could have just been playing 100 cards like Garabon did, and just play Mana Bonanza, go up to 34 mana real quick.
Hell yeah.
Could do it, but then you lose out to so much more by just losing your consistency.
That tournament.
I did, but I got very lucky in Swiss. Yeah, if he gets a soul swap, he can bring out anything.
Child.
The hell is he up to?
No Holy O in deck, question mark.
Yeah, I think the Holy Oz are used up. Swap out the blocker.
There he goes. All right, we got there.
Yeah.
We got there.
I mean, like, the end result was gonna be pretty much still the same, but, like, if you had the other Galliazol, it takes I guess you just play 2. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was a losing battle regardless, so.
Yep.
Unless
he got there.
Maybe we have some miracle.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Otto got game 1.
All right.
That felt like a whole best of 3, but here we are.
Yeah, it sure was. That was just game 1.
That felt like a whole 5 games.
Yeah, I'm exhausted, dude.
There's so much thinking in this matchup.
Honestly, though, like, something to note about tournament decks is also that Modest did have at least the one best of 3 that there was honestly like a lot of thinking to do, like mana-wise, decision-wise.
That one was pretty.
But overall, he has had to play for maybe half an hour before that series, and
I know that one match was 9 minutes.
Right. So like when you think about it this way, it's still like an endurance challenge in the sense that you have to focus. It's your best tool here, and if you're not able to focus, you're not gonna do the correct decisions. So you might misplay. So
Interesting. Otto had the slash charger, but doesn't
Oh.
have the grave worm to do the shenanigans with.
Oh, the bronze arm start is so good. Oh, imagine there's a rebirth, another one. Who was on
Yeah.
2? Was it Bazat on 2?
Uh,
Or
Bazat, yeah, Bazat has a second one.
okay, still like cookie cutter curve here. And Otto is not that Lost Soul mana yet, so I'm pretty sure it's just Slam Factory Shell, and unless there's the Rebirth, dude, Rebirth would be so good.
Rebirth would be amazing right here.
Yeah, I'd
Okay,
love to
he
know
can
what.
search it out, but it's
Okay.
a little
left in
slow
Bazat's
at that
card.
point.
Like that's the benefit to knowing your opponent's deck in these CIDCs is if you slashed his deck and saw that the other rebirth was in the deck, you know you're just smooth sailing.
Yes.
I guess no, he could probably take Apocalypse Spies here. Lost Soul.
I kind of like it because, like, we know that Bazat just tutored out for the factory shell, so if he wants to deploy it and make his future top decks better, there's not like... Yeah. Because the thing is, like, if you found APOC, then Bazat probably just plays something, goes get the Smash Horn, plays another Smash Horn, so, like... Oh...
It's strong.
Really good.
The thing is,
Do you...
Okay, so he hits factory shell here, right?
I
He's gonna
I
get
think
Lost
Phorobos. I like Phorobos here.
Soul.
Yeah, he already has another
either way,
factory in his hand from
he's
searching.
getting Lost Soul this turn.
Yes.
So he needs to top deck well, and then Otto needs to capitalize.
I like... Yeah, I like getting Phorobos here because it... Like... the one factory shell is... Oh...
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
God,
Oh, and he
But
had
we
to
but
top
we have to know that almost all Survivor top decks would do exactly that, because
Yeah.
it would let you find the clamp from the Phorobos.
Right.
If you just yeah.
So circle back really quick because Otto had APOC in his hand and he opted to Lost Soul before the APOC.
Oh.
I feel like I would have APOC'd first.
Mm.
Yeah.
Especially being behind.
Well, I guess because if you APOC'd first, he would have just played the next factory shell, and you're kind of back to square one of having it on the board.
Yeah.
I guess, but you still have Lost Soul in hand, so who cares? You're in the same spot.
Yeah, but the factory shell would be on the field instead of if it worked out this way, there would be no
factory shell's on the
there'd
field
be nothing.
regardless. Factory shell and Phorobos are on the field regardless. If you see what I'm saying, like he Lost Soul
'cause if you
first with
discarded-
Bronze Factory and Phorobos when he could have APOC'd. Sure, if Bazat wants to run out another factory shell, great. He's still got a bunch of cards in hand. You Lost Soul him now, and then at that point he's just got the one factory shell versus the Phorobos in addition. So it's interesting. The top decks aren't doing either one of them favors right now.
The difference
It's an interesting
in the
board
top
state
decking right now is pretty big.
Yeah. Bazat's considering going in, it would seem like.
Yeah, I like Lost Soul first.
Might not actually have been that bad.
Hmm.
Because I feel like the longer you wait around, just like the lower your chances are. But he does have his own survivors.
No,
Because
I absolutely agree. I get the sentiment for sure, but I'm just saying the difference here between Factory Shell and Forbos versus just clearing them when you have the opportunity to. Granted, Bazat top decked exactly what he needed to take him off of that, which was unfortunate. But
Yeah.
APOCing first, even if you know your opponent's going to run out of Factory Shell the following turn, like you still know you have Lost Soul in your pocket. You end up in the same spot. More or less.
Another
Oh,
Bronze Arm tribe.
Bazat is not
Wow.
getting lucky.
yeah, Bazat is also getting tilted though. Can't do that in a tournament. Gotta keep focused.
That's so unfortunate. Bronze Arm into Sky Sword into Bronze Arm.
And he also had a burst shot on the top of his deck, so shout out to Bronze Arm.
Oh dear.
Alright. Otto is getting set to pop off here.
Hmm.
With an additional fire mana, he could very well just be setting up for Gargantua here in the next turn.
Yeah, the thing is though, we still could see a world of shield triggers or stuff, and then the backswing is real.
Yeah.
Because still it's Factory and Forbos on the board with a lot of mana, so
Yeah, that's I guess what we're not commentating on right now is the fact that Bazat is just presenting lethal next turn.
yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, actually this is I got a little like
what?
Branched away. Like I was gonna highlight the fact that sometimes you get kind of tunneled in these defined win conditions and these like defined engines instead of being like, hey, I have 3 creatures on the board, how about I swing them because they have 4,000 power or something. And they are a resource, like survivors are cool.
Bazat is choosing to take some early shields. I don't hate it.
I mean, Otto has the burst shot in hand. So yeah, that's gonna just like wipe the board.
Dark Siner is saying can't. Huh?
It's fine. He just
Yeah, the other one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. He left one untapped, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
What are we gonna see? Burst shot? Clear the 4.
Yeah, burst shot is really.
Well, it's not lost either way, but I understand. Yeah, Dark Siner's just.
Oh, wait.
Are we gonna see a rebirth? Okay.
For Smash Horn, I guess. Yeah. And then you can still clear.
Yeah.
And you can get your spells for later. That's gonna be really, really hard to come back from now.
But hold on. Couldn't you just still clear the same way if you just kill the big drop and you trade your Forbos in? Like you could get Forbos from the. I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Same thing.
Like the other way you get to have an untapped Forbos. But I guess that's like it doesn't matter.
Alright. Auto's set to.
Oh, actually there is a difference, yeah, because now you leave yourself open to top decking the Forbos. That's actually interesting. I'm not sure which is better.
What will we see?
Was Bazat on 2 O's?
They both have 2 O's.
Okay.
Yeah, the power with Smash Horn could have been relevant there too to the favorable trade. Just talking about what you were just talking about, Sydelio.
Yeah, I figured, yeah.
Board state, but the Smash Horn might have been important. Yeah, I think we're just waiting for the Gargantua turn.
Yeah.
And just.
Okay, we're seeing it now, I guess.
Yeah. Does he have?
Because you still get a Forbos search, you'll have all the spells that you need. It feels pretty safe.
Yeah.
Lost Soul.
Yeah, Grave Worm's not doing anything. Still only breaks 5, so it's not a complete world break.
Yeah.
Oh, trigger a soul swap.
Soul swaps are relevant.
What? Like, what to even do? Just like a smash horn or like
Forbos out, maybe.
Forbos out, Bronze
No, because Forbos can't swing this turn. Or no, can it?
Oh, yeah, Forbos can swing.
Yeah, Forbos can swing. So yeah, so swap
Just
out
the Bronze Arm
Forbos
can't.
for Blaza. Or the Bronze, yeah, Bronze Arm.
Yeah, Grave Worm, that makes sense.
Yeah. Still
We
3
still
more
have-
shields. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
And
And
do how
unless it's
Holia?
Holia,
Ah,
that should
okay.
be good.
Yeah.
Yep, and then Forbos can still go in. GG.
Was it 2-0 for Otto?
Otto
Yeah,
takes the
2-0.
2-0.
Yeah, that. I gotta feel bad for Bazat on those top
Yeah.
decks.
Alrighty, guys. I'll just
Man.
ask Otto, do you need a break? Otto closed the. I'll just DM him on Discord.
Alright, so we're down to the final 3. Dark Siner against Otto, and the winner gets their chance against Modest Duelist. So Earth Power, we've got ourselves a pick here.
We do.
Wait,
We're
who
also
won that pick?
tied
I
in
think
points.
I think I had Mr. Bazat.
You did.
Yes.
You had Mr. Bazat. I had Otto, which means I got 3 points for it, which brings our total to 7 versus 7.
All right,
So
so
this is honestly because I don't think. I mean, because it's finals, right? So this is probably just our last pick'em here. So
These are the prizes.
well,
Expo.
so I think whoever wins the final pick'em will win.
because we're gonna make that count for 4, we'll make this one count for 3, and the finals count
Well,
for
I
4.
was thinking this one would be because we would increase per each round, so this one would be 4, and then the next one would be 5. So this one doesn't really matter since we're tied. It would go to the final.
Right.
Let's see. Oh, that playmat is amazing. I want that playmat.
Otto is
I gotta
saying
qualify and win next
just 2 minutes is fine. Sure. I'm gonna grab some water as well. We might as well actually just hop into the idle screen for a bit. Everybody,
Alright.
stretch up a bit,
Yeah,
go
take
grab
it.
some water and just like, get your blood flowing a bit. We're gonna have 2 more series and they're gonna be a blast, so we'll see you guys in just a minute. Warm welcome back to the stream yet again, guys. We're going to be heading to the last two series of the CIDC 5, and so losers round 4. So this will determine who goes against Modest Duelist in the finals, and it's going to be between Dark Siner on the Fortress Burn against Otto, who's playing the Survivor Mishmash Potato Crash. So we're gonna be having a good time here. Let us hop over to the bracket and see how things look here, and let me just unmute my wonderful co-commentators here. Alrighty. So, what do you guys think of the upcoming match? Who are you betting on, and let us know what your pick M situation is.
Is Garabon back yet?
I'm back. I'm here.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. So while we were in the break, Garabon and I were deciding how we were going to place our final bets here, and essentially what we're going with here is Garabon is taking Dark Siner, I'm taking Otto, and that'll be for all the marbles, because I think we both ultimately decided that whoever does end up getting through this losers round, Garabon and I are both taking Modest regardless. So this one's for all the marbles here. But I'm on Otto, Garabon's on Dark Siner, and I think Otto, the reason I'm taking Otto, I think he has the better matchup here. I think Survivors can do the thing versus this very like teched against Rush with a lot of shield triggers, heavy mana burn.
Yeah, I think it is going to be difficult for Dark Siner because he doesn't really have much in the way of mass removal to get rid of all the Survivors and stuff. But I think his deck is going to be pretty consistent, and I don't know, maybe if Otto bricks a little bit, we might be looking pretty good.
Alrighty, guys. If our wonderful contestants are ready, we might as well hop into the game. So Dark Siner versus Otto, please go ahead and make the room, and we'll be hopping over to spectate. Best of luck with to both of you. You're going to go up against Modest Duelist, whoever wins, so best of luck there.
Yeah, good luck, gentlemen.
All right, let's
good luck and have fun, and may the best Duelist win.
Let's see, Dark Siner, I see the room here. All right, let's go through the transition. We're heading to the last deciding match to see who ends up in the finals. Enjoy, guys.
If Garabon does end up winning here and taking Dark Siner, that means it'll be you and me in the final, Sydelio, for who we think wins the whole shebang.
It's looking pretty good for me for now. All right, let's see. All right, so Otto wins the title.
Otto won the coin toss or the dice roll.
Okay, so I think this is... We're gonna be looking at the turn 3 Bronze Arm Tribe for both of the players. Let's see.
That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, that's important. Lost Soul is incredibly important in this matchup. Dark Siner's deck has the deck to get there first, regardless of whether he's on the draw or on the play. But yeah, it's without mass removal. I mean, Otto could just get aggressive. Like there's nothing stopping him, and the shield triggers. I mean, the shield triggers are the toughest part of this, right? Because Dark Siner hedges almost all of his decks to deal with rush and aggression. So the 18 triggers from Dark Siner here could pose an issue if
no turn 3. Oh my god,
that's tough. Yeah, that one's tough.
Oh lord.
There is a factory shell in the mana though, so you can pretty safely assume he has one in his hand.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think Dark Siner probably doesn't have the Bronze Arm Tribe either. Yeah, no.
Yeah, no green.
Oh, we're just playing light water mid-range, seems. Logic Cube. Okay, so is this gonna be like a ramp source?
Clamp. I think it's gotta be clamp. If not, it would be. If he grabs Soul Swap, that feigns that he's got Bronze Arm Tribe in his hand.
Yeah. I mean, the logic, like, there are so, like, the clamp is, it's good, but it feels so bad if there's Grave Worm in Otto's hand. Like, you can just, okay, I charge mana next turn, I play a thing, you clamp me, I charge mana, I play Grave Worm. But, I don't know. And Dark Siner taking his time to figure out the shields.
Yeah, and it's very important to do that.
Yeah. because there's no downside to it. Like, you can do it, so might as well.
My volume is a little low.
I
Should
had.
Yeah,
should I turn my
you are a
mic
little
up?
bit quieter than Sydelio to me, Garabon.
Okay, let me turn my volume up a little bit.
Yeah,
Okay, am I a little bit louder?
seems so. Chat can probably,
Yeah, let me know if I'm loud enough.
at least for me, it's fine.
Yeah, you could probably go up another 5.
Okay,
5 points.
you are louder, so I think you're good.
Okay. All right, I'll just keep it here for now, and then if anybody else says anything different.
Oh, Loco could be really good. Oh, energy
Look,
stream.
sniped the stream right out of his hand.
Yeah.
Was it? Did he find stream? Oh no, it
Yeah,
was
he
the
took a stream.
damn.
Yeah, he logic you for stream and Loco sniped it. He also put down a missed
Wow.
Rios to do that, which is
Mm.
again questionable in this matchup.
Could be soul swap in hand though. Could be soul swap. So like maybe it's gonna be charge mana,
play
soul
it,
swap,
and-
play a creature.
That does not feel good to just charge and end there
Oh
when you
no.
could be playing that juicy energy stream.
Please, soul swap, Mistrias out and play a creature. Let's go.
That would be so strong.
Yep, it's happening.
3.
Oh, yes. Are survivors doing it?
Soul swap.
Oh, could be just factory shell though. Like why go for Mistrias if you can factory shell?
Yeah,
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 because with factory you could get like Blazosaur and then Blazosaur
and get
then
another.
get something else.
Yes,
yeah. Well, Factory Shell also keeps your mana green, so
that's true. That's true.
True.
But I guess you could just now find a green creature which you can
Also-
charge next turn.
also you're right. You're right. You're right. Delio, you're right.
Oh damn! There's quite nothing like the soul swap factory. It just feels good. Nobody
Quite
can
nothing
deny.
like playing 2 cards in 1 turn and
Oh,
searching your deck for
yes.
2 more very strong cards, and yeah, just just doing all the things.
And at the same time, it's still out there. You need to deal with it, or it's just gonna get worse from there.
Yeah. Went
He
ahead and
does
grabbed
end up
another
taking another
factory.
factory.
Shell, too, which I
Mm.
like.
It's gonna be green mana at the least.
I'm not sure what Dark Siner needs at this stage, like Sky Sword and then pray for a miracle, because the engine is getting.
I don't
Quiet.
hate a Faliga here either. It lets him contest
Yeah,
some of
yeah.
this board. So
Mm.
But you could like
the thing is Darksider doesn't
Nail?
have a good turn yet, and he's probably not going to for another turn or two. Sky Sword is what gets him back into this game because it'll punch him to 7, which will let him start doing miraculous play shenanigans.
I have to say, I'm pretty sure Otto had. If this is not exactly mana ramp this turn, Otto just slam dunks a 4-boss next turn. Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
does
so
sound
this is 100% charge mana with the factory shell, play 4-boss, get lost soul.
yeah, that would be really rough.
Yeah, he did search for Factory Shell
Yeah,
last turn
yeah.
though, so fingers crossed. If he has Forbos, that's the obvious play. If he doesn't, we're
Yeah, charge factory, play 4-boss, get lost soul. I'm pretty confident.
he doesn't have.
Oh,
the Grey
okay,
Worm.
Grey Worm. Okay.
Yeah, he didn't have the have the Forbos. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess it would have been the nicer play to get the 4-boss off of the factory shell.
Hmm.
Yeah. Setting
Okay,
himself
we
up
do
with
get
green
Forbos.
mana was probably just the play
Yeah.
there though. So he wanted to have green next turn just in case the top was Smash Horn or something else because he's got a ton of green cards. So
I do think though that because yeah, I mean it's hard. You couldn't know that Darksiner is not ramping.
right.
But
Right.
if you're expecting him not to ramp, then like the Lost Soul play is super safe because there's
Right.
no Cranium Clamp can't get rid of it. So
Yeah. And the odds of it were super low, which is why I can understand why Otto would get Factory Shell, but
yeah.
still, you want to talk about capitalizing on just the bricks that are apparently Darksiner's turns.
Hmm.
Forbos was definitely the call there, but hindsight's 2020.
Exactly.
Okay, so if you're Darksiner in this situation, what do you think is your best play? You can't discard the hand really.
Terrapitting the factory shell.
Yeah.
Terrapitting the grave worm. Trying to just keep him off of making him waste another turn to set either one of them up so that you can Lost Soul. If Otto is
Yeah,
allowed to
you need
flex next turn and play out just a ton of creatures, Mana Burn loses. Mana Burn can't come back from a wide board. So, like,
I think best play is like Bronze Arm Tribe and Soul Swap the Surfer out to bounce.
Yeah. I mean, Snare and Spiral Gate could be very good too.
Yeah.
So.
Swap fall.
Yeah, I don't hate
or
that.
Aqua Surfer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just a more
Okay, I don't hate it.
Gate. And if he's got Snare, Logic Cube.
Oh, okay. Just a Logic Cube.
Yeah, Lost Soul.
Which lets him get Lost Soul. So yeah, it's basically the same thing. Force Otto to set up again, play mana, play 2 cards potentially, and then just hope he doesn't top deck a Survivor. Oh, he had it.
Oh, okay. So that explains a lot because
everything makes sense.
Yeah, I'm pretty like honestly, I'd love to discuss this with Otto. Like, if he didn't have the Lost Soul, would have he gone for that? So
Snare's a good top.
That's a good snare. Very good snare off the top.
Still, though, a lot of cards that are really good. But still, amongst the top decks, it's absolutely one of the better, because Terror Pit was worse.
Yeah, Dark Siner, there's your Forbos. Dark Siner at 0 cards and 6 mana is not a good feeling against Survivors right now, though.
No.
You could take Rebirth, would be pretty good.
Yeah, Rebirth is strong.
Surfer.
Yeah, you just gifting Otto.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, oh my god. Yikes.
All right, Dark Siner, do something cool.
Soul swap your Surfer out and not put anything back in.
Wow.
Honestly, not a bad play, I think. Honestly, not a bad play.
No, it's an awful play. You soul swap out your Giga Balls, though. The Survivors deck doesn't run 4s.
Oh my god, that's so disgusting. Like, when you look at Rebirth's face value and you're like, 6 mana, I kill a creature, so it's a lower power Terror Pit. Then on top of that, you also get yourself a creature. But then on top of that, you have this additional layer of synergy where you find another Survivor and another spell. So it's like 5-for-1 because you get the body also.
You want to talk about cards that just weren't strong enough? You know, give Rebirth Shield Trigger. What are we doing?
Oh no, that would be disgusting.
My brain is melting.
I don't think the card's very good, man. You gotta give it Shield Trigger, make it better.
I gotta say, I agree. Imagine if Meltdown had a trigger. That would be kind of weird.
I think
you could, your opponent breaks all your shields, and then you shield trigger them back, and then you get the Meltdown shield.
If Meltdown had Shield Trigger, it might make Mana Nexus a good card again.
Mana Nexus is nice.
7?
It's so bad. Christian and I've had this discussion.
Yeah.
Like, it's so bad. And it on paper, it looks like it should be good. In practice, it is probably just it's just terrible.
Plague is good, but I feel like it's just not going to be enough.
No, I feel like it delays the inevitable. Like, okay, we can't like conclude everything as of yet, but still, it's really, really looking rough.
Dark Siner's clawing to life right now. Yeah, it's not going well.
I think it's like Lost Soul or bust, essentially. And then you hope Otto bricks.
So we get this, and then we probably get another Blazosaur. Yep.
You remember those years, like maybe 6 years back or 5 years back, when Survivors were considered just like kind of a meme strategy, in the sense that it was like, oh yeah, it's just like this funky, wonky, like civilization. I mean, a race-centric deck, and now we're just looking it in a whole different light, with this light splashed in, and everything's weird.
Yeah. Dark Siner's already seen one of his lost souls, so
Yeah.
the odds that he sees another one in
Maybe you can always
29
hope.
well, yeah.
Wish in the German odds, as we saw in the Holy Ocean.
Yeah. He also knows what his shields are, so
Right, yeah.
Oh, he takes a soul swap, but he doesn't have green mana.
Dark Siner's playing 3D chess right now. He's like turns ahead of us.
Oh no. I don't know if he has enough turns to get ahead.
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, this is Otto's turn to flex. So pretty sure we see a Grave Worm here if he has it. Ooh,
Bronze arm.
I think that's probably unfortunate. Yeah, Darksiner did not draw well early. He's not wrong there. And the energy stream snipe was very strong.
And a missed Riaz.
I mean, Mistrius isn't bad, but
Yeah, Otto's just going wide. I mean,
Yeah.
he'll probably set up Gargantua here in the next turn and just swing for game. So
and honestly, like even if you don't set up for a Gargantua, you have a wide board.
yeah, Mana Burn is it's not set to win. Mana Burn at most is usually burning two cards a turn,
Yeah.
4 cards if it has the swap play. So
Yeah.
this game is we're nearing the end of it.
Yeah, there's not much left.
I think small misplays. You should search for the survivor first because it amps up your odds to draw a non-survivor, which you likely want.
Yeah, always search first. Maybe not always, but like 99% of the time.
I kind of depend though, because maybe you can change what you want to search for based on your draw. But like in situations like this, I think your search is pretty decided.
Oh, especially when you have 4 cards and you're ahead by like 8 turns. You got Lost Soul. That's rude.
Yeah, like oh my god.
Oh no.
The Dark Siner would have swung already 17 turns ago when you have 2 creatures ahead.
That might be just shades of CIDC nerves. He's just trying to guarantee that he has it. So.
And I mean, I don't fault him for that.
No, not at all. It's fun to commentate. I love a good BM.
Hell yeah. Okay. Now we're
There
going.
it is, Gargantua.
And Dark Siner facing his...
Oh my god, there's 2
the
of them.
double dotted. Okay. I love everything that's going on in this board.
Yeah,
And then he can get searches, he can get draws. But he doesn't even need any of it. He's just going in.
Okay, picture this. It's year 2024. There's 2 Qtronic Gargantuas on the board, both looking to swing for 6 shields. Hell yeah.
I love that Otto went 1 through 6, and Darksiner looked at 6 first.
You gotta look at 6, and then you can decide if you want to use your other ones.
At this point, yeah.
Holy on.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, never mind.
that's cute.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah,
that's gonna be game 1 to Otto.
Wow.
I could have sworn that was like at least the second game.
Dark Siner is the first to play.
Green mana is
He's
always a
gonna
good
have
start.
a little bit stronger hand.
Yeah. Shoutouts to Darksiner. He found green mana on turn 1.
Nice. Maybe this game we're playing Nature Darkness midrange instead of the Lightwater midrange.
One might argue that's worse.
True. Skysword in mana. What is this deck? Fortress Burn versus Fortress Burn?
It looks like it. Logic Cube Charge. I think that's probably pointing to a better turn 3 play, so hopefully that's the Bronze Arm Tribe and Dark Siner can actually get going a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I can't imagine Logic Cube goes down if he doesn't have Bronze Arm Tribe or a second cube in hand.
Yeah, it could be he has the other cube and needs the mana. And Energy Stream goes down.
This is a loaded hand, very nice.
Yeah.
Energy Stream is not bad at all because you're not expecting the survivors to play too much ahead of curve.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Like-
honestly, I think Survivors has a worse matchup if it does try to get aggressive early against this. Especially Dark Siner's version. Terrapit and Surfer can just absolutely derail
Yeah.
everything.
Okay, this is good news for Dark Siner because you're essentially trading like card selection versus just a beef on the board, which is like if it was a Bronze Arm Tribe, it would be much worse.
Yeah, Dark Siner doesn't care about anything until the first Fortress.
Oh, Spiral Gate. Are we gonna actually see the Spiral
Oh.
Temp?
Is he? That's interesting.
That's-
Oh,
That
yes,
sounds
correct.
Oh.
Thank you, dude. I
Love that. Yeah.
if it wasn't already like the quiet time in our apartment complex, I would send my utmost regards to Dark Siner because this is so correct.
Yeah.
Oh,
that
dude.
is
That's
that is an
really
excellent
cool.
play. I love that.
That is,
I was thinking like, why would you bounce the smash
Yeah,
horn?
That's
And
what I was gonna say too. There's no reason to
Yeah,
bounce it.
exactly.
It's not threatening anything right now. You want it to swing.
oh, that's so nice.
Yep. Well played, Dark Siner. Heads up play.
Mm.
Very heads up.
we've got the swap.
Oh, Sky Sword. I
Yeah,
don't.
he's swapping
Yeah,
to
that's
Sky
that's
Sword.
pretty solid.
He's-
Yeah, yeah.
He's working his own ramp right now. Unfortunately, he's losing the Lost Soul race still.
Mhm.
Unless he has the 3-drop. If he has the Bronze Arm Tribe here, that's great.
Or if he's got another swap. Nope.
Yeah.
But this sets like Darksiner has the Fortress in mana. I'm pretty sure he has a Soul Swap in hand. So like, just going Bronze Arm Tribe this turn and looking to set up instead of the Lost Soul, just so hoping to mana burn doesn't seem bad at all.
Yeah. And even if you don't have a great Soul Swap play, the Bronze Arm Tribe can just be your land this turn. Like,
Yes.
it's not a bad play at all.
Yes. Yeah, good point from Xbom that at least Otto, in case there's the Lost Soul in hand, Otto gets to deploy an engine piece one turn before the Lost Soul.
Okay, we got the fall.
Energy
Get
stream.
back energy stream.
This is like the cookie cutter mid-range kind of a game. Like nobody's playing super like balls to the walls ramp into a Lost Soul, but rather this is like incremental value gain and see where we end up.
Yeah. Otto's got to play mana, play Factory
Double,
Shell.
oh my god, that's I love where this is going.
Oh. He's only got one in hand, so the Lost Soul is probably not that valuable right now.
Yeah,
Otto could
Lost-
be playing it. I would
What?
love to know if the card in Otto's hand is Factory Shell, because if it is, I still think you lost Soul this turn.
Mm.
Like, you're not losing
think,
on
like, it-
board by.
But
you're
honestly,
not losing.
okay, let's look at this way. I think Lost Souling every time. Okay, let's see. You're at 6. Yeah, it has to be Lost Soul every time because you're trading one turn for one turn stop deck, and if Otto, quite literally, even if he top decks a normal Survivor, it doesn't do that much.
Well, even still, like even if the card in Otto's hand is Darkness, like Otto hasn't set up Darkness mana yet.
Yeah.
So like the Lost Soul has a lot of benefits here. Any discard has benefits. Shoot,
Mm.
if he's got the logo,
Mm.
play the logo.
Yeah,
like do whatever he can to discard this turn if he can.
Mm.
But
Agreed.
yeah, if he's got Clamp or Giga Balza plus that energy stream this turn, that'd be a heck of a turn. But looks like Sky Sword's down, so looks like he's gonna take a conservative turn.
Just a drop.
Okay.
I think it's not bad because honestly, I think if Otto had the factory shell, he might have just played it anyways. Just because then it would be on the board, and if you get discarded and you top deck a survivor, you're just straight to the races.
Yeah, agree.
Rebirth. Oh my lord.
Oh, that's good.
Rebirth is strong.
The thing now is though, like, yeah, Otto has a lot of mana, but we're gonna start seeing the mana burn come in. Mistrias is really
I like
heads up because now you're forcing your opponent to either, soul swap the Mistrias out, or then you're just playing the fortresses into it.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, if he has a miss left in his deck, he plays that over the Grave Worm every time. There's nothing going right now. There's no Survivor engine yet. He's literally playing mid range with a Survivor splash right now. So, but Dark Siner is ahead by a lot, and if he can get mana burn rolling this turn, things are going to start to get difficult for Otto, especially the minute he top decks a Darkness card. Yeah, Otto could play Fortress this turn, take him off of Light and a Fire card, and then just sure he gets to draw a card with Mystrios, but another Fortress following that, or just removal for Mist after the fact, and I think Otto's on his back foot at that point.
Dark Siner with the world of choices here.
Yeah. Yeah, that might. I mean, Darksiner's probably got three or four lines here, probably based on his hand, all of which could be correct based on what Otto sees off the top of his next two cards. But like I said, I think if he has the mana burn, if he has Fortress here, I think that's the play. Take him off of light mana, take him off of fire. But
yes, Soul Swapper Plague is pretty juicy.
Yeah, Otto draws a card.
Probably Soul Swap.
When he draws on Mystrios, I think.
Oh my god. Actual mid-range.
Yeah. Darksiner, it's either Darksiner's deck isn't doing him any favors, or he's just...
Oh.
That's strong.
Darkness card. Dude, Darkness card and Lost Soul.
Surfer, Dolphang, he had the Lost Soul. Yeah, that's
wow.
Tough. That is tough. That was a terrible hand.
Whoa.
7? Plague? Yeah.
The sad thing here, though, is as in the current board state, this is not that good. Like, it's definitely a card, but you just take the Mystrias into your hand and whatever you're given, and then you play the Mystrias and the other creature that you're given.
Well, you could give like Terrapit and then like Gargantua.
Then you just take the Gargantua and you're one step closer.
The Forbos makes sense.
Sorry, I had to step away for 2 seconds. What I miss?
A Plague.
Ah,
which is not super good. I think this just delays and gives more resources to the opponent.
Yeah, but it also takes Otto off of another one of his colors. Okay, kept the Forbos.
Is it Forbos into Mystrios and then draw a card?
And he had the Blazo. Wow.
Yeah, I feel like he's not even really any better off than he was before that Plague.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the same. It just basically set him back a turn. Yeah, Otto's got the inside track again. He just needs to see Factory or Forbos.
Gargantua, there would be no yellow mana to replay the Mystrios. Or no, because the Forbos would be the mana. Never mind.
Yeah, Forbos was the mana.
I forgot.
Yeah. He'll pull back whatever he needs to be able to play the Mist. He always had the option there. That's the one thing about Plague is like you usually give your opponent the option to at least take one line. Surfer's bad.
Surfer charge.
Didn't opt to go for the Fall. I mean, it gives Otto some draws, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, he couldn't have played both, right? He's definitely not enough mana.
Yeah.
And then I think we're going to see a lot of drawing right here.
Unless Lost Soul and Holio in hand.
Yeah. He's still...
Burst shot?
First shot, you don't want to play that.
Blazosaur? Oh, that doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, it draws him a card
off. It gives you a draw off of Mystrios, I guess.
Yeah, I know, but like the Belix text. I get the burst.
Wow.
Yeah, Otto's seeing the wrong end of his deck right now as well.
He doesn't have the mana for it. Yeah, like Grave Worm. He doesn't have the mana for it.
He also doesn't really have a graveyard, right?
If Darksiner draws mana burn, he can actually do some pretty hefty work because it's mostly green mana.
Yeah, the fortunate thing for Otto here is even if he, like, it's not like he's missing Grave Worm. He has no survivors in his graveyard.
Yeah. Like a Terror Pit or something would be fantastic on the Mystrias, and then just hope to find the fortresses.
1, 2, 3. Soul Swap? Logic Cube. Okay.
Not bad. Grab Plague again. Basically set him up again. I honestly don't think you Plague here, though. I think Plague gives Otto advantage.
I would get Terror Pit
Yeah.
for the Mistrias.
Yeah. That's the better play.
Or just I mean, Lost Soul doesn't feel good because the hand was bad that Otto has.
Yeah. You're Lost Souling a burst shot and a card that Otto didn't want to play, which is maybe Darkness, but
I guess it would kind of hedge against Otto drawing a lot more on his next turn, and then like you could save the Lost Soul, but then he's just playing more creatures probably anyways.
Yeah. Terror Pit's the grab here, but he's probably counting shields also.
Yep.
I think removal on the Mistrias is just the best because you still have so much mana and your top deck quality is good. Like Spiral Gate is a good then because of Faliga. Soul Swap is good. Logic Cube is good. Surfer is good.
Yeah, Terror Pit's the most. Yeah, you're right. Terror Pit is absolutely the most correct play here, and now you're still. I mean, we're still here in just top deck wars. Otto has a burst shot, probably a darkness card, and then whatever he just drew this turn.
All right, it's Grave Worm and something else. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
All right, what are we gonna see?
Like Bronze Arm is arguably the worst draw. But...
Oh. Oh.
Okay, what did Otto have? Slash and Holio. Okay, yeah. So Holio was correct.
Wow, these are very slow top decks.
Now the thing is, would have you charged the Darkness mana? Like the Slash?
Yeah, one could argue just to charge the Slash Charger. It didn't matter. Like, you're right. I think Grave Worm was the only Darkness card worth holding on to at that point. Like, yeah, Burst Shot's awful, but who cares?
Still a 10 spot because, like, any of the engine pieces now for Otto is really strong, and likewise for Dark Siner.
Yeah.
But yeah, charging it is weaker against Fortress, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
That's smart, actually. He does charge for the Dark Mana, though.
And passes.
I think after the Lost Soul, that doesn't feel as, like... Because now you've seen both Lost Souls from Dark Siner.
Yeah.
So, Dark
Crazy.
Siner...
A Fortress Shell could just put Dark Siner right back in this match.
Yeah.
Like the
you take Grey Worm and Forbos out and... What is Dark Siner holding on to? Like, is it a Holio as well? Yeah, this is absolutely not over yet. It's 1-0 for Otto, right?
Wow, and it's a pass.
Yeah,
yeah
1-0
Otto's up
Otto.
1-0.
So one of them has to be Holio or something.
Yeah. Otto's got the 2, so he might have another one here.
Okay, I think we're just gonna see Holio Faliga slam into Mistrias pass, something like that. Because you don't want to play anything into the Mistrias now.
Yeah.
Logic Cube.
Snare,
Ah, okay.
Snare, I forgot, yeah.
Very,
so
very
many
solid.
shields, I thought something already got snared. That's pretty good. 4 mana. Gigaballs is very good.
Yeah, like Gargantua is kind of whatever because it just exists.
Yeah, I feel like you're not really playing it until you have the Grave Worm set up anyways.
Now let's see.
What's crazy is here, if Otto
Rebirth?
wanted to, like, Dark Siner's probably not in a position to try to start swinging for game. So, like, if Otto doesn't play Factory Shell stuff here, which he just did,
that's huge.
Like, I know we're at turn 18 here, so it probably still makes sense for him to go Factory Shell, but like, he was technically winning the deck out race.
Very, very cool. Do you get Grey Worm this time now? Yeah.
Yep.
Surprised he got Blazosaur.
He just played.
He's got something he could play and then get the Grave Worm. Because he couldn't play the Grave Worm straight up.
Got it. Okay, yeah, I'm saying
He could have gotten Smash if he had it.
Yeah, which means he's probably out of them at this point, or they're shield locked.
Also,
A
something
lot
to
of
note
things
is,
get shield locked for me.
imagine if the Gargantua is there.
Yeah.
Okay, so the deck count is 17 versus 16, so even though Otto has a gazillion amount of shields, it's not that separate.
Just as a note, Otto's Gargantua is sitting there in mana, so he's.
But he has 2, right? Or just...
Yeah, the other one's in,
Yeah,
the other
what-
one's in Grave. Grave Worm gets it
Okay,
back.
okay, right. Yeah, yeah.
So he could play the Grave Worm into the Gargantua on the next turn.
Yeah.
Correct. And that's got to be what Dark Siner sees this turn. So. Yeah, so he's gonna snipe it. Yeah, heads up. Good play. Good play.
Yeah, I feel like he had to do that.
Yeah. Any.
The thing, though, currently is that there's still 5 shields swing on the board.
Yeah, Soul Swap will do it.
Okay, yeah. Grey Worm out, you get Gargantua.
Yeah, that's effectively the exact same thing.
Mm.
That was an amazing top deck.
Yeah, Otto's just gonna go for it here.
Mhm.
I think. I don't see a reason.
Yeah, like, we have to account, like, how do you lose if you swing here? Not to anything, right?
I think you just play the Gargantua. Break all 5. Like, Dark Siner needs so much to go right here. Yeah, oh my god, he evolved on the wrong creature. But either way, that's fine.
I guess he just wants to leave that stuff.
Yeah,
it
doesn't
wants to-
matter. If he has 5 Terror Pits, I guess that's just the way it breaks. Yeah, fair enough.
Oh.
Swap? But, I mean, I guess you have to swap out
Sky Sword or Fortress?
Sky Sword, yeah.
Okay, so what's the play to win, though? If you're hoping to hit the Holio...
He also didn't search his deck when he played Gargantua, just as a heads up. Yeah, I mean, you just soul swap out your own Sky Sword and just hope to stay alive.
And then here comes the rest of the 4 shields.
Yep.
We should be hitting one more trigger by Dark Siner's odds.
Yeah, by odds, yeah.
Are we gonna get last shield Holy again?
Ah,
GG's.
GG's.
So, kind of as assumed.
Yeah,
so,
Survivors got there.
Yeah.
Wow.
That last game was kind of a grind, but he made it.
Holy moly.
Alrighty.
So that is going to leave us for the last match.
Hell yeah. First of all, congratulations to Otto and Modest for making it to the finals. We are going to have quite the matchup. Otto is at a disadvantage here matchup-wise, and also he has to win Modest twice, but it is to be said that there's always variance, and Otto does have Sky Swords, Bronze Arm Tribes, all the jazz, so...
And you are playing 2 out of 3, right? So Modest and Otto 2 out of 3. If Otto wins, Grand Finals is another 2 out of 3.
Yep.
Okay.
So we saw this is a repeat matchup from the winner's bracket where Modest won 2-0, and notably Otto did not have a single shield trigger out of all 10 shields.
Yeah.
Alrighty,
Probably
guys.
the fastest match of the tournament.
Okie dokie, guys. Otto and Modest, are you guys ready to kick off the finals? Let me know if you are, and we'll get it on the way.
What country is Otto representing?
Finland.
Finland. So we got Finland versus Canada.
Yes. Alright, Otto is ready to play.
2 different continents. That's kind of interesting.
Torille. Let's see. Yeah,
Would this be the first time that a North American player wins an IDC if Modest takes it?
I think so.
Yeah, I think it should be.
cold climate proves good for brain, it seems.
Also, the fact that I think Modest is just coming into this fresh. Otto's been on
Yeah, he's
anything
been
but
grinding.
autopilot. Yeah.
Yeah, Otto has been grinding it through. Damn. Did Otto... Was it... Oh yeah, it wasn't all the way from the start, but still. Like, from all this way. Imagine this, like, revenge arc, though, from this second round. God damn. Otto's been on autopilot. I mean, Otto's autopilot seems to be working magnificently well. Better than most duelists out there with their, like, full manual pilot, you know? And Otto hasn't actually been playing Duel Masters for, like, that long. I think he started playing at 2017, 18, maybe?
Oh, really?
Xbom can probably shed some light on it. I believe same as Make. Yeah, around there, which is pretty cool. Alright, the room seems to be up. Guys, this will be the final match of the CIDC 5. So, just as a note, Otto has to win a best of 3 2 times because he has gotten to the finals from the losers bracket. Modest, on the other hand, as he made it to the finals from the winners bracket, has to win a best of 3 once. So, without further ado, enjoy the last time we're gonna see the transition into the game. We're going into the finals. Enjoy. Alrighty, guys, we are in the finals.
Let's go. Good luck.
Alright, let's see who wins the die roll.
Die roll is gonna be huge.
Okay,
Oh,
Modest,
the die roll
let's
already
go.
happened.
Oh.
It is the one drop.
Okay, Modest, let's get this over and done with. I mean, this feels bad because in my heart I want to root for my fellow countryman, but on the other hand I need to stick with my prediction, so.
True.
First shield burst shot?
Not bad.
That's not bad.
Okay, imagine it wasn't Gonta. Imagine it was literally any other creature. So,
Yeah.
Imagine if it was like that other game where it was the 2 1-drops.
oh my god. That would
Hell,
be
it's
what
not
we
bad.
call pain. Oh, Belix.
Yeah, Belix is strong.
But we need to
Double.
remember the 2 Comet missile. If we're gonna see the Comet, dude, I'm gonna be so happy.
Missile makes a difference here.
I like this.
Oh,
This
wow.
is so heads up. Yeah, you do the trade.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
Mhm.
Every time.
This is
What the
something
heck?
I also highly advocate for every Juliana player out there. Trade your Juliana aggressively. That's what it's meant for. It dies to mass removal. You're supposed to trade it into the Pyrofighter. Do it every time.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna exit out and come in because Otto is glitched on my screen and he has a tapped card in his hand and he keeps going upside down.
Oh my
I don't know
god.
what's happening. I have to rejoin.
The double
Shout out.
Gonta.
Yeah.
That's
Double
gonna be
Gonta's
tough to
good.
deal with.
If he has another Smash Horn, things could get spicy here.
Ooh, slash.
Oh,
Maybe
or he
Blossom.
slashes. I guess. I mean, the choice should maybe be his own deck, just to set himself up, because he's never gonna get Modest to a deck out state, and he needs
He
to
can
have
set himself
Blazes
out,
for his
find
team.
out his shields.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Blazosaur play off of the Smash Horn feels bad because at that point you need Smash and Blaza next turn to bounce with the other Gonta, but still possible. A good shield trigger here from Otto could put him right back in it.
Yeah, I like getting a bad top deck out. Much
Yeah,
better
you
than.
really don't want
Yeah, now you. That's very good. This is a good turn.
Not bad.
But still
Honestly,
two.
This is
I-
definitely already better than the winner's bracket set.
Absolutely, yeah. The trigger makes a difference. Like, there would still be the Deadly Fighter if not for the scenario.
Yeah, no Terra Pit yet.
Modest is going to keep trying to punch in with these
Soul
speed
swap?
attackers.
Could we see a soul swap? Oh,
We do.
nice
That's
Sky
good.
Sword. Oh my god.
Swap's very good.
No green mana though, but you can still swing into the Rikabu. This is looking pretty good.
Yeah, Otto's got everything at least to make
But-
this a match.
But
so.
Otto, the thing is, Otto doesn't have the Gallia Zol here. That would be so good in this matchup, like in these
He's got
balancing.
enough divides.
Oh, APOC.
APOC is strong.
really
I wonder what Otto had left in hand. Because if he could have set up 2 creatures there, I might have just let Modest. Interesting. These guys are playing fast and loose. I don't know if I like it.
Volcanic arrows on. I guess you're preventing him from swapping it back.
Probably,
Yes.
yeah. That's the heads up play. Factory Shell only goes down to mana if he has the other one. Yeah.
Okay, and Blazosaur. Damn.
Yeah, get Blazosaur. And now he's just got to set up for Q-Tronic over the course of the next turn. So Blazosaur can grab another Blazosaur or Smashhorn, and then as
Yeah, I
long
think
as
you just
Modest
play a bunch of
doesn't
weenies.
have another Volcanic Arrows, he should be fine.
Yeah, you can just go Blazosaur and next turn, if there's no removal on Factory, you go for Gargantua and you win.
Yep. That is the play.
Because each shield is processed separately, so if you cast the Volcanic Arrows in between, you lose the shield.
Yeah. But I mean, Gargantua would only be a triple break. So
But you still have 2 attackers aside it. So if
right. So that
it has to be
that
last
very
shield,
last
yeah.
shield can't be Volcanic.
Very rare to see a win off of that, though. And even if you get it, how are you going to win through these 2 shields?
Mm.
Another
Oh,
volcanic arrow.
I mean that's
You
I
have
mean
the
that's
other one.
yeah.
Double Torcon.
Yeah, similar situation. Otto can just waste a turn here, essentially set up whatever he can.
Flash.
Yeah, you can check the opposing shields now. And you also get to check Modest's last card in hand.
Yeah.
So you have full information what's going to go.
And because it is like an open deck list format, you can always exactly check your opponent's shields with this in CIDC. But I mean,
Oh,
obviously,
actually,
with
yeah,
Fire
the
Nature
one
Rush,
card.
It's almost always just the one.
But technically one card, because there's 4 that he doesn't know because of the card in hand.
Right. True.
Yeah. Plays Blaza. What else has he got? Anything?
I'm thinking if it was too fast of a thing to get the Blazosaur, or whether you should have just... I mean, I guess you can't give any time. I was thinking if it would be an option to get another engine piece if you're afraid of the Volcanic Arrows, but...
Yeah. We're back on your hindsight theory, though, right? Because, like,
yeah, exactly.
the odds were so low that he was going to have second Volcanic Arrows versus just setting up for game next turn, and I think you always go for game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we finally have a creature for Modest. It feels like it's been like 3 turns since he's had a creature, but now he does
the
not.
control play. I like this. Imagine Otto sees 2 Torgons in the shields.
Yeah, which means he should have broke that shield last turn. Dang. Because he's trying to get Modest on a 2-turn clock, but he can't seem to find it. Can't find the 3rd creature.
And the thing is, like, every card in hand for Otto, if it's like not drawing cards, kind of, then it's okay. Torgon?
Or
Missile, yeah.
It's
Oh.
another arrows. Good
Wow.
lord.
3 volcanic arrows in one game.
Rikabu into green. 2 cards in hand. Modest has had so much removal this game.
Yeah.
You'd rather probably see 1-drops, not gonna lie. Oh, Pyro, you trade?
I think you take the Blazosaur in this position.
Yeah.
What a strange duel we're having.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is just like one Sky Sword away from being awful for...
Yeah.
Oh, every creature is a threat though. Like, but now if we have a creature to go alongside the Pyro, we're setting up.
Yeah, with 3 cards in hand, Mata should be able to play 2 here.
If you can do
Oh yes,
double
2
summon-
2 creatures. Oh no.
Oh
Okay.
no, he can't pyro, or he can't double summon.
Unfortunate.
What's in his hand?
Oh, if Otto knows, it has to be Torgon because Otto is not attacking, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's
Yeah.
something. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Maybe the last
It
because
doesn't matter. This
yeah,
should be a guaranteed win
Yes.
now. Yeah. Modest can't win.
Yep.
Yeah. Dang, that was crazy.
down the Harticap coming in late.
Yeah.
Wild.
If
Yeah,
he would have
there's
had
no
it the
out.
turn before.
Damn, close game.
Yeah. Whew.
Still digging for information of the opposing deck list. Right, maybe.
If this last shield is volcanic arrows, good lord.
If his last shield is volcanic arrows, I quit Duel Masters.
Oh my god. I think we're gonna find out depending on what Otto does. If Otto doesn't just instantly attack, he knows.
Yeah, he hasn't.
What? Are you
What is
serious?
Did he really have 3 volcanic arrows down in shields?
No way. He's got to just be playing it just to play it.
What is happening?
It has to be. I mean, there's no other reason, right?
Soul swap?
It is volcanic arrows.
Okay,
Okay,
you can
so
do that
yeah,
and
he's
get
guaranteeing
momentum.
it with the Qtronic. Yeah, all right.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, he's just guaranteeing it. All right. I feel better. All right.
Ah, okay, but oh yeah, but because there's the one mystery card in hand, I guess. Yeah, I understand.
But he knew the deck, so like, unless
Yeah.
he just didn't know how many volcanic arrows if he didn't check it. So
Oh,
I guess
yeah.
guaranteeing it makes sense, but you should know the deck after
Yeah.
the slash charger.
You should keep notes. Because
Yeah.
he can't go again and like, can I look at your deck again, please?
Yeah.
Okay, 1-drop.
1-drop.
Arguably the worst one though.
In this matchup, it's pretty okay because Blazosaur is a good card.
I guess. I think in this matchup specifically, I think Deadly Fighter's the strongest on 1. Followed by Sniper. I think Hardy Captain's the worst one of the bunch, just because it's something that won't stick. He opts not to
Not
swing.
attacking with Hardy
Yeah,
Captain?
I think you attack.
yeah, that's a mistake.
What reason would you not attack? I mean, I guess if you're trying to avoid like a burst shot.
I guess maybe, but like, meh, like.
Doesn't burst shot just always get, unless you have like Gaunt or Pyro, because burst shot
Yeah.
is equally bad here now.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the theory is before, right? Play to win, don't play to lose,
Yeah.
or play not to lose. Like,
Imagine this is
Exactly.
burst shot and then you attacked in the incorrect order.
Yeah.
or it's
Who's he
terror pit.
thinking?
You're about to
Like,
feel bad.
Soul swap could be thinking.
You just take Soul Swap to hand, I think.
Terror pit.
It is Terror Pit.
So actually low-key rewarded for the attack order, I guess.
Yeah.
He will take out the polygon.
Mm.
Yeah, just save
Yeah,
the
you have to
shield.
preserve the shields. Because you're looking at 0 shields next turn.
Right.
So best play
Younger
for
still could even be
Otto.
speed attacker.
Best play for Otto is Bronze Arm Tribe. Yeah.
There it is.
And that now you just hope for a combination of like Soul Swap into charge, Sky Sword into mana into Soul Swap, and just something
Oh, and it's a double summon.
strong.
Yeah.
Quixotic. Actually now with one terror, probably just
I think
Rikabu.
You swing
Yeah, I would go
first.
Rikaboo first.
Yeah.
And Quixotic.
Burst shot.
Gonna get our
another
burst
trigger.
in.
Another
Terror.
Terror Pit.
Solid triggers, but it might not be enough. Needs to be Sky Sword and swing, and then hope for no speed attacker off the top. Yeah.
There it is, yeah.
Yeah, the timing's been off on his triggers. He's had them, but they just haven't come timely.
Another Quixotic.
Now you attack with the sniper also first, and you return. Yeah.
Get another card in your hand. And now 0 shields.
First shot.
Another trigger. No, okay.
Dang.
Okay.
That
We
should
can.
be it, I think.
If he has burst shot, he can clear the board.
Yeah.
But needs the fire mana. It's probably
Yeah,
okay.
There it is.
Okay.
There it is.
But we still do have the threat coming down now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Guaranteed at least 1 threat. And it's gonna be
Double
2.
one drop.
Ooh.
No,
Yeah.
it's gonna be Kanta.
Yeah. Sniper mosquitoes in hand, so I like holding on to it here with the Ganta top deck.
Yeah, it's easier to play it alongside something else. And Gonta gets through Belix if that was in hand. Ooh.
Okay, Sky Sword. I like it.
Oh my god.
Sky Sword again.
All right. Otto's doing the thing, man. He's trying.
This is going, yeah,
Hanging on.
much better than the winner's bracket game for sure.
10 mana versus
Absolutely.
2 mana. Curious.
But I mean, Otto's still not out of the woods just yet.
No.
Yeah.
Speed attacker still gets to. Mm-hmm.
Iroh's a good one too.
Pyro first though, because if there's a terror pit or whatever.
Yeah.
I guess it's.
Right.
Yeah, there's no bounce here, so.
This is gonna be tough.
Oh, 7 cards. Can Otto still replay the Sky Sword? Otto, damn, did he actually get there? Oh my god.
Wow.
Yeah, 10 mana is not going to be enough to force it.
Needed
He's gotta
discard.
be
He
able to-
just needs discard like Gigabalsa.
Well, he needs discard and he needs to be able to swing over this
Yeah,
Ganta.
yeah.
Discard Terror Pit does it for sure. Or discard just any removal.
And basically anything you do still loses to top deck speed attacker off the top.
Mm.
Discard Rebirth.
Oh, Rebirth for
I guess,
Belix.
yeah, Rebirth would
Rebirth
be
for
good.
Belix.
Rebirth Belix.
Yeah.
Because you could rebirth Belix and then slash Charger and get rid of a speed attacker, I suppose.
Not enough mana
Nice,
to deal with
okay.
both. Alright, 1-1.
Doesn't have the things.
Okay,
Okay.
guys, this is match point. We might
Yep.
see the final match of the CIDC 5, but it depends how this goes.
Yep.
If Otto
Let's
wins,
see what happens.
we will go to another best of 3. If Modest wins, Modest will be crowned the champion of the CIDC 5. So Otto gets to start, which is always big.
Wait,
Yeah.
Otto, did he just draw an extra card?
Oh.
He did.
Otto drew extra.
Just reset the match. We're not.
I think moving the card is... probably shuffle is the best route here. Yes, shuffle. Modest can choose... Okay, up to judges. Judges!
Yeah,
One
just
moment.
shuffle and move on.
Yeah, I would say shuffle and move on, but I'll ask.
Yeah, what's typically the rulings for this? Usually, shuffle.
Okay, Sky Sword was in opening hand. I'll wait if Spalding answers. If not, I would just say shuffle deck and carry on.
Yeah. It's like one of those things where, like, I guess technically you can't know, like, which card was the Sky Sword. Like, was that the 6th card? Or, like,
Right.
you could have put the 2nd card back on top of your deck. The game doesn't show you which one it was.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm not sure what it would be. Otherwise, I would say, like, you could just put it back and shuffle.
Spalding saying just continue, no need to shuffle.
Dark Siner says you can watch in the replay afterwards. That's good to know.
Okay.
I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, you can
Alright.
replay in this if you're paying for the subscription.
Okay, so if it...
Up to Modest. Modest can choose if you shuffle. I'll just say Modest can choose if you shuffle. Judge rule.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Can continue. Okay, continue.
Okay. All right, so the players agree that we're just going to continue like that, and we just put the card back on top of the deck. So, all right.
And technically, as a heads up, it is a game warning, but this is the finals, so wait.
Yeah.
Technically, a warning. I'll just type it to Otto.
Okay, we did get the bronze arm.
A good start for both of them.
We have the bronze arm. We do have the Sky Sword in the mana zone already, which
Oh,
is good.
2 Pyros in mana, I think.
Yeah.
So Rikabu and... Oh, I like
I like
this.
this.
This is very
That's
good.
good.
I like this. And
And
the
a
one
one
drop.
drop. Wow.
Let's go. Very good. That's very, very nice. Oh, this
First
is
shot of
this is lethal for next turn.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah. There was no trigger there.
Oh my god.
Are we going to see a repeat of the winners match? No, let's get some kind of defense.
Come on, Sky Sword. Belix?
2, 3.
Oh, did we actually get Soul Swap? Okay, no.
Oh, he doesn't have the swap.
Uh-oh. Okay,
Right.
guys, we
Need a
might be...
shield trigger.
Okay.
A wing and a prayer here, boys.
Okay, this is the final moments, potentially.
Yeah. So Pyro should be your first swing here.
I mean, there is
Follow
burst
that up
shot.
with a singular sniper swing, and then Ganta, and then sniper last.
I think I would do a sniper first because of burst shot.
Modest, I have 0 clue on optimal attack order.
So, like, auto shield triggers, he's got 3 Terror Pits, 3 burst shots, 2 Holy Awe, 4 swaps.
Yeah, more spec removal, so just go sniper first.
Yeah.
But the sniper thing is that you might not have enough mana for the speed attacker next turn, but...
Okay.
Who cares if you win?
Yeah. And the final shield! Burst shot,
It's
final
burst
shield!
shot!
Oh my god!
And
There we
Honest
go!
shot.
Modest
Congrats.
takes
it.
Modest takes it 2-1. Congratulations to Modest for winning the CIDC 5. That's amazing.
The first North American player to take it, not just a regular IDC, but also CIDC.
Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome.
Very impressive run, and this deck choice ended up being perfect for this meta, I think.
Alright guys, we can end the prediction here. And I will happily mention that I won the caster predictions because Modest was my pick and Modest did win the tournament. Only 1% of the points was assigned to Modest. Oh chat, oh chat. Okay, so Modest wins the tournament here. Congratulations to whoever bet on Modest.
Let's see how many points are going to be going through. 16,875 go to Mr. Bazat.
Bazat just bets against himself. Oh, that's so good. Congrats, big money for next tournament. Oh my god. All right, that's awesome. That's awesome. Modest says he needs just a couple minutes to set up for the post-game interview, so we'll get him here and we can ask him a couple questions. Alrighty.
Right. I'm going to let you guys do the post-game interview. I have to run. I've got some work-related things to do. It's been a joy casting with you both. This has been an absolute blast. I'm glad I was able to hang out through the finals. Give Modest Duelist all of my respect, all of my congratulations for me. That was an awesome run. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming on. And it's, as I mentioned, it was honestly such a pleasure. And I hope we can do this as this trio, and perhaps like if there's others willing to commentate sometimes, feel free to contact me. This was a really good format. I got to eat while you guys were commentating and I enjoyed the show as well. That was so good. Thank you so much for coming on Earth Power, and everybody. I know Earth Power's channel doesn't need further introductions, but go give them a sub, go enjoy the content. Finnish ban list point, dude, we talked about this so much with the Finnish community. It was really cool to see you guys explore the space of 40 cards and stuff like that. It was amazing.
Yeah, it was fun. I very much, it brought back what the feeling of Duel Masters from 2005, 2006 for Christian and I. It made it a lot of fun to jump back into the game and feel it with a fresh light. And yeah, looking forward to making some more content here in 2024. It's going to be a good year for Duel Masters. I'm feeling it.
Hell yeah.
Guys, thanks again. This was awesome. Enjoy the rest of the stream, everybody, and I will see you guys next time.
See you, Earth Power. Bye-bye. Alrighty. Let me just add Modest here. Oh, I need to add Modest as well. There we go.
Yeah.
I'll let's do. There we go. Okay, he's gonna grab some water. Sure thing.
Oh, so that was a good bracket.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I think the decks were interesting. We had a lot of matchups you don't typically see in IDCs. And I think even the decks that you wouldn't have expected as much, it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely.
The survivors in top 4.
Yeah, the survivors were super cool, but I mean, it's kind of like a weird evolved version, or at least a tinkered version of the more standard Fire, Nature, Darkness survivors list, which was kind of the control killer, kind of in the vein of what we saw. But I think the Phobos inclusion is interesting because it gives more ways to Lost Soul and stuff like that. So
right.
I'll make a separate DM actually for us, because otherwise our history will be shared here. So let me just.
If you add somebody, it makes a new thing. But I
could be wrong. I'll just add you to the convo I have with Modest here. Okay, yeah, it makes a different one. So let's hop over to that, boys, and we get him on. Hypey. Let's see, Modest will be joining in just a minute. I'll get Modest's deck list on here.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Get this here, there we go. And do this and that. Alrighty.
Oh, I heard the doo-doot.
There, doo-doot. Hello.
Hello. Hi, guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Impressive run overall. Before we jump any further, Modest, how are you feeling? You are the CIDC champion of the CIDC 5. What are you feeling?
Good. It's nice. I don't know. I got second at the last IDC, so it's kind of disappointing to not take a tournament down. But I am pretty
Mm.
good at like 8-player events apparently, so worked out.
Yeah, absolutely. About your deck list, why did you
Before
end
we
up?
continue,
Oh, sure.
Modest, your volume is a little bit low. Is there a way you can bring it up so the stream can hear you a little better?
I
guess. Or
yeah,
let me
I
see,
amped
I'll
it up a
do
bit,
that.
but if you can make your mic a little closer, or
Oh, sure. Is this better? With the mic?
I think it's at least it's better. Can you guys hear? Can you comment in chat? All right, we can still move on.
Yeah, we'll continue. Sorry.
Yeah. So about the deck list, FN Rush. This, as you kind of mentioned to me, that you had like a coin flip between some tech slot choices if you were gonna run some, or the comment missiles. Is this correct?
Oh, yeah.
Or?
Yeah. Before I was the whole time, like all December, I was thinking about just like bringing a list that had just some garbage cards. Like I wanted to do like a shout out to some guy who joined the Discord and play like supersonic jetpack or whatever.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring one of those, and I also wanted to play the Garabon. So I had
That would've been
I had a
incredible.
list built. I had a list built that was just like one missile, one Torcon, one Garabon, one jetpack, and then I just flipped the coin, and it came up tails. So I went with 2 missile, 2 Torcon.
We did end up see the missiles being pretty handy, and at least in this like meta when we were doing. I'm not sure if you were watching when we did the like commentator predictions, and I looked at the bracket and I was looking at you like being in actually a good track because you dodge all the Hydra Hurricanes, which aren't like they like no matchup is impossible for FN Rush from like the quote meta decks. Like of course if you're running into an 36 trigger like whatever spaghetti monster, then of course that's gonna be a rough ride. But like aside, when we look at the major archetypes and most played decks, Hydra Hurricane has the highest consistency against you because of like Laura Gigas and just playing blockers on curve. But you kind of managed to dodge those, and the Survivor decks fortunately beat the Fortress Burn, which is not a bad matchup per se, but Survivors are much better than the Fortress Burn. So I think you had a solid run, and like overall, I commented it even throughout. You played really, really well. There were moments where I actually highlighted you playing the mana in a very, very smart way. Like there were no moments where you'd kind of step into the pitfall of going like, oh, I want to play this Deadly Fighter turn 1 because Deadly Fighter is better than my Polygon, for example. And then next turn you have 2 green 1-drops in your hand, and then you're like, oh, I can only play 1. So it was just like, I didn't see you misplay. And I think like some attack order things are interesting to discuss. And you typed it in the end that you're not sure about the optimal attack line, and we discussed it, so you can review that later. But
yeah, I have no idea. I feel so low confidence when I play, to be honest. I feel like I'm like just missequencing every game or misattacking all the time. So, but usually it doesn't matter that much because if you make some small mistakes with Rush, it's not usually the biggest deal, which is why it's a comfortable deck.
I mean, there's some merit to that, but I think overall, like, maybe it just comes down to the fact that maybe you're not giving yourself credit on the go when you make good decisions, even if the outcome is bad. And also, like, when, for example, you have this validation, you won this tournament isn't easy. You made it here and you actually dropped, like, let's see, actually, we can look the bracket, we can see your scores even. Like, let's look at the run. Modest 2-0, 2-0. Against Dark Siner, you dropped 1 game, and you dropped 1 game against Otto. So, out of you won 8 games and you lost 2. So that's 80% win rate.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. But like you touched on, I had basically the bracket of the gods. Like if you could have picked the, like, not only did I get the round 1 matchup against Bazat, I also had like the perfect side to face against Otto in the second match too.
Mm.
And then Dark Siner did a good job blocking all those Lightwater Dark decks for me. So
Yeah,
Shoutouts to him, I guess.
yeah, I think this was an interesting tournament in the sense that like the Hydro Hurricanes had to face against each other, and then arguably one of the harder matchups, which is the Fortress Burn. So, like, but we have to highlight also that like the losers bracket here, because it's not single elimination, you can still come out and like, if the upper bracket has your worst matchups and you lose into a hard matchup, it's less likely that you run into it in the lower bracket again. So technically, even though it was a very fortunate bracket for you, I still think the deck you brought, you only had like 2 maybe bad-ish matchups, which are the CVH and Claude technically. But even then, like with the Comet missiles, if you're going against the Giga Slugs and your opponent plays the turn 3 Giga Slug Go, and then you're like, I'll play a 2-drop and send this to the Shadow Realm, like I don't care.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I feel like that matchup is definitely bad. I've only played it one time, so I really don't know. So I could only speak from like the one match experience, but
yeah,
it's not like that insanely hard if they don't have like Giga, because then if they're on the draw, they're starting turn 3 and they have a lot of good 3-drop plays, but it's like they don't have triggers to catch up on tempo. So if they're on the draw and all they have is a 3-drop and you have missile, it's basically GG basically. So
yeah.
it's not the hardest matchup, but the odds do kind of stack up for them in terms of having good things to the point where it is unfavored, I guess.
Also notable, the third match, like against, I think, was it Dark Siner? When you missed your
Yeah.
1-drop in all the games, dude. That was so, like...
I think I had one game
Okay, yeah.
3. But then he had the Shield 1 Surfer, so...
Oh, yeah, dude.
Yeah, that
That's
was painful.
And the one, like, when you ran into the first shield, it was... was it Soul Swap first shield, then Logic Cube, or something like that?
Yeah,
And
it was Logic,
Yeah,
Soul Swap.
yeah, and we touched on that, like, because Dark Siner's hand, at least we figured out that it was like double Plague, which is an unplayable hand against you. But it actually worked out because of the 2 Logic Cubes mana fixing plus giving an extra removal spell from the Spiral Gate, if I remember correctly. So it was a wild ride. So
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, you didn't completely cruise like under the shield trigger radar. Like against some, Otto maybe didn't have as many shield triggers in the first match you guys played, but like overall you did have to face some quite hardships, but you still came out on top, so awesome stuff.
Yeah, I think I won. I mean, I won 3 die rolls, which was nice too. 3
right,
of 4, not bad, but yeah, it was a decent tournament, you know.
Decent
Only 4
tournament,
rounds,
you
so
got first place.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
too bad.
exactly.
Can I say there's nothing more iconic than having the nickname Modest Duelist and you're being precisely that, even though you are the CIDC champion right now?
I don't know.
Garabon.
It's all just a persona. Not real. Not real.
Garabon, do you have any questions you want to ask our newly crowned champion?
So you, in all your IDCs, you just ran Fire Nature Rush in all of them?
Yeah, this season at least. I don't know. I was not really sure if I wanted to play Duel Masters anymore. And then I was with the new structure. I mean, I skipped the first event of the season, but I kind of felt like trying it out. And then I did okay at the first IDC. I think I went like 3-2. And then I felt like playing the second one, and then I just kept making top 8, so I just kept playing. And then I made CIDC, and I figured might as well just do one last tournament and see how it goes. But I probably will not play next season. So,
I mean, it's
Quit while you're ahead.
Yeah, I was about to
Yeah.
say, like, you climbed the hill, you proved everybody wrong. You came there, you came and you destroyed everything, and now you are the winner.
Yeah.
So, congratulations so much. Amazing run, honestly. You dropped very, very little games, and even though it's like a long
Very
tournament and stuff like that, so all the kudos to you. Very, very well played.
Thank you guys.
Alrighty.
Thanks for the stream as well.
Of course.
Do you have any
Happy
like
to do it.
shout-outs or anything you want to give?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of people talking behind the scenes that were giving me props, so I guess thanks to everyone for the nice words. Also, thanks to Dark Siner in particular, because he's my Duel Master sensei, I guess. Most of the things, he's like probably the only person I've really talked that much strategy with. So over the last couple years, he lets me pick his brain a lot. But yeah, I don't know. That's basically it for Duel Masters, I guess.
Awesome stuff. Be in touch with the tournament organizers about the prizes. Do you know what you won actually? Did you check out or listen to what you
Yeah,
have?
I think I saw the picture briefly. The mat's nice. The mat's really nice for sure.
Absolutely. Like regardless what TCG you play, or if it's like a mouse pad or wherever it ends, it's really cool. And Xbom can probably vouch for it. It's really slick. It's a beautiful playmat. Any last words for you, Modest, before we start wrapping up the stream with Garabon here?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks again, you guys, for the stream and doing all that stuff. It's really cool to have the whole scene going. So thanks to them. Also thanks to the tournament organizers, I guess, too, like Dark Siner, Spalding. I don't know if Halfar is still involved, but all the Germans and everything. So big thanks to them for everything they've done so far. But yeah, that basically does it for me, I guess.
Awesome. Thank you for the kind words, and congrats on being the first North American champion. This is something that...
Congratulations.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
new areas
guess-
unlocked.
Canada specifically, not the
Correct.
US.
Yes.
Just
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just trying to throw NA in there to make myself feel better.
yeah, that's what I do. I always have to lump myself in with the Americans, but now it's the other way around.
You lump yourself in only when it's convenient.
Yeah,
and
no,
then when you're a
yeah,
winner,
exactly.
you push everyone aside.
Now you can
Yeah.
just split like, whoa, hold on. No.
Yeah,
No.
now I can stop with the NA caveat. It's just Canada specifically.
Exactly.
Awesome. Thanks so much for the interview. Go enjoy your victory and have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Yeah, thanks again, guys. Bye.
Yep. Congrats one more time, and hopefully we'll catch you in the future.
Yep, later.
Alrighty, Garabon. We have come yet again to the final moments of another wonderful day full of Duel Masters TCG tournament action. I think we've been talking through and out about all the wonders of Duel Masters and enjoyed the day here. So, do you have any last words? How did you enjoy today?
Just it was a blast. Shout outs to everyone for watching. I mean, we had a pretty good number of viewers considering. I say this every time, but like we're playing a game that hasn't been produced in however many years it is at this point. But we still have this community that comes through every time, and it's just such a blast that we're able to bring people together from around the world and just play this game that we all enjoy.
I have nothing to add on to that. That's very beautifully put. Everybody, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for watching. I don't stream here very often, but you can still click the follow button. You can sub whatever. I don't really care. But for what I care is that keep playing Duel Masters, join the Discords, stay active, enjoy the game because it's wonderful and it's actually balanced very well considering that it's an old TCG and it's not really like, handled anymore. We will be seeing you hopefully this summer. I'm not in the board anymore because I decided to take a hiatus and just indulge myself in other projects, but stay on the lookout for information about the Mega Meetup and we hope to see each and every one of you there. So thank you so much for joining us today. I'm gonna be rolling the beautiful intro screen as kind of the ending credits roll. So thank you so much for watching today. Thank you for all the competitors and congrats again to Modest Duelist for winning. So see you guys next time. All the love. Have a good night, good day, good evening, wherever you are, and we'll see you next time.
Yep. Bye.